Warning: this stream is for entertainment purposes. The opinions expressed by the participants might be exaggerated for comedic effect. Harsh language can be used. Thought-provoking or controversial topics may be discussed.
Hello, I made it on time. Can you believe that? I was almost late. I'm just getting out of the shower. My hair is still wet. So hello, everybody. Welcome back to this 5th edition of the VR Marathon stream. Hello, my ear trumpet has been struck by lightning. And Dice Tales, Mr. Max Spectacular. Yeah, we'll see how long I'm going to last for today. I just come out of the shower. I got water in my ear. Time to make some new enemies. We'll try not to, right? I'm not doing that to... Oh, hello, DF James. Made it in time, it seems. Yes. I'm surprised to have made it in time myself. Yeah, sometimes I set those time, right? And just like... I always have a few chores to do in the morning. And I try to have a big span of time that I can just focus on that, right? So the dogs won't... Now the dog's coming to ask me to come in the office. So I might have to step away for a second to go open it for him. So, once every month, I like to go and watch what the mainstream RPG hobby, RPG tube, right, I've been talking about. And I look for GM advice or player advice. I'm not too interested in stuff that are very D&D specific. I'm not interested in product review. I'm not interested in adventure design and stuff like that, right? I specifically look at advice for how to improve your game, how to improve your experience as a GM or as a player. I find it somewhat hard to find such advice anymore, right? People want to do the product review and talk about their experience, their specific game, or talk about like character build and stuff like that, or talk about very D&D specific stuff. And this month, a lot of the content on RPG Tube was about Oblivion, the remake of Oblivion, and the new game release, Clair Obscur, right? So even then, right, people like, or a lot of thing about like Daggerheart, because that's also the game that's being, the RPG that's been released yet. And that's RPG content, right? That's fair. But it is product review oftentimes, right? Or overview. It's not even a review because people won't say anything negative about it. We did do a session 0 about Daggerheart. We're supposed to play it, but then Phil got sick. We're supposed to GM, so that got a dent. This weekend we're supposed to do the Lich's Dregs game, but now Zonalar was sick, so that happened. 2 weeks ago it was me that was sick, so it is what it is, right? So let's get into it. Yeah, and I did. If you look in not this Friday but last Friday on Bear's channel in the 4-Color Cafe, I went on there. I think in the last hour or so to talk about Daggerheart. So if you're curious about my opinion and my first impression, you can go watch that. So let's get into it. I'll start the video and then I'll step away for a second to go allow my dog in the room, because like I keep asking him if you want to come, and then say no, and then when I start streaming, he say yes. That's the dog for you. Nope, not like this. Like this. Yeah, make myself smaller. So we're gonna start like talking about Daggerheart. Tales from Elsewhere. I don't know if I ever reacted to him. I don't think I did. But now he's saying, is this game, talking about Daggerheart, perfect for hit point plus wound? And I'm gonna be interested, like I'm gonna watch this one about Daggerheart. I'm interested in what he has to say now. What are you talking about? Like those YouTube chat crown? Are you saying crowd or are you saying crowns? I don't know what the YouTube chat crowns are. Hello, Zanalar. And so yeah, I'm interested. Like the hit point and wound system was probably the most interesting thing I found about Daggerheart. So I'm gonna be interested in seeing what you guys say about it.
Start eating more of these.
You might.
Oh, I can skip.
What happens when they're successful?
You're
probably marking hit points. These represent the physical injuries your character endures when they're hit by an adversary or hurt themselves traversing difficult environments. So let's say your character has a major threshold of 8 and a severe threshold of 16. If they take 9 damage, that would be considered major damage, which marks 2 hit points. There's no math here. All you have to do is compare the numbers, figure out where it falls in your thresholds, and mark your hit points.
Wounds? Daggerheart has been making its rounds in media, and despite it not being a game that I was particularly interested in for my home game, I decided to take a look through its SRD, and its health abstraction started to scratch my brain a little bit, and I realized that it was just one little nudge away from having a wound system. Hi, I'm Peter, creator and lead designer of Tales from Elsewhere, and I've made wound systems kind of my thing. And so in today's video, we're going to talk about how to add wound systems into existing games and then apply what we've learned to Daggerheart, seeing if we can build something that you'd be able to use in your home game of Daggerheart, especially for their more dark and gritty settings like Age of Umbra. Now, before we begin, this video was not sponsored by Daggerheart in any way, and I'm not here to actually...
Oh, I just had to open the YouTube chat because I always look at the chat in what is it called? StreamYard, and they don't translate. I don't know what those crowns are. That's weird. Anyway, wound system. Yes, it's true. The Daggerheart hit point system is basically a wound system. One thing I'm not too impressed with it is if you have above 3 hit point, there's no way you can be killed in one shot, right? If you have 6 hit point, you could be killed in 2 hit. So maybe that's one thing that I say, like, it's missing the mark a bit.
Actually make a judgment call about the system itself. We're here to just look at one piece of that whole, because I think every game has something to teach us. But I did actually have a sponsor for this video. I will timestamp any sponsored sections in all of my videos below, so feel free to skip this next part if you feel the need to. But if not, let's take a look at who decided to be my first sponsor.
Sponsor? That shit.
Dice some of their kind of players and chime depending on where you are in the world. First order, some traditional ones you'd find in a game like D&D, and its health abstraction is definitely erring a little bit more on the traditional side of things. So let's go over it very briefly. Daggerheart uses very traditional damage rolls. You're rolling a 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 3 or some such to deal damage to characters. However, rather than that being subtracted directly from a health pool,
I think also like it's a little more interesting than that, because your character got a proficiency level for weapons, which I find unfortunate. That's for all weapon. Like I wish it would be like per weapon, because now like I often say, like, oh, you're proficient with a bow, and then you pick up like a warhammer, and it's the same thing. You're just as proficient with it, right? Just like, I think that's unfortunate. But if your weapon do a d8 damage, and you have proficiency 1, you do 1d8 damage. If you have proficiency 2, you do 2d8 damage. So it's basically your character decide the number of dice of damage you roll, and then you add those dice together and compare it to the threshold, right? So that's a little bit interesting as well. It adds something from the character itself. But yeah.
Instead, they use damage thresholds to control how much HP you lose. Characters only have a few hit points, starting at around 5, and depending on how much damage they took, they remove 1 to 3 of those. If you take less than the first threshold, you take minor damage, which is 1 hit point. If it's more than that, you take major damage, which is 2 hit points, and if you take more than that, middle one, you take severe damage, which is 3 hit points. and you can maybe already see where I'm going to be going with this later. Rather than the linear scaling of traditional hit point based systems where your hit points go up and up and up and up, your HP actually stays fairly flat in this game, with only maybe a few points going up over time. Instead,
So, like, okay, is peddling a solution without identifying a problem? And what you just said there, UHP remain flat over time, only slightly going up. So maybe you start at 5 hit points, and when you're gonna be top level, you might be at 8, right? So that's the solution. I think that's one of the problem that you have in traditional D&D, the HP bloat, right? Nobody wants the game where you have to chip away at the bag of hit point for half an hour, right? Or half an hour. Well, I'm kidding. You can't even do a around in that. But like, for hours and hours on end, right? Chipping away at the bag of hit point. Now you have the bad guy's gonna have 8 hit point. So you can kill him in one round, right? 3 people do severe damage. Severe damage is going down. So I think that's an improvement in some way. My ear trumpet says it sound a bit very convoluted. It does add a step in the resolution, but it's a step that can be transparent because the person dealing the damage can just say like, I roll 24 damage, and then you just compare it yourself silently to your threshold and mark the number of hit point, and you don't have to tell anybody. You don't have to make it a whole thing, right? Oh, okay, no, my threshold is keep it to yourself. Like, just do the math in your head, mark the hit point on the sheet, and move on with your day, right? Don't slow down everybody. So I don't think it's too bad convoluted. It does add a step. I think it's a fairly minor step. It doesn't need it add a step, but it's not a back and forth step. So yeah, that still doesn't seem too bad to me. I don't think it's too bad either. I think could solve, like, we'll see in players how it goes, but I think it could solve some issues in traditional D&D. Like, there's other systems that solve that. It's not the only way to solve that, but that's an approach that
your damage thresholds increase as you grow in level, making it less likely for you to receive those more severe injuries, or severe damage. And this is a very clean mathematical structure because hit points as a system often creates a lot of bloat over time. Many games, you start out with maybe 5 to 10 hit points, but as you progress, you'll have...
Like, I would have also maybe I would have liked if there was like one more step below minor damage that you just basically soak, because like all those things when you you hit yourself in a, like, like those minor damage, right? You bump your head on the door frame because you didn't duck, right? Whatever, right? Whatever, stupid, right? You still want to have them marked, but now if you take it, like you say, it's gonna be minor damage, you take away a hit point. If that's 1 hit point out of 5, that's like, you're not losing 20% of your health by bumping your head on a door frame. So now you have to completely ignore it, right? So if there were like a one more step that say that, well, that's your like no damage threshold or whatever. Oh, I rolled 4 damage. Well, you didn't cross my no damage threshold, so I don't mark any hit point, right? So you could also have this for character that are a little more resilient. So maybe that would have been a, you're getting slapped on the face. Oh, roll a d4 damage. Well, it does nothing, right? Because like it could do something, a good slap. Yeah, could that like take 20% away of your hit point? Maybe, but it could also do nothing. So I think there should be like maybe like a 4-step from 0 to 3, maybe even like a little more progressive. Maybe it should have been like a 0, 1, 3, 5 or something like that, right? But then that's going very into the weed.
Have over 100, and this creates a lot of scaling issues. It means low-level threats often aren't threatening at all at higher levels simply because they don't have the hit points and damage to match your scaling.
I like that too.
That kind of
I got that
hit
in
point
the
scaling can
story.
also make fights not necessarily more interesting, but just longer, because it increases the level of attrition needed to succeed. And I think the designers of Daggerheart
Is the volume good? Is it too loud? Am I not loud enough? Let me know in chat.
have done a good job with their selection of health abstraction. I think this is a solid mathematical structure for scaling toughness over time without making the game a slog. But it is still a hit point system underlying all of this. This would still be a traditional abstraction, we might say. Each hit point loss doesn't really do anything until you've lost the last one. And then you can enter some sort of dying state, and they have death moves, and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, it is a traditional hit point attrition system. And there ain't nothing
All right, I'll try to pause when I want to talk.
wrong with using hit points as your health abstraction in a game. There's a reason for its ubiquity. But let's juxtapose that now with what
He said there's nothing wrong with using hit point for your health in the game, and I agree with that if the hit point abstract your health. A big problem I have with hit point in D&D is that it abstract your health, but also your stamina, your luck, whatever, right? Like it says, like, technically in D&D, not every time you lose HP doesn't mean that your skin got scratched, right? It's just like sometimes you're just like, oh, you almost got it, but like, just like there's this weird thing, and especially mixed in with AC that abstract both your capacity to dodge and to tank damage, right? So now you have two systems that works together that both abstract two things each, right? Two things that are not necessarily related. So that makes it very convoluted. I think the way that that Daggerheart does it in that sense is better, because you have your evasion, which replaces the AC, so that's your to hit, like what you need to hit. You have this evasion score, right? And that has nothing to do with your armor. Your armor doesn't increase. Well, you could have, like, if you have light armor, you can add 1 to your evasion, I guess, and heavy armor can lower it. But the evasion is clearly you're dodging. You're not getting hit at all, right? So if the other guy didn't score above your evasion, is swift, right? He missed, or you dodge, or you parried it, right? And then the armor you're wearing affect the damage threshold, and your character affect the damage threshold, how tough you are. So I think it clears a lot of those dual abstraction, and then your HP, because they're much lower, then that's actually your meat, right? You're like, well, now if the damage threshold has been clear and you're losing some HP, now, well, you got it. And you're getting winded, maybe you get scratched, maybe you're bleeding a bit, right? Just like, something went through the armor. So it clear up a lot of those abstraction.
What a wound system is in brief. Wound systems attempt to make exchanges of violence come with more mechanical and narrative impact, making combat more gruesome, gritty, and ideally more consequential. Now, at the end of the day, we're still attempting to abstract how many hits you can take before you die, sure. But with a wound system, you're attempting to have that exchange of violence carry immediate impact, rather than the simple long-term resource degradation of hit point loss. And wound systems accomplish this often by adding abilities or status effects or conditions to those violent exchanges. And I talk a lot more about building your own wound system in some of my previous videos, which I'll link down below. But this definition we have now, I think, is sufficient for what we're doing in today's video. Now, I'm a firm believer that wound systems best serve an RPG if the game is built around that structure from the ground up. It's not easy to tack them onto an existing system and have them land with the same evocation and efficacy. For example, a common house rule you'll see for games like Dungeons & Dragons is when you are reduced to 0 hit points, you'll gain a random wound. You'll roll on a d20 table to denote what the debility is you now have until maybe you rest. And though those help evocation in the game, they still only matter when the character's been reduced to 0 hit points. And if you have 120 HP, it might be a minute before you actually get a wound. It didn't actually serve the same purpose that I think wound systems should fulfill, which is making each exchange of violence into something more impactful. Because simply layering systems.
I agree with that. I agree with what he's saying there, right? I like wound system, and that's also something like I have some in the Bastard Sword, right? That's something I'm adding in my own system that I'm designing. But I don't think every game is need them. Like he's right. Like it's a way to make like injury matter immediately, right? And include that spiral to your game. Despite like Big Bad keeps saying like, oh, Matt Mercer, if you like Berserk and you like Dark Souls, you know, like Daggerheart. I read Daggerheart. He has nothing to do. It's a very, very different tone than what you're gonna find in Berserk or Dark Soul. It is made for heroic play, right? Like where you are, yeah, you're basically a superhero, like a super being, like from the get-go, basically, right? You're very strong, and in those games, being unimpeded by your damage until you're basically dead, and even when you're dead, you have those options for the death move, right? That you could end in a blaze of glory, and you have a last chance to end in a big aura, right? It is meant to be like very, kind of like a power fantasy, like in a sense. So the wound, like it doesn't need a wound system in that idea, in that sense, in my opinion, right? Because it's not necessarily the tone it's going for. Like you shouldn't put everything in a game in the same game, right? Like it's like when you're cooking a meal. If you don't put all the spice, you need to pick and choose. Otherwise, like everything is gonna taste like a big mush. There's another set is a roguelike called Cogmine, where you basically play a moving CPU core that basically pick up robot parts from other robot, installing weapon, leg, armor, and subsystem. Yeah, I like roguelike. Maybe I should check that out. I like the idea of having work through the armor a bit to hit the core. Yeah, to defeat the enemy. Yeah, I think it's much cleaner what they do in the
On top of each other won't always result in the aggregate you're looking for. Sometimes you're just creating additional resolution steps that don't communicate the evocation, that vibe you're attempting to create with those rules. Despite the challenges in layering wound systems on top of traditional attrition, let's look at why Daggerheart is primed to receive a wound system layered on top. Daggerheart has already packeted incoming damage for us with its damage thresholds. It already takes the infinite variety of incoming damage from 1 to 3 points of damage to 500 points of damage and placed them within 3 categories. That's helpful for contextualizing them as wounds. And sort of like the Tales from Elsewhere wound system, we can see that there are simply grades of incoming injury that hit the player. And because you're only ever marking 1 to 3,
I should check his game at some point. I like a guy that talk about game design. I like people that think about game design. So I never heard about this Tales of Elsewhere role-playing game. If anybody has oh, hello George. If somebody has any experience with it, I'd be curious to hear about it. And if I don't know your name, like, because your channel is just Tales from Elsewhere. Let me know about it.
Hit points at a time, barring outliers that the rules describes, we can start to packet these with conditions or status effects or debilities. So here's my pitch for the Daggerheart wound system. Whenever a character receives major or worse damage, so they would take 2 hit point loss or 3 hit point loss, they can spend a meta currency to convert that into a wound, adding a narratively or mechanically relevant 2 hit point loss or 3.
Cancel for a wound, player trigger this on enemy by spending 1 hope, the generate 1 fear, doing so catch the HP. Those HP points become connected and treat as a single wound. Okay.
3 hit point loss. They can spend a meta currency to convert that into a wound, adding a narratively or mechanically relevant condition or status effect to that bracket of hit points. For players, they spend their hope to trigger a wound on the enemy, and for the GM, they spend fear to trigger one on the player. And what you do is you put a little box around the hit points that you've just marked. And in that box, you also write whatever condition or status effect is now associated with that wound. And those conditions that are applying with that hit point loss, with this wound, will persist until the wound is treated or those hit points are healed. And to treat a wound, you would roll some sort of action roll with a relevant stat to, patch the wound, give somebody a small poultice, or maybe coach them back into focus for the fight. This would then
Let me read that. A character can use their action to treat an injury. Okay, difficulty base. A 2 HP one is 10, 3 HP one is 14. Okay, that's very systemic, very like yeah. The trait use can vary based on the nature of the one. Pulling an agonizing arrow out of a character should. A character, shoulder, I guess. Shoulder. There's a typo here. Might use strength or finesse, while tending a necrotic wound might need knowledge. I like that. I think he's onto something there. I think like this his idea of like, make those injury linked as a wound, and then you make a little box above them. I think that's clever. But I want to see if the wounds have effect, right? Because he talked about like how the idea of having wound is to have like immediate effect on the character, and so we didn't cover that yet. Now he's thinking about like how the wounds are marked, how you gain them, how you heal them. I want to see what they do, right? And I don't know if I would need to look more into the healing aspect of you could just make them like harder to heal, right? You have to roll high enough to heal both or all three of the HP to get to clear a wound, right? It's like kind of a block.
Or maybe coach them back into focus for the fight. This would then cross out the box, noting that that wound has been treated and its debility is no longer relevant. However, it is still a boxed wound on your sheet, and that's going to be relevant because of this. You see, hit points that have been marked as a wound
Crap. Sorry, I was giving you a. Sorry, I muted myself to cough, and now like I forgot to unmute. So what I was saying there is like that's what I would have gone with, right? Like if you say, okay, you take 2 HP, you take 2 HP or 3 HP more damage, you take a major or severe wound injury, you can spend a hope or a fear to make it a wound, and then like this has to. Thank you. Maya Trumpet really like when I'm muted, so he's sponsoring me to. You want? Yeah, no, thank you for letting me know. And then like when you recover a hit point, right? Let's say you have a wound that is 3 HP, and then you roll a 2. Well, you cannot like it's not enough to heal the wound, right? But because it's 1d4 plus your proficiency, I believe, so you won't ever roll under 2. So it would make like it become irrelevant.
Cannot be healed unless all of the hit points in the wound are healed at the same time. That means if you have a 2 hit point loss wound, a major wound, you can't just heal 1 from one instance and then heal 1 again. You'd have to heal 2 from whatever that healing source is to remove it. Similarly, it makes a severe wound quite difficult to remove it. Similarly, it makes a severe wound quite difficult.
Why does he make the way does he make the box text there on the screen? Like if I play the video, like he make it move. Why does he do that?
1 from one instance and then heal 1 again. You'd have to heal 2 from whatever that healing source is to remove it.
Why is that? That's kind of weird, no?
Similarly, it makes a severe wound quite difficult to remove because now you can't just heal 1 or 2 points to chip away at that, you might.
Am I still muted? I'm not supposed to be muted. Are you just pulling my leg now? If I'm still muted, it's a problem with the like slide animation is using YouTube Sphere to retain your attention. Like did it make you like, for me that was distracting, but I think Dan is just pulling my leg up to a point. No first aid is going to help you recover meaningfully from a sucking chest wound very quickly. Yeah.
You must heal all 3. And this starts locking in chunks of your hit points, potentially until you receive major healing or even take a long rest. And this does make that exchange more complex when violence occurs. But because it's part of a meta-currency exchange, not every instance of battle would trigger a wound. And because to trigger a wound, it must at least be a major or severe wound, then you're not going to have it every time you simply graze the dragon with your arrow or catch the bite of a wolf to the leg. It's only going to be when it's narratively impactful that it occurs. And it avoids death spiral.
Like, but getting bit by a wolf on your leg, right? That's maybe that should be meaningfully a long rest. Oh gosh, oh god, yeah. They do have like short and long rest mechanics. I think they do it a bit better. Like they do it better than 5e, I would say. I have some problem with the Daggerheart. I don't think it's a super well designed game. I think it's and I think the book is pretty, like the way they explain you the rules is pretty lousy. But there's something that is good in it. It's not complete trash. I gotta say that. Which, if you know anything from me, that's high praise coming from me. Catch an arrow to the knee, then you're done as an adventurer. You become a guard.
Spiraling too hard because you can treat these injuries with just any action roll. You don't need to actually heal the hit point loss to remove the debility or status effect associated with it. You can, drag somebody behind cover and splint their leg to get rid of that debilitating arrow wound or broken knee or whatever you've described in the scene. That way, characters aren't spiraling downward to their eventual death with no way for the players to interact with it. And that aspect is vital for any wound system, a way for the players to interact with the debilities and avoid those consequences through action rolls, skill checks, consumables, or what have you. Otherwise, there is this feeling of inevitable death that comes from wounds, which can not be super fun at the table. Now, this doesn't change Daggerheart away from being still a traditional attrition-based structure, but it does make it more of a hybrid approach. You still have hit points, damage rolls, but you also have wounds that can occur when packeted from a single.
Okay, now he's giving example of wound. Agony, disadvantage on all action rolls. Bleed. When you roll with fear, suffer 1 stress. Yeah. You fail in check that is roll with fear, concuss. Okay, those are pretty severe, but it's not bad. Disable limb inoperable, preventing equipment not be used with that limb. If leg is disabled, you have disadvantage on any action roll to move. Whenever you roll with fear, lose 1 hope. If you are helpless, the GM gain +2 fear instead of 1. You cannot recover any HP until the wound is. Yeah, those are decent.
Attack. If you are interested in seeing what a primary wound abstraction is, where there isn't any intervening layer of hit points, you could take a look at what I've done in Tales from Elsewhere. That one doesn't have any hit points in between.
What do you say? Narratively impactful means so little to me. What does it even mean? A hydra biting into your chest or a wolf biting your arm can be narratively impactful depending on the power of advantage presented. That's a very good point, because narratively impactful, right? It's like if you don't have if you don't have a narrative to start from, right? If the narrative is what is unfolding through play. So if you get bitten by a wolf on your leg and that become a severe wound, right? That impede you in some way, that becomes narratively impactful, because now the rest of your action has to be impacted by that, right? The rest of the what you're gonna do for next are gonna be impacted by that. So if you have a story to tell, which you shouldn't, because you're there to play a game, right? But a lot of people don't get that, and they want to tell you a story. They abuse their friend to force them to listen to their story on the pretense that they're gonna play a game. Then, well, oh, now you're getting bitten by a wolf, but that doesn't fit the. I don't want to make too bad because it's gonna prevent you from going to the story that I planned for you. Then you suck as a GM. I'm sorry. But yeah, so narratively impactful. If you're playing, like, it's not you to decide, right? That's where the mechanics are there for. If you get injured severely, well, then it's gonna have an impact on the rest of the narrative. So very good comments there, Zanalar. I've been learning D6 Star War. I like how there's a consequence for injury, but it looks like there could be a death spiral. There is a death spiral, but death spiral not necessarily bad. Like, people like complain about them, but I like them. I like a game that has a death spiral. I like when there's a damper on the death spiral a bit. Like, I don't want it to be like straight up to. And the one in Star Wars D6 has been like, it's been like more than 20 years, like, since I've played this game. Might have been like closer to 30 years that I've played this game, to be honest. But if I recall correctly, the death spiral was a bit brutal. Not buying that. A splinter, shatter, or femur does not make you able to fight. It does make you not able to fight. Yeah, those the whole death spiral thing does not convince me. Getting wounded in deadly combat generally does lead to a death spiral. Yeah, I agree with that. And it's also like a sign, like, well, okay, now it's time to flee. It's time to retreat, right? Like, it changed the incentive of the fight. I like it. Why not use blood percentage instead of HP? Well, you all want to, like, you want so much abstraction sometimes, right? You don't want like a. It's all about like trade-off between like realism and a system that is light and nimble. Narratively impactful is you become a werewolf. A broken bone or shattered spleen does not lead to a lot of bleeding, but it's nevertheless yeah. Mitras is a pretty good elf and tier wound system. A major wound part taken to 0 HP cripple you and takes day to heal. A major wounds mean the limb is broken and needs month to heal. I should look at Mitras at some point. But I don't know. I'm kind of like I kind of have enough of like the BRP kind of system. Like, I like Pendragon a lot, and that's what I want to play when I want to play like a BRP, even though like it's quite distinct. I like it for different reasons than the BRP system, although I like the BRP system in the way it's included in Pendragon. But people keep talking about Mitras. I should take a look at some point. I think I wanted to buy it at some point, but it was just like too expensive here in Canada.
The incoming injury and the wound itself. The wounds are the injury tracking. And I've modeled a lot of the layering I did here for Daggerheart on my...
Like, the wound system for each limb, for me, that's too much. Like, I find like this is not something I tend to like, because I want things to be resolved somewhat fast. And if like, oh, no, okay, now I roll to it. Now I roll the damage. Now I roll the damage location. And like, at some point, like, you can have something that's too many steps, right? And oftentimes, like, when they have like those wound system per limb, like, I don't like it location. That goes like that goes beyond what I'm happy with in a game. But your mileage may vary.
My own system. And if you'd like to test out this Daggerheart wound system, I have a write-up available for free on the Tales from Elsewhere Patreon page. It includes all you'll need to start trying it out.
You got it for free on the Patreon page. So you just have to pay for the Patreon, and then you get that for free. How free is that? I don't know. Maybe his Patreon is free. I don't know how Patreon will work.
At home, including example status effects and conditions you can use for your wounds that I think feel thematically and mechanically related and relevant to how Daggerheart plays, differentiated from, say, how my game uses wounds. And if you found this interesting, consider hitting that like and subscribe button.
I find I like that video. I put the link in the in the description before. I like a guy that talk about game design. I think there's not enough of that on YouTube, and especially for RPG game design. And I think he brings some interesting idea. I'm not sure if I would go like the same way that he does, but he's not completely off the mark. So good job there. I think it was the first time I was reacting to him. So there you go. What should we do next? I think I'm not sure if I reacted to art mode before. Let's go check that guy out. What was that? YouTube would want to serve me 2 ads. Oh no, yeah, 2 ads. So I put the video for that. So what is that? The weight of the world, consequence in Sandbox TTRPG. All right.
Player in a game, or maybe you've ever been a player in a game, or maybe you've run a game where you have this really fun adventure. Maybe the dungeon was cool, or the emerging story beats made for a really memorable time. So you have this great adventure, and like most adventures, there are some loose ends at the end. Some things that could be developed a little bit further. Maybe the villain's lieutenant gets away, or the princess the party rescues is on her way to a wedding that she opposes. The potential is there, and yet it just never gets realized in a future session. You never hear from that lieutenant again, or you never find out what happens to the princess after you've turned her over to her royal family. It sort of feels like the player's decisions just sort of vanished into the ether. The steps they took in that adventure end up not really mattering to the greater sandbox or campaign around them. I think that's a real shame, and I think that's something that we as game masters should focus on changing. We should be trying to incorporating these interesting elements back into our games. Hi, welcome back aboard the Earth Mode. I'm Randall. Today we're talking about the importance of tracking player actions and their consequences in your sandbox.
Hello, Randall. I didn't say my name, but I guess it says there on the screen. So yeah, it is. It can be like you have this cool plot, like this guy that you fight is running away, and then you expect to see him again, and then you never see him again. Yeah, that can be like missed potential, right? I like looping back things on itself, right, and bringing back, like doing callback and stuff like that. It makes you feel like what you did or what you didn't do has consequences. In Sandbox, I guess since I'm big proponent of like zero prep and making things as you go, like, so everything is a sandbox, right? There's no story like and we often like say like the players are the one leading with where the game goes because they're the protagonist and they're pushing the plot forward. They're the one pushing the plot forward. So I would always make it like kind of sandboxy
campaign, so you can have those interesting follow-ups and those continuity to future adventures. I think if you're able to focus on layering those past actions and their consequences into your game world, then you'll see a couple of benefits. Your world will feel a bit more believable, a bit more immersive to the party because it's this living, changing thing that's reacting to what they are doing. Secondly, you can utilize the power of those emerging stories to propel your campaign for you rather than having to come up with fresh new hooks on your own.
I want to say something about like this it location thing, because that's something that I find interesting. You say like, I think it location can work. The slowdown is barely noticeable and feels pretty cool to hit a dude's sword arm and do much damage. I cripple him and it forces him to drop his blade. I think it can work. What I mostly dislike is the role for it location, right? I think what I would like to see is like if you hit somebody and you make X damage, for example, and then like that becomes like a major wound, the player receiving the major wound has to like, I would make him choose where he get hit, right? And every hit location, right, he has to take one of the hit location where you take the major wound, and they all have like consequences. That's how I would deal with it, right? Why? Because then well, it work also with the narrative that when you're fighting, you might choose to protect one side more than the other. Like you always have to, it's always a compromise. So you're gonna you're always gonna part of yourself that are gonna be like more vulnerable. But also it cut down on this roll, right? You can just say like every time you add a roll, you add delay, right? Now you can just say like, oh, okay, I roll my damage, and then I do that damage. You look at it, oh, that'd be a major wound for me. And then the guy receiving the damage can just say like, ah, oh, you hit my arm, and the sword hit my arm, and now I have to drop my sword, or like, oh, you get me on the leg, and now like, I'm working with a limb, a big blood, right? Whatever, right? Just like, so I would make that on the guy receiving the damage to describe. So cutting that would be my oh, there you go. We have a prediction. This video advertised for the GM to even do more prep work, to think of consequence of everything the player did or didn't do. More prep. We'll see if you're right. You might be.
Look at their past actions and the consequences of them, and see what new hooks you can come up with for your players from that. And lastly, I think if you can do both of those things above, you'll start to see an increase in player investment in your campaign. They'll get excited to see these changes that are happening because of what they're doing. And that's only going to compound and further enhance those other 2 points as they make more actions and more consequences come, and everything sort of starts to spiral up and take a life of its own. So let's go ahead and talk about why all of this matters and some practical techniques for you to track those players' actions and implement the consequences within your.
I don't know if I reacted to this guy before, to be honest. Like I have like like I have a hard time, or he has a hard time. Who's to blame on that? But like keeping my attention, my focus, right? I tend to, I get distracted by the picture put in. And I'm looking like at this movie of Conan. I'm thinking like, oh, that was a great movie. So I have a hard time focusing on what he's saying. So who's to blame, right? Is it me with not enough attention spam, or is it him not being dynamic enough in the way he speak? So if I don't comment much, that's what's happening. I'll try to plow through it.
C'est ça que t'appelles un beau dimanche? Rester pris entre les cuisses poilues de Kevin.
Before we talk about the practical techniques, I just want to briefly talk on why a consistent world state matters for your campaign. At its core, a consistent world state means.
I've seen the BLG recorded play of Mitras. The problem I have with it is that they call it like an actual play when it was much more tutorial than anything, because they stopped to explain the rules to the audience, right? So they should have presented as that. I was very disappointed. Like that's not an actual play. That's fucking tutorial. Jewish French commercial or degen. Yeah. What about using weapon in ways not taught in Modern Mind? Example, pommel strike or gun as club in roleplay. I have that in Bastard Sword. You can do that. It's all like in the rules. And it's encouraged to do. Murder stroke.
Elements within your game, its geography, its inhabitants, your factions, the history, rumors, all of that operate under a set of internal logic and maintain a degree of continuity regardless of the player's direct involvement. Now, that doesn't mean that the world is static, it doesn't change. In fact, the player's actions are going to be primary drivers of change within this consistent framework that you've established for your campaign. Think of it like this. The world has a memory. Just like in real life, events that happen leave a mark. NPCs should remember players, whether they're kind, they're insulting, their promises, betrayals, all of these have an effect. And these cause and effects are linked. Actions have logical repercussions. If the players anger a powerful guild, then that guild might seek to blacklist them from their services, or if it's very serious, maybe send assassins after the party. These consequences should feel like direct result of their actions, not random occurrences just happening in the world. And then finally, think about the internal.
Like one thing that I don't like when people like say the world has memory and stuff like the world is not a thing, right? Like, and there's things happening in the world that are like random, like the weather and stuff like that. Well, it's not really random, but it seems random to us. But it's NPCs that got memory, and NPCs have goal and stuff like that, and that's what you have in mind, right? If you introduce an important NPCs and an important NPC, an antagonist or something like that, right? And the PCs thwart his plan, well, it's gonna readjust and it's gonna try to come back, and maybe he's gonna be pissed off at the PCs, right? And it's gonna, and then when you want to bring like the world keep existing when the PCs are around, so that's what you think about, right? Oh, okay, now what does that mean for that guy? What is his next move, right? And you have that happen in the background, and maybe the player is gonna run back into that. And then at some point also, if you like, you can like, it's a good idea to reuse the NPC that you used before when it's when it's like credible, right? And you don't want to make your world feel too small, but you can run into the same people, right?
Consistency of your campaign world. The rules and the nature of the world should remain relatively stable. If magic is rare and feared in your world, then it shouldn't suddenly become a commonplace without some sort of
That's fair.
clear reason why. Now, you might be wondering, why are we talking about consistent world states? Why is this so vital for our sandbox campaign? We're talking about it because it's important that this is in place, so when the player's actions are happening in the world and the consequences that you develop because of those actions make sense and really add to the fiction of your game system. In a consistent world, the player's agency is actually amplified. For their choices to feel meaningful, they need to see how those changes ripple throughout the world in a way that is believable. And
I agree with you, Zanara. Like you say, like so far, I agree with the Earth mode in general. The world is alive, so naturally the world will remember the action of the PCs if they are sufficiently impactful. I thought this is all obvious. Yeah, I agree with you. It's pretty obvious. Or do people play RPG without thinking how the world react to PC's action? Sometimes when I see like those advice, that's the question I have. Like, how come people don't cannot figure that out on their own, right? Are people not doing that? Is that something that? But yeah.
reacting believably to the party's action. And that's really how you get emergent storytelling to thrive. When the world operates consistently, unexpected and compelling stories start to emerge naturally from the interplay of your party's actions
That's
and
true.
that existing world state. And ultimately, that's going to lead to increased immersion. Players are more likely to feel like they're truly inhabiting the game world when it behaves in a way that makes sense and remembers their presence, their actions.
What he's saying there is important. I often say like the GM number one priority is to keep the verisimilitude of the world, make the world feel real. So
They've
he's
taken
touching on
in
that
your
there.
game. By establishing and maintaining a consistent world state, you'll provide a stable foundation upon which player actions can have meaningful and lasting consequences, leading to a more engaging, believable, and ultimately rewarding role playing game experience. It's about creating a world that feels like it lives and breathes and reacting to the player's presence in a logical and memorable way.
Avoue que c'est quand même fou de pouvoir rentrer dans un magasin, de donner un bout de plastique.
I got like those ads.
Okay, so now we know why it's important. Let's talk about how we can manage it in our games. If you want to start layering these consequences into your game, you're going to need
I always do those. Like I always do those marathon in not logged in YouTube, right? In incognito window, so he doesn't know what to send me as ad. So he just like send like the random stuff like candies, and I don't know what the other like about the rugby stuff was.
need to track them. As a game master, you have a lot going on. So if you aren't keeping some sort of record on these actions, these things, you're likely going to forget about them. And then your opportunity is going to be lost. So we need to track them. How are we going to do that? Well, I don't really have a groundbreaking system to share with you here. I think you should start by using the note-taking tool of your choice, whether that's pen and paper, index cards, a Google Sheet, or some other digital notebook. Whatever you're comfortable with, I would say start with that. And then next, we need to be just simple and concise. We want to have enough detail to accurately track what happened, but not so much detail that it becomes too burdensome to do. Otherwise, you'll likely stop and not really form the habit of tracking these things. From there, we just
One thing like a few years ago, one thing I started doing. Now like the games are recorded, and I can rewatch the game before the next session. But one thing I would do, like when the ChatGPT became available, that's one thing that I found was very useful for it is after the session, I go to ChatGPT and basically like do a summary and tell him what happened, right, and the character and stuff like that. So then when you come later, you can ask. It's like basically taking your notes, right, and then you can probe him on that, and you can like look back into what you said, like, oh, what's the name of that guy again, and you can come back and say, oh, it was this guy, right, just like in this session, right, that what happened. So the note taking, like I think that's one thing where AI can be useful for your note taking in session if you want to do a long campaign. I'm not a big fan of the long campaign, and to be honest, I have like a pretty amazing memory, so sometimes I don't necessarily need to do notes, but or maybe I think I have an amazing memory and I just misremember stuff, but I don't realize. I agree to say to player the immersion from the game master side. I'd like to note that player immersion is not the GM responsibility, but yeah, I agree. Too many GM feel pressure to take up all responsibility, and player just consume and enjoy the 6 to 6 daycare and have everybody at the table to carry out their weight. That's very true.
We just need to record our key information: the who, what, when, where, and most importantly, the why. So who was involved in the action? Probably your party, but some other NPCs might be as well. I would say be specific here. If they interacted with some guards, don't write some guards. Write Captain Alara and Big Boy. Be specific so you know who you need to bring up later as characters in your sandbox. What exactly did the party do that took the action? Be precise about the action taken. Did they bribe the guards? How much money was involved in that? When did the action occur? Time can be a crucial factor. If the party makes...
One thing also that's important, if you want to have those recurring character, it's important to have like people take defeat without dying, right? Not everybody fights to like if everybody fights to death all the time, like PCs and NPCs, then you're never gonna have like a recurring character. So that's one point also to take into account.
A promise, and that was weeks ago, and they've yet to fulfill.
It's very hard to let the player take sale, right? I was trying to do that when I was doing the one of the tests we did for Bastard Sword, right? The Road to War, and there's this kid that is sent to Edwards. There's this kid that is sent to anyways, some guy wants to take this kid because he's a noble traveling in disguise, but some people know and they want to kidnap him, right? And then the PCs manage to kind of rescue the kid, but then a larger group come up and they say, we'll take the kids from you, right? And they're pretty insistent, and they clearly outmatch the PCs, right? And at that point, what do? You can get killed and the bad guy gonna take the kids, or you can let the kids go with the bad guy and then come up with a plan to get it back or whatever, right? And they're not even sure if the guys want to take the kid or bad. Like I tried to play that. It's like, they're military men, they're rough and stuff like that. They say they're there to bring the kid to the uncle to protect him. Is that real? Is that not real? Right? Just like you have to make a call, but you don't know. Like, is it worth dying for that? Right? It's very hard to have a player not fight to the death, right? Not like take L, accept to say, well, you know what? We're going to lose that one. We're going to run away. Yeah, we're going to let you take this kid that we decided to protect, right? And it's still something I'm trying to solve, how to do. Something we need to talk about at some point.
That might have a different implication or consequence.
Unless you want to tell your player, like, well, you would realize that at that point it would be a bad idea to fight. Oh, I draw my bow, right? You sure you want to do that? Right? Like, yeah, you can do like those heavy-ended, like kind of like, but we're trying not to do that. So how do I say, like, I've tried very hard to tell you, right, that it's like in fiction, right, in narration, to make you understand that it's a bad idea to fight those guys. But that's a hard one for me. It's hard to make deathless loss not feel like a cheap thing. but the deathless loss allowed you to fight another day, right? Now you want to have revenge and stuff like that.
Than a promise that they made yesterday. If you're already keeping strict time
Oh, you say like on one end it feel like I'm trying to wink nudge them in a direction, but then again they have the free choice. That's the thing, right? Like if they want to fight to the death and they cannot win this one, I'm gonna kill them, right? That's what's gonna happen. What I'm talking about is like the players should direct that and make the choice to run away or to let the bandit take their purse. You know, sometimes the bad guy can leave them for dead, right? So that's also like not everybody like killing people is not easy psychologically, right? You don't want to kill people, depending on your system and your setting and stuff like that. Depending on your setting, I mean, not system, depending on your setting. But yeah, sometimes you're just gonna leave somebody like for dead or like beaten down enough. You know, like even like the bandits trying to take your purse, and you defeat him, and he's down on the ground, and he say, I yield, I'm sorry," and he can barely drag himself on the ground. Are you gonna finish him? Maybe not, because like when it's a real person in front of you, there's a psychological toll. There's a psychological toll to that, and that's something people don't think enough about. I'm still not quite ill from that cold that I had. I'm still coughing a bit, and anyway, so yeah, it's not as the GM, like, you know, if you're being a dick, if you're acting like a psychopath, the world's gonna treat you as a psychopath. Soft push into hard push. This is why I love short turn in our 40 games. You can spend turn on reacting to small thing, yeah, instead of having them to pull out their sword and attack every turn. Exactly. The tension, like the tension build up, I love that so much, right? When, like, you know, sometimes you don't have a fight, but you're just on the brink of a fight for a few turns, right? Like one wrong thing can turn this situation to a fight. And I love that. You know, it's in the last session that we have the Lich's Dread, right? Like with between, like at some point between Chicken Bone and Corn Pop, there's some point where the fight is close, right? As something's gonna happen, right? But you know, now there's this tension, this back and forth, and there's some resolution that end up not being a fight, but you got all this tension and this excitement. For example, the last snow prep I did with Phil, I need to watch that, and a few other, and then in a TP key, everybody said it was great, but there was still that nagging feeling like I could have done something different. I need to watch that. I'll watch that. I'm behind on my watch time. Like it's summer, like I don't spend, and that's why I also do those marathon, right? It's one time I say like, well, I'm gonna watch some RPG content because I don't watch much YouTube. I try to do stuff. This is why I have to be I trust. I have to trust my GM, or it will feel like I'm getting hoodwinked. Yeah.
Records in your Sandbox campaign like you should be, then this should be pretty easy enough to note and capture on when in the fiction these actions took place. Where did the action take place? This one is probably the easiest. And then why is arguably the most important thing to note. Why did the players or the NPC take the action? Understanding the motivations behind their actions really allows us to craft more nuanced and believable consequences. Were they acting out of greed, desperation, a sense of justice, or maybe a misunderstanding? Knowing the why can really help you anticipate the future actions and reactions that are to come from this one event in time. Once you've done that simple tracking that we just discussed and you're pretty consistent with it, you can start to think about adding in a little bit more detail. Beyond tracking individual actions, think about the larger narrative threads that are starting to emerge from the players.
I'm muted again. I did it twice. I think I'm done with this video. The point it's making are not bad, but this seemed pretty obvious, and now we're getting into the very like specific, like how to track, like this is what you need to write, right? The 5W, right? Who, when, what, why, where, right? So I think we kind of like got the gist of what it's talking about. So I'm gonna move on to the next video. I hope you don't have objection to that. Not a bad video per se, just maybe a little more basic than I would have liked. Let's go with Professor Dungeon Master. Now he's talking about the secret every DM needs to know. 2025 edition. So maybe there's gonna be a new secret that we need to know. Every DM needs to know. Can't wait to learn that secret. After the ads, I'm gonna put the link in the chat here. Oh, there you go.
Special shout out. Special thanks to, before our regularly scheduled video, I want to give a special shout out. Special thanks to Matt McDowell of Colorado Springs for his 20 years of service to the Marine Corps and U.S. Army with 8 deployments overseas.
Righteous.
Matt, I wish you the best of luck in your next adventure and your upcoming retirement. Thank you for your support and service, and may all your roles be 20s. And now, on with the show. I'm going to give you a choice. Take the blue pill and believe what you want to believe.
I get the jingle the keys for the viewer, but the apparently slapping down vague fantasy movie clips while you talk, monotone in the background is kind of cheap. Like that's something I found like a very distracting, to be honest, because now, like, you know, he's talking a bit in monotone way, and he's putting those clips, and now I'm always distracted by, oh, what movie is that from? Oh, what movie? Oh, yeah, I remember that movie. Oh, that was a good movie. Oh, that sucked, man. Oh, that's so disappointing, the end of that series, right? So I think he kind of overdid it on that. But, you know, I'm not putting any effort in my video. I just go live and and talk to the camera, right? So who I am to speak.
Take the red pill and we'll see how deep the rabbit hole goes, and your D&D game will never be the same.
Wait, that's not the clip from the Matrix. That's somebody like redoing. That's not Morpheus Sands. And those are not the pill in the movie, right? Am I taking crazy pill, or is that like just somebody redoing the Matrix scene?
Strap in for Dungeon Craft.
Maybe it was like Dan himself redoing it. Maybe that was his end. Which that would be fair. But if it's a clip he took, you can't even afford a Matrix clip. Morpheus was black, yes, but even black people, the inside of their hand is still white, so it's hard to tell, right? But you could see a bit of the wrist. Maybe it was like PDM's own hand, right? Which that'd be fair, that'd be fine. Those are jelly beans. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
RPG newsletter.
Decided yet what pill you're going to take? If you take the red pill, your understanding of D&D is about to get several levels deeper, and your game will potentially get much faster because I'm going to eliminate much of the number crunching that slows the game at higher levels. And if you're a new game master thinking game mastering and hesitating, it's probably because you're afraid you don't know the rules and are afraid of getting the numbers wrong. And I'm going to eliminate that fear today. These secrets apply to any D20 based RPG. And for my younger viewers, if you want to be a Giga Chad DM, take it from an OG, because I'm giving up all the deets straight up, no cap. So be all ears and you'll be bussing.
What are you doing?
Views are down. I'm trying to appeal to a younger demographic.
That won't help.
Anyway, I have to caution you.
The reason I don't like to I often watch speed up video, but I don't like to speed them up when I'm on stream, because if somebody want to speed the whole stream up, right? You know, if somebody want to listen to me at 1.5 times speed, then the video become like the video I'm reacting to become double speeded up. So that's just like a bit unfair, like a bit annoying. Yeah. So that's where you get. So that's why I don't speed up the video when I watch them on stream.
This may impact your enjoyment of the game. Once you see how the sausage is made, you're never going to see D&D the same way again. 30 years ago, I had the privilege of playing Dungeons & Dragons with Tracy Hickman at Gen Con at his Killer Breakfast event.
I feel like he's talking about that every other video we make. Oh, thank you for dropping by, or yeah. See you next time.
And I asked him, Mr. Hickman, are we going to use the new 2nd edition rules? And I'll never forget his answer. He said, 2nd edition? We don't need no stinking 2nd edition. And he proceeded to run the game off the top of his head. It was like The dragon breathes on, you roll an 18. The demon disintegrates, you roll a 17. And you didn't have any books or charts or a game master screen. He didn't even pause. And for years I wondered how he did that until he published this book, Tracy and Curtis Hickman's XDM Extreme Dungeon Mastery. On page 138 of that book, there's
You're just there like to be a human die roller. Oh, this has happened to you now. This has happened to you now. Roll a dice, right? Give me that number. Get that number. Oh, now you didn't. Like, so this happened to you now, right? Just like the way you describe it sounds very lame and gay.
a sidebar called XDM Secret for Your Eyes Only. It all comes down to rolling against only 20 numbers. And the gist of it is, you could spend all day adding modifiers and consulting charts, but whether a character succeeds all comes down to a single die roll, and the die can only respond with 20 possible numbers. And the finer the resolution of the game system, the more unplayable it becomes. In other
That I can only respond with 20 different number, but the character you're playing should matter as well. So that's why you want those modifier, right? And that's if you say like, oh, you can add like if you're very good at something, you can add 3 to your roll. If you're very bad at something, you're gonna subtract 3 to your roll, right? So now you can roll between -2 and 23. And the variation of your character, the difference that your character make is plus or -3. So basically 6 number, right? 7 number, I guess, if you count the 0. Against a 20-sided dice. So like this is why I don't like those 20-sided dice, because they're very lucky, right? Because you're the portion of your character, and like sometimes it's +6 or -6, right? Like I'm just using that as an example. So the percentage, the proportion that your character impact the result that you roll is so small compared to the dice that luck has more impact than who you are, right, and what you do. So this is something I find annoying. And now, like, you seem to be doing like, oh, the dice can only give you like 20 answers. So it's just like, give me 18, right? Oh, that should be like 18 with my modifier. I hope so, right?
In other words, the more detailed the modifiers, the slower the game. This is one of the reasons D&D slows down at higher levels.
There you go. He's talking about the against the modifier, right? Yes, the more detailed the modifier, the slower the game, but also the more fair and the less lucky the game feel. Like, do you want to play a game? Do you want to represent this character with this aptitude and different characteristics and stuff like that? Or are you just there for gambling? Or you just have to be like a human dice roller and just like, oh, it's just random. What's happened next is just random. You just tell me what happened to my character, and then like I'm gonna roll a dice, and then randomly something else is gonna happen to my character, and I have like basically no control over it.
It doesn't have to. Join me in a thought experiment. For the purpose of this experiment, 1 to 2 points on this die isn't going to make a statistical difference. Every point is just 5%. That means if your difficulty class or your target number is within 1 to 2 points, it's only going to make a difference 1 out of every 10 or 20 rolls. Forget all the modifiers. Let's just talk the face of the die. What do you have to roll on this die for your character to succeed? Typically, 6 to 13. What is the average monster's armor class? According to AI, it's 13 plus half the monster's challenge rating. For the purpose of this experiment, let's round up to 14. What's the average to hit bonus for a first level character? According to AI, it's +4 or +5, a +2 or +3 from your strength or dexterity bonus, and your first level proficiency bonus of +2. But who are we kidding? Every player is going to optimize their character, and they're going to get a +4 to hit. Add the proficiency bonus to that, you get +6. Subtract it from 14, and you get a target number of 8. That's what you actually need to roll on this die, right in the sweet spot. Now, let's say you're...
Oh, man. That's why you fucking tell the AC to your player, right? You just say like, like I always say that, right? Just like, oh, but you want to keep the mystery and stuff like that. That's fucking bullshit, right? Oh, you like I tried to hit this kobold, right? Okay, you need a 8 to you need to the AC is 13, right? Whatever, I don't know what kobold is, right? Or the AC is 12, right? Then the player can one time calculate what he needs on his dice. It's not you the GM, like, oh, just roll me a 8 and doesn't matter what your character is, right? Just like, no, like, for fuck's sake, man, just like the AC is 12. You need 12 to hit him. all right, I have a +4. So if I roll a 8 or more, I'm going to hit. You calculate it once, and then every time your turn come, you roll your dice. Is it above 8? Then you hit. Is it not? Then you don't, right? It's like you don't have to say like, I roll a 12, and then GM say, you hit. And then next round, I roll 13, and then you wait, and the GM say, you hit. And then next round, I roll 11, and then you wait, and the GM say, you hit. No, just fucking tell the EC to the player, and then you fucking solve this problem, and you don't have to get rid of the modifier, which are important.
The character is a 10th level fighter. Their proficiency bonus would be +4. That would mean you have to roll a 6 or better. Again, right in the sweet spot. If that same 10th level fighter is facing off against a red dragon with armor class 19, they need to roll an 11, still within the 6 to 13 range. Rolling a 6 to 8 in combat is satisfying. It gives your character a 60 to 70% chance of success. And that feels right. You succeed more often than you fail, but you're still failing once in a while. Because if the players always succeeded, the game would become boring. D&D is built to keep you in the 6 to 13 sweet spot. Now you're saying, that's interesting, Professor, but you're not telling me anything I didn't know. Well, I'm going to tell you the mind-blowing part in just a second, but first, a word from our sponsor, Tailspire.
Deathbringer here.
Les barres tendres et les barres croquantes cachis sont faites de vrais ingrédients simples.
When it's not like a fucking sponsor, it's an ad.
Players live to level up, and part of their fun is seeing their character improve. But it's all an illusion. Characters never really improve. It's all a fugazi.
Fugazi, it's a wazi, it's a woozy, it's a fairy dust.
As characters gain levels, they get more bonuses and more math rocks to roll for damage. But the monsters get commensurately more powerful too. At first level, you fight goblins, second level orcs, third level hobgoblins, then gnolls and ogres and trolls and giants, up the monster food chain until you're face to face with ancient red dragons. But after all the number crunching, you're going to discover that no matter what the level of the character is, the actual number you need to roll is between 6 and 13.
Like and subscribe. It really helps the channel.
But Professor, that's not true. My 10th level character can kill orcs easier. Yes.
And between 6 and 13, right? That's not an insignificant, that's 1/3 of the dice, right? It's not like insignificant gap. We know all the rules and make up our own, telling people it's D&D. That's what they're doing, right? Are you still on good term with those Slav who did the Red Room? They're not Slav, they're Portuguese, and I'm not in bad term. I'm not in term with them. I talked to them once, right? I just don't have interaction with them. I don't dislike them. But I don't have any interaction with them. So the guy that did the Red Room, right? Just like, they're fine. As far as I know, they're fine people. But I don't know, I don't follow them very closely or anything, right? They do their thing and I do mine. I wish them the best. They always seem like decent people to me. I don't know. They cozy up a bit with Pundit, but it's okay. This is literally just yet another Matt Colville Solutions springing 40 rules for the player. Yeah. Slub video, you're right. Who are we kidding? Every player is a power gamer. You're sure, old man. Well, he literally said, okay, you knew all this already, so let me show a sponsor down your throat. Give me more value before you had a sponsorship. Yeah, Miguel and Sylvia. Yeah, they always seem like, I don't know. I don't have any issue with them.
It's absolutely. And romp encounters against hordes of low-level monsters can be a lot of fun. But eventually your game master is going to have to put you up against something more formidable. And to hit that monster...
That's always like, oh, you start at the start of the monster manual, and then you go through it, right? Like the monster manual was classified by CR, I guess, right? Just like, oh, now you've done fighting goblins, and now we're going to move on to orcs, right? It's like, that's such fucking slub gaming, right? Oh, why are we fighting the orcs? Well, because they're level appropriate. That's such fucking like low level fucking gaming.
Monster, you're going to need to roll an 11 to 13. I know some people in the comments are saying they refuse to believe it. They're going,
also a problem with like the power curve in D&D, like that. You know, your character at level 20 is much more powerful than level 1. So like, there's no point in fighting like a level 1 guy, right? Even if I get like a 3 level 1 guy, but yeah, watching we ended up at the player face an Adrian the first session, exactly. Then we run away. That's what we did.
La 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 la. You don't know what you're talking about. I have met or played D&D with Tracy Hickman, Gary Gygax, Wolfgang Bauer, Jonathan Tweet.
Who fucking care? Who fucking care? Like the first people, you know, like should we fucking like ride the first bicycle that was invented? Should we never fucking move on from that? Like a guy made a bicycle like in the 18th century, and obviously it was the best bicycle and the way the bicycle should be forever. We shouldn't even fucking move from that. Like we should we should still fucking drive Model T car, right? Because that's how Henry Ford made his car. And you know, like the first time that like the inventor of something is not necessarily like the best guy to do that thing. That's fucking insane. You only see that in role playing, right? Just like.
And I just had Mike Merles on my show, and they can confirm. Well, Gary can't, but everyone else can confirm that what I'm saying is the truth. This is my all-level DC chart for all tasks.
For all tasks at all level in D&D, the character is highly skilled, 6+. That's fine, I guess, right? Just like but don't call it D&D. You know, you're making like your own, like that's very. If you want to go extreme rule light, right? Basically, your character is either skill, somewhat skill, or unskill. Just put that on those fucking character sheet. Now you're going back to playing like you're playing a. Can work if you're satisfied with that and if your player happy with that. That can work. Don't fucking call it D&D. D&D has rules, and they're not that.
Asks. Just asks, is the character highly skilled, somewhat skilled, or unskilled? Highly skilled is something that your character would be proficient in, like climbing, picking locks, or sneak attack for a rogue, or killing stuff if you're a fighter or barbarian. If you're a highly skilled barbarian, minion level orcs are 6+ to hit. An elite leader type orc is 8 or better, and the boss orc is 12 or better. Instead of having your players consult their character sheets every time they make a roll, or recalculate them because they're using a dagger instead of the mace in which they're proficient, just tell them what they need to roll. This chart is for picking a lock, knocking down a door, saving throws, everything you can imagine. A highly skilled rogue picking a...
Like, give your character that as a fucking character sheet, right? Instead of giving them a character sheet, give them that, and then let them decide. Oh, I'm trying to hit this orc with my dagger, with my axe. I'm a barbarian. I would be highly skilled at that.
Simple block 6.
The cats walk on the keyboard and played the video, right? You just have to tell them like, oh, this guy's gonna be like this guy's a minion. This guy's elite. If that's what you want to play, you can do that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Medium lock 8. The ultimate lock 12. A ranger with a high con.
Most people play D&D with a bunch of autists and social reject. Yeah, I'm most people. And they're calling us actor. This guy literally make up rules on the spot. They don't even play the game. Yeah, we use homebrew, like skipping the initiative system, but we stick to the rule. And like, I don't know if it's even fair to say we use homebrew because we use the rule of the game. We just don't use all the rule of the game, right? But they use even less than us, and they cut them like PDM kind of guy, right? Like a Professor Dungeon Master. Like a lot of the OSR artists, they're very stickler. Like, you know, if you go like on the John Torres, like the basic expert kind of like side, they're very like stickler about playing raw and stuff like that. But
Constitution needs to save against a giant spider's venom 6. So what about monsters? I call this technique a quick sort. Instead of rolling for every individual orc one at a time, I just toss a fistful of d20s. Anything 15 or lower is a miss. Everything 16 or higher is a hit. And then I just assign average monster damage. Most frontline fighters have an armor class of 18 or 19.
So what's the point of wearing armor in that game? Everything 16 is higher is a hit. Does it matter? If it's like if you start getting the wizard, which only wears robe and has low dex, the rogue, which has leather armor and high dex, or the knight in plate armor, right? When you do that, yeah, you speed up combat, but then you make the choice of the player of the players meaningless. So you're just turning them to human dice roller.
19. Rogues don't wear heavy armor, but they have a higher dexterity to compensate. Wizards have shield spell. In every case, you need a 16 or better to hit.
Like, yeah, they have a shield spell. Do they have it on? Is it activated? Right? Is that, like.
The commenters will say, well, if you just do that, you're giving the game master tremendous power, and then it's all arbitrary. The whole game is arbitrary. Why is an orc armor class 13? Because someone made it up.
Yes, the whole game is arbitrary. Somebody made it up that the orc has an armor class of 13, but once it's made up and it's on paper, then it's fixed, right? And then you have a reality of the world, right? Like if you change it on the fly all the time, it become more arbitrary. Yeah, Professor DM, to play better D&D, don't play D&D, which I think that's fair. That's actually good advice. Yeah. The whole game's arbitrary. Why would I play the game with you then if you don't respect the game we play? It's like there's a tipping point, right? Obviously, you make stuff on the spot, but there is a tipping point where if it can become like too arbitrary that it feel like unfair. I don't think that's what is. I don't think it's falling into that now because you have a system, right? It's gonna say, well, if it's a minion, you need a 6+ to it, and if it's a right, so it does have some values. So I wouldn't say it's all arbitrary in this case. But there is some point where you can become like too much relying on GM fiat.
Orcs aren't real. No one is an expert on orcs. Brands and years of marketing have imprinted the idea in players' heads that published games are legit, that the rules are fine-tuned and rigorously play-tested by experts in lab coats. The homebrew rules are just made up, and game masters can't be trusted because they might be insane and ruin the whole game.
How to make an amazing scrambled egg using this lovely stuff made from ingredients.
I have like oh no, yeah. I have like add in English now, but there's French subtitle.
Not doing a water landing with a 747 here. It's an elf game. Just pick a target number. Now, I'm not saying you should never have a target number of 18, 19, or 20. Something like a Dragon's Breath has a DC of 21. Most high-level characters have a dexterity bonus of +3. You figure 18 or above. But you don't have to stop and overanalyze it. Target numbers of 18 and higher should be reserved for only the most difficult tasks. And I really recommend you not put armor classes that high because it becomes frustrating to hit the monster. Better to lower the armor class and give the monster more hit points so every player feels like they got a piece of him. And now for the second secret. This one comes to me from Jonathan Tweet, one of the...
Like, I don't disagree. Like, yes, you can just make up the difficulty. You're you're making up on the fly, right? So, how is it to jump from one roof to the other? You just make up the difficulty level, right? It is arbitrary. You have to make it up on the fly. You don't want to overthink it. Like, it's not maybe enough time to say, well, okay, let me check. It'd be like 10 feet across. So the difficulty level, and then like, let me consult the chart, right? That might not be like the right time to do it. Like, just make it on the fly. Is it hard? Is it easy? And having those idea of like what difficulty number for something hard, something very hard, something easy, something moderate, right? Having an idea for that of those range is useful. I don't have a problem with that part. What I have a problem with is when it wants to take away all the modifier, right? And just make it something on the roll and assume that basically every character is equivalently competent at everything, basically, right? Or you say, oh no, you can be on skill or skill on that, right? No, just fucking give the number to your player, and they can figure out their fucking modifier. Or you're playing with retard, or you're playing. I need to not swear too much because of YouTube. Apparently, I'm getting punished now. But are you playing with people that are so math illiterate that adding 5 to a roll is difficult for them? Maybe that's a problem.
designers of 3rd edition and the 13th Age. He told me that when designers at Wizards of the Coast want to playtest mechanics, they don't roll out individual monster damage. Most of the time, they just use the average monster damage, which is how that statistic ended up in a D&D stat block. If my players are facing hordes of orc infantry, I just assign the average monster damage. See, when you roll damage dice and do your calculations behind a screen, your players are just sitting back.
Alexander said D&D already has a ascribed difficulty to DC check. DC 5 is easy, DC 10 is normal, DC 30 is almost impossible. But if you use description listed in D&D, you realize the number are just too bloated. Yeah, I agree with that. And also, like, modifier too small.
Passively, waiting for you to do math in your head. You may not think it's that long as the game master because you're actively engaged, but I'm telling you, as a player, I am sitting there in...
Like, what if you play D&D, you cut all difficulty level by, what would it be, by to 80%, right? So you cut them all by 20%. Would that be the automatic would work? And then instead of using a D20, you would use a D12. So you keep the modifier the same. 8 of 20. No, I guess that'd be 60%, right? You keep the modifier the same. You lower all difficulty level and EC by 40%, and then you roll a D12 instead of a D20. That could be interesting. I would need to work the math a bit better, but it would make the modifier much more impactful, and the dice roll less impactful. There could be something interesting there. There's your next spin of D&D. Hello, Dungeon Minister. Nice seeing you. How long does it take to roll damage? I've seen player add up damage on their finger, so maybe it's a thing. But really, roll, add, announce. It's not a long process. I agree with that, right? And now, like, if you're that bad and you roll a bunch of dice, maybe use a dice roller on your phone, or if you play online, right? Say you have those things. There's solution now, but yeah, or just do it by hand and get better at it over time, right? That's also something you can do. You can use that as a maybe developing your math skill a bit. Your basic math skill won't hurt you.
Agony as you figure out, is the orc causing 10 points of damage or 11? It just doesn't matter.
It just doesn't matter! It just doesn't matter!
Using average damage speeds the game and allows you to focus on the narration of the action. As in, you block it with your shield, you jump to the side, but the orc clubs you in the skull for 5 points of damage. Next round, you're up. But Professor, I'm a DM. I like rolling dice too.
Like using average damage for monster damage. I don't have a problem with that. I'm okay with it, because as a DM you have plenty to worry about, and I don't think that takes away much from the game, because then there's no part of the character that mitigate the damage. Once you had the roll for damage, there's no more input from the character, right? So outside of that hit point, so I'm okay with that.
So do I. Rolling dice is fun. Use average monster damage for the minions. When it comes to boss fights, get a bunch of those damage dice and boom, right out in front of everyone. That way, instead of waiting for a result, the players can see the result. They'll be leaning over to see what you rolled. Now they're actively engaged instead of just passively waiting for a result. Roll it in public. Your players know that you're not pulling any punches and you're not trying to kill them. You don't kill characters. Dice kill characters. Now, should you tell your players these secrets?
Also, like, one thing I want to say about rolling for damage and taking time to calculate it. If you get it a little wrong, right? You add your dice and you say, "Oh, I got 17," and then and then the next player plays it. Oh, don't go back and say, "Sorry, it was 18 actually," right? You made the math wrong. It doesn't really matter. Just fucking move with it, right? And do better next turn, right? Even if you're like, "Oh, I said 17. Like, sorry, I miscalculated. It's actually 16," right? It's like, yeah, doesn't change much, right? Like, at the worst case scenario, like, take away a point next time you do damage. But don't stop the game for that, right? It doesn't matter enough to be worth you're gonna be 1 point, maybe 2 off. Don't stop the game for that. It's honestly
No, it could destroy their enjoyment of the game. It's like knowing how a magic trick was done or working at a haunted house.
Dungeon Minister say, I want a variable damage. It adds to the narrative. The orc just nick you or the axe crash down on you. Ouch, 7 point. Yeah, I agree that it adds narrative impact and the swingness can be interesting. I think both are valid way to do it. If you have like fewer monster, like maybe if you're just like fighting one big monster, a few monster, like that's a valid way to do it. It's when you could do like the horde enemies, then maybe like average damage is worthwhile then, right? If you have like 5 PCs fighting against like 12 kobold, right? Then maybe you want to start using the average damage. Like they're different tools that I think both have their use. If every hit always do the same amount of damage, there's the story to the fight. Yeah, I agree with that. That's a fair point. Did I hear Dungeon Craft right? Just lie to the player what rules you're using, otherwise you're ruining the magic of the game. I think it's playing with people that are very low on self-awareness.
Once you do that, it's very tough to be scared again. So keep these secrets on the down low from your players, but by all means, share this video with any other Dungeon Master you think would find it interesting. And share your comments and tips below. Also below, you'll find links to my Patreon, where you get...
I did share the video through that reaction and share my comments. So I think at some point he's making like that. He's right. It doesn't really matter. It's arbitrary and stuff like that. Like, but you need to preserve the specificity of the character. Otherwise, the choice that the player makes become meaningless. Player made choice when they made those characters, right? So since Nora was talking about like the DM lying to the player, we're gonna go to this video.
Centrum,
by Tabletop Family. Is your DM, if your DM was lying to you, would you want to know? By Family Tabletop. I've reacted to one of his videos last month, I guess, and I liked it. So I will see what this is about. I have no idea. I have no clue. Let's play that.
Want to know if your dungeon master was lying to you. You know what I mean?
What do I want to know if my dungeon master was lying to me? Yes. But what does it mean for the dungeon master to be lying when the dungeon master is making stuff as he go, right? He's making stuff up on the fly. We'll listen and see what he has to say.
I ask a lot of questions of dungeon masters on my channel because I'm generally trying to learn how to play TTRPGs and how to learn how to be a dungeon master.
That's what I like. I like this very honest approach, right? It's like I'm trying to figure stuff out, right? And that's the whole point of those tear off your skin stream I would do, right? When I come with my friends, stuff like that, and we discuss a topic. We're trying to figure something out, right? That's why we take the time to discuss it on stream and say like, oh, what is that? And we're trying to figure out what's the best approach. I hide the framing of all this video. Here's what I like the discussion to be: how to preserve trust between GM and player, how to recover the trust if it broke at some point. Talking about this video, that'd be like an interesting topic.
Also often trying to learn how to be a player of tabletop RPGs, but there's a weird argument in tabletop gaming, specifically in the tabletop RPGs, about whether or not it's okay for dungeon masters to cheat, right? It seems to be a strange exception. Like if we were playing Monopoly or Magic the Gathering or a lot of other different games, it would be obvious to all the players that a person who is stacking their deck or stealing money from the bank would be upset with them, right? No one wants that player to be playing at their table. But somehow there's an exception that's been made, and it's kind of leaked its way into the tabletop role-playing game hobby. And that exception is that dungeon masters are allowed to cheat, right? And there are dungeon masters who argue for fudging dice, and there are dungeon masters who argue for changing monster stat blocks. There's even dungeon masters who argue for, let's say there's a murder mystery, right? And all the players at the table think that Julia committed the murder, but really it was Timothy. There are dungeon masters who would just change which NPC did the murder in the story. They'd retcon it, right? The players.
All right, that's interesting. You said a lot there, right? So you talk about fudging. Obviously, I'm against fudging because if you roll the dice, right, there's a reason for you to roll the dice. It's because there's some randomness there, and you should just go with the result, right? Like, if you want to have a specific result, just say the specific result, right? Don't roll the dice. But once you're committed to rolling the dice, stick with it, right? Because that's part of the game. So that's for fudging the dice. I'm against it. Changing monster stat block, kind of the same thing, right? Oh, there's this monster there. You decided on its stat beforehand, or you use them from the book, right? Roll with it. It's part of the narrative, right? You don't want to give like plot armor to the character. You don't want to make things more difficult. You can always readjust later on, right? But there's some situation, right? What if you bring reinforcement? Now, like, you're fighting those 3 guards, and you were expecting to be a hard fight, but now the PCs are mowing down through them. But the noise attract 2 more guards, right? Is that cheating? As a GM, you can make stuff like it's fair, right? It's still preserve the very similitude of the world, which is your number one priority as a GM. And it's plausible, right? There's a fight in the hall with 3 guards. There's going to be some noise being made. Nearby guards might run over, right? If there's, if the player took their time before attacking the fortress or whatever they're doing, right? And they make sure to count the number of guards on the premise. And then they say, like, yeah, there's 3 guards there on that night, right? They got this information. And now you're bringing 2 more. And oh, yeah, for some reason on that night, like, those guys were just like, they came to visit on their day off, right? And you try to make some convoluted reason, then it's cheating, right? But if it wasn't established, who knows? Yeah, they could be like 5 guards instead of 3. 2 were just on the other side. But then when you started making noise and the noise of fighting, they heard and they running over. So you could do that, which I wouldn't consider as cheating. When it comes to murder mystery, like, I don't believe making up murder mystery. Like, I often say, like, mystery happen. Like, you describe what thing that happened, and sometimes mysterious is there, or the player perceives something as mysterious, and they want to investigate it. And then you have a mystery on your end. And as a GM, like I hate this oh, we're gonna play a Mr. Mystery, and I have this story now that I want to put you through, because, like, there's this crime and I know who committed it, and I'm gonna plan some clue for you and stuff like that. And then the game doesn't become like a RPG anymore. It's not about like living this character in this world. It's about guessing what the GM thought of, right? You're not playing the same kind of a game anymore. You're not like immersed in your character and thinking in character. You're thinking about, like, oh, what did Max the GM came up with in this mystery, right? So I often say, if you want to do like the mystery right in RPG, you should be discovering the intrigue in the same time as the player, basically, like, or you're just like one step ahead, right? And you let them follow, right? For me, that's a much more honest way to do a mystery than just like, oh, I'm gonna put those clues in. Oh, you missed the clue. Oh, I need to move the clue around to make sure that you find it. Otherwise, you won't be able to solve this mystery that I thought of in my mind. And I want you to, I want to you to run through it, because I want to impress you with how creative I am and how clever I am, right? That's what people, that GM that run mystery that's what they want to do, right? They want to impress their fucking player instead of playing a game with them. They want to show them how clever they are. So I don't like that. I think like mystery happen in RPG, they happen all the time. because the player get intrigued by something and they want to look into it, and as a GM you don't know where that is. It's just something you throw away. You just something that you put there because it fit or whatever, right? You didn't think too much about it, but now the player want to look into it. Well, now you put fuel to that and you follow it, or you follow it along.
Players don't know, so who cares? I have my own strong opinions about this, and most of the time I find myself alone in the camp that I don't think dungeon masters should be allowed to cheat. I think there should be elements of the story that are grounded in some kind of, I don't know, epistemology or something. There should be some kind of grounding factors.
I like the term epistemology. I often talked about epistemology in RPG. I think I even have like a video titled that, Epistemology in RPG. So I think it's interesting in there. He's bringing that up now.
If there's mechanics in the game, the dungeon master should be beholden to those mechanics as well.
Yes.
Now, I don't know how players feel about this, which is why I'm asking the question. If you are a player in a tabletop RPG, I am interested.
Have a good day, Father Aaron. Thank you for dropping by. And see you some other day. Have a good game.
Interested to hear your thoughts and your opinion. If you found out your dungeon master was fudging dice rolls or changing stat blocks or swapping NPC, stuff, or retconning the story, or let's say you found out that the dungeon master didn't have anything prepared and they were just making up the story as they went, and they were lying to you about the fact that you were playing a deep story, because a random encounter game.
Yes. All right. That's something I have, like, if you like, don't pretend you have a story plan if you're making stuff up as you go, right? But also, like, I think you should be making stuff up as you go, because you're playing a game. You're not there to tell a story to your player. You're there to play a game with them, and the game is to figure out what happened, like to figure out what the story is, right? The players have to decide on the fly how the character act, and you as the GM has to decide on the fly what's happening in the world and how the NPC react, right? That's the game. That's what we're doing. You're not there to tell a story. So there's no lying there. Like why would you pretend like, oh no, I had planned it all along? Like, wasn't that story super cool? I thought of it all along and I was just dragging you along for, like, what kind of fucking lie would that be, right? You'd be like, the lie the GM, the most common lie the GM makes to the player is like they invite them to play a game and they tell them a story. That's the main lie the GM do to the player. You say, oh, come, we're going to play a game together. Then you show up and you're just there to go to sit there to where they're telling you a story. And that's a lie I can't fucking stand. Are we talking GM trying to impress our friend? Yes. Yes, I was just talking about that. Yeah.
Game cannot be a deep story. There's no argumentation about that. That's just out of the question. It's ridiculous. It can't be a deep story because it's just random stuff happening, right? It's a modern Star Wars movie or something. Then this happened. Then this happened. That's not deep story. Okay, so if you found out your dungeon master was lying to you in one of these ways, you came to the table with some thought that you were about to play a real game where your choices mattered, and then you found out that your dungeon master was subverting all your choices by changing dice rolls or flipping monsters.
And why do GM want to change dice roll and change monster and change? It's because they want to tell you a story. Like you said, like you come to the table thinking you're gonna play a real game, thinking your choice is gonna matter, but the GM is gonna fudge the dice roll and change the thing on the fly, right? That is because you want to tell you a story. And then, oh, the dice roll doesn't fit in the story I want to tell. Oh, the character action doesn't fit, the PC's action don't fit in the story I want to tell. Why you said my connection is slow? Let me know, guys, if my connection is bad. Like it shouldn't be. But anyway, sorry. Let me know in the chat if I'm going robot or something. Not that there's anything I can do about it. But yeah, so the player come to play a game, and then the GM wants to tell them a story. That's the number one lie, right? And that's why we see that's where all those other lies and all this other cheating come from.
monster stat blocks or giving you a random encounter story that wasn't possible, like it wasn't possible for it to be deep, would you be upset? Would you continue to play the game with that dungeon master? I know my own opinion is probably leaking into the framing of my language, but I am interested in understanding your perspective and your feelings about this. I'm just one person dungeon mastering and playing in games, but I'm interested to know, like, is the whole of the TTRPG hobby space filled with people who are okay with being deceived by dungeon masters? Because
yes, yes, the whole of the TTRPG scene is filled with players that are okay with being deceived by the dungeon master. That's the vast majority of it. I'm not, but the vast majority of people are. The whole fucking like the subbies relying on that.
I'll just say it. There's a lot of dungeon masters who argue for dungeon masters to be able to lie, right? There's whole channels. The dungeon dudes have a video that tell other dungeon masters to just fudge the whole thing, right? If you're in the case, if you're in the situation where your players have made choices that might lead to a total party kill, just change stuff, flop the numbers around, fake the dice rolls, whatever. Anyways, I wholly disagree with this, but I'm definitely interested in hearing your thoughts and your opinions. Would you be okay with your dungeon master lying to you? Would you want to know? Anyways, I look forward to reading your responses. God bless.
To be able to to be allowed, I guess, or to be permission from above. A very interesting video. I don't know if you're gonna watch that. I think his name is Ian. I forgot. I'm sorry if I got your name wrong. Family Tabletop. Very interesting video. Like I said, I like, yes, I think like most people in the hobby like are okay with their GM lying to them, but I'm not, right? And I think that, like I said, the biggest lie is like people come to play a game and then GM's gonna tell them a story, and all those other things that he says stem from that, the fudging the dice, the changing the stat block, right? I said before already in this video, but I'm gonna say it again now. The number one priority of the GM is to preserve the verisimilitude of the world, right? Make sure that the world is believable. The mechanics of the games are there to represent kind of the physics of the world, right? The world, the way the world works, right? They're like the love, gravitational and stuff like that of the world. If you fall, like, if you fall from a ledge, this happen. If you get hit by a sword, this happen, right? So you have to respect that. That's part of the reality of the world. And if something like thing cannot feel arbitrary, if you want to add something to your world, like as a GM, you can make stuff up as you go, but those things that you make up should always feel like they're justifiable by the world, right? They cannot come out of nowhere. And if you're there and you're honest and you're coming to the table as a GM to play a game with your friend, and the game's to figure out stuff, like making up stuff as we go and figure out what's going to happen in that session, and you don't come up already with a solution plan, like, when you come up with a story, you're cheating, because you can control where this game is going to go much more, and you're going to steer, like, instead of like coming to play this game where we figure out stuff as we go, and we're there at the table to figure out what's happening in this narrative through the game's mechanic, through the game that we play, through the choice of the characters, right? Now you coming with a story, you coming with the you can steer the solution where you want, right? And you have this power that is the game cannot work in that sense, because the GM need to have like a certain amount of power. But when you come in with a story that you're going to steer and make the character action decision irrelevant because of that, you're abusing this power, basically. I don't know if I'm being clear. It's there's a lot of like I'm coming up with this explanation as I go, right? There's some stuff I talked about before, but like I'm trying to answer this question there on the fly. I could do a better thing if I was, and maybe I'll come back to make a video on that at some point, make a proper video reply to that, or maybe not a video reply, but just like a self-contained video on that, because that's an interesting topic. So I'm glad, Family Tabletop, that you brought that to my attention, and hello, John Tate, for joining. So yeah. So lying, no, you should have like I trust gaming, and the number one thing is like, yes, we're all there together to play a game together, and the game is we're making up stuff as we go, and we're figuring out what's happening in this narrative through play, right? If you come up with you already know what's gonna happen because you have a story plan, then yes, you are not playing the game honestly. Good video. And so we're gonna go somewhere else now. What should we gonna watch? Okay. Since we're on the cheating topics, there I got something else that's related.
You'll never.
Strap in, folk. We're going with the DM's lair. 5 ways every dungeon master cheats. So I guess that's very appropriate. Oh, thank you, John Tate, for this £5. Yeah, thank you very much. With no message. So let's listen to Look Art. Oh no, another ad.
Heureusement, yeah. We had the bandit leader surrounded. No escape, no tricks left up his sleeve. I grinned, raised my sword for the final blow. However, before I could roll, the GM cleared his throat. You hear a loud boom, he said. He scribbled something behind the screen and then continued.
Fell asleep during the Professor DM video. Well, I'll try to scream in the microphone like periodically to make sure you stay. Dave!
A hidden tunnel collapses behind the bandit leader, revealing an escape route he had planned all along. As players, we all just stared. None of us had spotted a tunnel when we searched the area before. None of us had heard any hint of it before, but there he went, vanishing into the darkness, as though the Game Master had just written the escape tunnel into existence 5 seconds ago. Because, well, he had. Hello, folks. Welcome to the DM Lair. I'm Luke Hart, and on this channel, I share my nearly 30 years of Game Master experience so that you can run amazing games.
30 years of game mastery.
That your players will love. And today we're talking about my dog down here shaking. Come here. Now you're going to be on YouTube. Oh, here she is. She's down here making a ruckus, distracting Daddy from filming. Are you adorable? Are you adorable? Hi, YouTube. Yeah, you're adorable. Good job. Now go like.
Is that a Chihuahua? Chihuahua mix, maybe? What do you think, guys?
Lie down. Be good. Anyway, today we're talking about 5 ways Game Masters cheat. Because the fact is, your Game Master cheats. And I can prove it. Now, some people will claim, and those that do are almost always Game Masters themselves, that a Game Master can never cheat. And that's fair.
Can't believe Mr. Max would throw up the 8 signs so casually. You can believe that? Have you ever met me?
They need to sleep at night just like everyone else. However, I'll let you be the judge about whether these 5 cheats are actually cheating or something else. If you're looking for a full 5th edition adventure that's ready to run and packed with flavor, you need to check out Where Nothing's Part. Whether you're brand or at the and then very slowly shook his head. Actually, the boss still has resistance to that damage. And then
he's telling a lot of story. Did we cover, like, is that the first thing, the first way? There's no chapter. Is that the first way that the GM lie? No? Like,
we all groaned. It was obvious he didn't want the fight to end quite yet. Changing dice rolls behind the screen is perhaps the most ubiquitous of all cheats that a Game Master uses. Often it's done to make outcomes better fit the GM's desired narrative or to the benefit of the player.
I hate when people put music there in the background of the video. Like, it's why? It's just like distracting. Just briefly turned into a live player for his wife and her. His wife and her. I don't know what you're talking about. His wife and her. There's something like, sorry, I get confused by that sentence. Okay, just tune into a live play for Sviander. Heard the referee say, "Why don't you give me a role for Don Constant?" Yeah, okay, my soul. Okay, speech. Oh, his wife and her Sviander. Oh, I got it. That make no sense. But yeah. I watched just that one a little while back. It was like, don't cheat the regular way, cheat my way, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So now he's talking about fudging dice. All right. Is he gonna say, oh yeah, they do that and they do that, and is there gonna be anything actionable on that video?
Here's characters. How to spot it. If the game master hesitates before revealing the results of a roll, or usually rolls out in the open except for important moments, they're probably fudging. How to cover it up. If you're a game master who does this and you don't want your players to spot it, always roll behind a screen. And if there's a roll that you need to fudge, decide the result before rolling so there is no hesitation. That way, no one will know if you change things. And while you're at it, you might as well just not roll any dice.
Yeah.
Maybe you have your cell phone that just kind of makes some dice rolling noise and stuff. I don't know. Just forego the dice and decide what happens. I mean, why bother rolling dice if you're just going to decide what happens? Is it cheating? Well, yeah. I mean, I think it's always cheating. Have I done it before? Yeah. Do I feel unclean and icky as a result? Yeah. Will I do it again? Probably, because I'm weak and flawed. But you know, I strive not to.
Okay, the delivery is not my style, obviously, right? I'm probably not the DM layer target's audience because I'm an old grumpy man. But what he's saying, I don't hate it. Like when he said, like, is it cheating? Yes. Have I done it? Yes. Do I feel dirty from doing it? Yes. Because I'm weak. Will I do it again? Probably, right? Just like there's an honesty to that, right? Like he knows in a sense that you shouldn't do it. But there's this temptation sometimes, and he's weak, so he fell to it. And he's probably gonna fall again for it, right? Just like, I don't know, there's something like there's this honesty in that, in the way he approached that I kind of like, outside of like him maybe being a bit tongue-in-cheek in it, like, and not feeling actually bad about it. But you know, I think you should feel bad about it if you do it. And I think, like, yeah, I think it's like I won't be too hard like on somebody that fudge dice once in a while, because yes, the temptation is there, and I understand, and people are weak, and I would say you shouldn't do it. And at some point, you should move away from that temptation. And moving away from the temptation is like moving away from having a specific result that you want to achieve, right, in the game, like that you want a specific point you want to go. If you're just there to play the game with the people, and you don't, you know, you're there to figure out what's gonna happen, then you don't have to say, oh, but I want this to happen, and the dice didn't roll my way, so I'm gonna fudge, right? That's where the temptation comes from, because you have a predetermined outcome, predetermined desired outcome. You're not there to figure out what the outcome is going to be. Yeah. If I'm playing with a 10-year-old, yes, I'll do that. If I'm playing with an adult with 10-year-old emotionally, no. I guess if you roll with children, right? But then, are you teaching them the right lesson? I think you're missing. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have children, and I don't have like interaction with children, and I'm not allowed to be near children. But there's a Christian subtext in this discussion. Yes, yes, we all falter. Yes, we are a sinner, but we have the quality to get back up and try again. Yeah. Agnostic are like, yeah, well, I'm just gonna make a big deal out of falling. yes, we all understand that we're sinner, and that's why we're supposed to have compassion, right? And we understand, right? Oh, yeah, I get it. It's okay. You have this temptation, you fell for it. That's all right. Move past it, say you're sorry, and try not to do it like in the future anymore. It is. It's a it's a role-playing sin.
Most of the time, kind of. Jokes aside, my personal stance is that if you don't stand by the decisions of the dice, there's really no sense rolling them. I don't care if it would mean a character's death. I don't fudge dice. I don't care if I would mean a TPK. I don't fudge dice. Let them die, I say. Death is preferable to fudging dice. So
much.
Pour mon assurance.
They all add in French. In the early days, I remember on multiple occasions having low-level party run to Spectre, total TPK every time. Our character died to teach our character died to teach referee not to completely overmatch us. Yeah. Also, he could run away.
Standing at a fork in the road, left to the mountains, right to the swamp. After much debate, probably a little too much, we chose the mountains. A few steps in, the game master grinned. You hear something large crashing through the trees ahead. It turned out to be the same ogre we were avoiding in the swamp. It's then that we realized there was never really a choice to begin with. The Quantum Ogre is also known as illusion of choice. The way it works is that no matter what the players choose, the game master forces the same encounter or outcome.
And that's again, the game master had a predetermined outcome that he wanted to achieve. And when character choice and character action went in the way of that outcome, like the first one is when the dice, when it goes and get in the way of the outcome that he decided in advance, then he changed the dice. Now when the character choice goes in the way of the outcome that he has already decided for the session, for the story, then he disregard the character choice and he make the Quantum Ogre appear, right? Just like they all those sins stem from the same thing, right? From the like you come in the table with a predetermined outcome that you want to achieve.
Or right, it doesn't matter. The game master has already decided and will just move a thing in the game world if needed. How to spot it. Watch the GM's body language. If they look flustered when you make a choice, but quickly recover with
like Zanarsi, was it a Quantum Ogre, or was it an ogre that the player chose to ignore and now he's still alive and undown the PC? I'm okay with it. Yeah, obviously there's a difference there. But like it probably was Quantum Ogre, right? 7 Deadly Sin of a RPG video. Yeah, that could be done.
With an oddly confident answer, the Quantum Ogre is probably in play. Hesitation and thinking are also clues. How to cover it up. Instead of locking in encounters, events, or other mechanics to a location or certain decision tree, introduce them when it makes sense. Don't even pretend choice exists, at least in your own head. Just be honest with yourself that you're keeping things flexible. Is it cheating? Not really.
I like when I say like just introduce them when they make sense and keep things flexible. Yes, keep things flexible. Like I said, that's gonna be the theme for now, right? You're there to figure out what's happening in the narrative as well, right? And the character action needs to be, and the dice need to be a part of that. You're playing a game, not telling a story.
Really? If I were running a fully improvised game, which I have done a time or two, encounters and other mechanics would be designed and placed on the fly anyway. So what's the big deal if, as a game designer, I make sure
how to cover it up? Oh god, it's this video advertising that when you get caught lying, just become a better liar. From what I've seen so far in that video, right? Just like he seemed to be, and what he did at least with the dice, right? When the dice fudging, he did say how to cover it up, and then he talked about the implication, right? So I think he's trying to provide value to people who want to cheat and don't care about it. Like, oh, here's to do it better, and then maybe he's gonna say like, well, if you don't want to do it, here's what you do. Like, I think he's trying to have his cake and eat it too. But a real monster called the Quantum Ogre, yeah, it doesn't enter the state until it's perceived Actually, more of a Eisenberg older. Yeah, the Eisenberg older than a Quantum Ogre. Eisenberg Ogre than a Quantum Ogre. Yeah.
Changes on the fly to a planned game to make the plot more interesting. I was once playing a rogue, and I tried to pick a lock in the dungeon. The game master asked for a roll, and I got an 18, but no dice. I couldn't open it. So we continued on, cleared several more areas, and then returned to the same door. This time, my roll of 15 to pick the lock succeeded. Now, the game master said that my first attempt had gotten me like halfway there. I don't know, some tumblers got stuck up in there or something, whatever. So a 15 was good enough, but we all knew the truth. It was inconvenient to open the door before we explored the other areas, so we couldn't open it until later. This form of cheating is when the game master decides whether a roll succeeds or not after seeing the results instead of setting them beforehand. Usually this is done to serve the story's narrative or because an adventure was designed to go a certain way. How to spot it. If two players attempt similar actions with vastly different results, or if a roll that should succeed suddenly fails, your game master is probably shifting DCs around on you. How to cover it up. Set difficulty levels in advance, even loosely, or have a simple standard. Above a 15 usually succeeds, below a 10 fails. Somewhere between those two, whoa, what a crappy standard. Be better than that, folks. I'm just a talking head.
I'm not a big fan either. But it's like I'm trying to see what the community is talking about. Apparently like cheating now was a topic, right?
You can do better than I. However, this is basically setting a difficulty, so why cheat in the first place? Just set a difficulty in advance. Is it cheating? Yes. If the roll doesn't matter, don't ask for it. If you need the player to succeed, just don't make them roll in the first place. If a character can't succeed, don't let them bother to try.
Like I wish, and you know, Luke got a huge audience, right? How many subscribers does he have? Oh, I thought it was more than that. 175,000K. Still a pretty big audience, right? And I wish he was a little like he's non-committal, right? Like I like when he say, like, "Is it cheating?" Yes, it is cheating, right? And then he say, like, "Well, you just set a difficulty. If it doesn't matter, like, don't if you can succeed or if you will succeed, don't ask for a roll. Just say yes or no, right? Just like what he's saying there, right? But the spot of how to do it better, how to cover it up, right? How to, if you know, is trying to cover all his bases. I wish you would take a stance, right? No, you shouldn't do it for that reason, right? Be a little more like take a moral stance, a little stronger on it.
Try. In another game, we were getting ready to fight a dragon. We rolled initiative, and a couple of us got high rolls, but the dragon still went first. And then its minions did fairly well too. Now, if this were a one-off...
Nos enfants sont toujours en compétition l'un contre l'autre.
Morad, in French. Most of the time Winster, yeah. Slop. This is the first video I watch that would be better off with an AI voice actor than a real voice. It's a bit overdoing it. If you need the player to succeed, and I'm stuck in the GM story again. No, exactly. Yeah. It's no honesty.
Pattern.
It's the lack of honesty from the DM. I could fail, but the GM wouldn't let me fail. It ruined the neat little story he wants to tell. Exactly. Type pot in a full ad. Yes. Obviously, they're delicious.
Boss fights specifically.
I like the white one the best. They're a little softer.
Bosses almost always went first or close to it. This is a special form of dice fudging where the game master manipulates initiative, making enemies go first or staggering turns in combat to make it flow a certain way, usually a better way, because when all the players go first, it's lopsided and a little boring. If all the monsters go first or last, same type of deal. So staggering initiative order in combat is actually something you see kind of often. How to spot.
That's he's kind of cheat. No, he's cheating in his video because like staggering the initiative, right, is fudging the dice because like the GM probably like rolled for initiative for his monster. So now we're back on the first You know, you said 5 ways every dungeon master is gonna cheat, and now your third, or is it fourth way? Fourth way is the same one as the first one. Now I'm feeling cheated.
If monsters always go first or initiative conveniently follows a perfect pattern, player monster, something's probably up. How to cover it up. Roll or decide initiative before the session and write it down. Or watch for patterns in your decision making and avoid them. Is it cheating?
Oh, look at that. Like it's suggesting me a video about one time old school. That's probably all my ginger thing.
Yes, but for certain game systems, I don't care. Here's the thing. Some game systems seem to be designed such that players usually do really well on initiative and monsters don't, or vice versa. What then happens is players all taking their turns and then monsters taking theirs. This results in lopsided, boring combat. As a one-off, it's not a big deal, but when it's every time, it gets really old. So for game systems that seem poorly designed in that regard, and I kind of see D&D 5th edition falling in that category, to be perfectly frank with you, I do fudge initiative rolls and try to space things out. I will still usually let 1 or 2 players go first, though. I want to be fair, not cruel. The bandit leader and his convenient escape tunnel are an instance of villain plot armor. The reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated is another tried and true GM cheat. Here, important villains always escape or survive, no matter how well the players corner them or how big the crit was. How to spot it. This is pretty obvious. If villains always seem to escape without a chance for players to interfere, it's probably plot armor. The game master probably has something planned for them to do later on, and they don't want to have their plans get screwed up. How to cover it up. Look, it makes sense that villains might have escape plans in place. If I were a villain, I sure would. I mean, I have multiple escape plans for my own house, and I'm not even a villain. Well, at least I don't think I'm a villain. I'm not the villain of my own story, but I might be the villain of your story. Anyway, the trick to make this feel organic and not like a last minute ditch effort to like screw the players over is to foreshadow the escape plan to your players. It shouldn't come as a surprise. So like right now, you know that if you ever try to break into my house, not only do I have multiple firearms that would make that a very bad proposition, but I also have escape plans. So don't be surprised when things.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like that's, you know, telegraphing. Yeah, that's fair. That last point is a good one. Well, I always like point, like when he said, like, yeah, fudging dice, is it cheating? Yes, it is cheating. Like, I'm feeling dirty for it, right? Just like, I might do it again because I'm weak, whatever. Like, I'm okay with that, right? Like, that's not a video it's not a video that I find like overly egregious, right? When you talk about the Quantum Ogre, yes, it's cheating because of that, right? It's like takes away the player choice. I agree with that. When he's saying that the villains like escaping and having like villain plot armor, I agree with that. This is the way that GM cheat, right? And that we see a lot. So I don't have like much problem with this video. Like I don't like that they say how to do it better or how to cover it up, right? I rather just say like, well, try to avoid doing it. Here's what you should do instead, right? And he's doing that too. So I would give him a pass on that. I wish he would understand like where all those cheating, all this cheating come from. And it comes from having a story you want to tell instead of being there to play a game.
Go poorly for you. Now, smart players may try to thwart the escape plan. And if they do, honor it. But if they don't, that's okay. Because when the villain does escape, they'll facepalm and know they could have done something about it because they knew there was an escape plan or there was foreshadowing about it, but they chose not to. Is it cheating? Look, if it comes out of nowhere and you do it because you need the villain to escape for plot purposes, yes, it's technically cheating. But, you know, if you do it once every few years or decade, like, who cares? Just do what you got to do. But that's just what I think. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Now, if you'd like to learn about 7 ways.
All right. That's enough. Yeah, I don't think this video was atrocious. I don't think it was. I would rate it not complete trash. No, it was okay. It was a. Yeah, I would give this one a pass. It's not terrible advice. I wish it was a little more committal about like telling people not to cheat, but and understand why people want to cheat. But it is what it is. All right, let's go I think I did a reaction to this guy. Last month for the first time. Power Word
Performing on the
Skill. So let me share that link for that video. And the theme for that is going to be The Secret That Makes DMing Easy by Power Word Spiel.
Players do some of the work. Make your players do some of the work. That's it.
There you go. That's it. Thank you for the video. I agree with that. Make the player do some of the work. Let the player lead the narrative, right? Like they're controlling the protagonist, so they should have a big impact on what's happening in, like, you know, you're not there telling them a story. Like they're co-creator in a sense, right? They're not just audience member. So there you go. You as a GM, you just have to figure out what the world is doing, how the NPCs react, and you react to what the PCs are doing. That's it. Thank you for 10 out of 10. All right, let's listen. Let's give him a chance to ruin it now.
That's the secret.
It's so simple.
But how do you do that? We often hear that D&D is a collaborative storytelling game, but in the official books and adventures,
we often hear that the D&D is a collaborative storytelling game, but we almost never see it because the GM is one to tell a story. Yeah. Who cares? I'm okay with that. You cheat, you learn, you adapt, you improve. Cheating isn't that big of a deal, but you do risk breaking the trust at the table. Not judge yourself if you care. When you cheat, you're also cheating yourself. You're cheating yourself of the experience of playing a game, right? Of playing this game and having this cool thing happening that you didn't plan out, right? You're hurting yourself by cheating. You think you want something, you think you want this cool story to happen, but you're missing out on the cool story that you didn't think could happen. Players are lazy, they contribute nothing, and I'll put them to work. Yeah. Make them drive the game alongside you. Yeah, we'll see what he has to say.
there isn't a lot of guidance about how to actually make it more collaborative. So today, I'm going to give you a bunch of ways to get your players more involved in telling the story and building the world, which will make them more engaged and make things...
He's saying some stuff, right, that make me cautiously optimistic. The mustache make me wary, though.
Easier for you, including a great way to make travel more interesting with collaborative storytelling, and some ways to offload certain admin tasks to your players, which will make the game more fun for them and less work for you. Are you already seeing the theme here?
Discovering 4D roleplay in front of our eyes. That would be great, eh? I hear story, I shudder. The story is what
more
happened.
Fun, less work. I'm also going to tell you about a Kickstarter from the sponsor of today's video, James RPG Art, that's live right now. More on Vanilla. The DM creates the world of Collaborable. I'm Kelly, and I'm taking D&D advice from
Kelly.
Vanilla Ice.
All right, stop, collaborate, and listen.
That's right. Even Richard Cheese and Vanilla Ice knew the power of collaborative storytelling. There's an idea going around that's perpetuated by many actual plays and D&D shows, and is making your games less fun. The idea is that the DM creates the world and the players play in it. But that puts all...
So far, it's going somewhere, and Kelly, like, you're getting some point there.
all the burden on the DM and robs the players of one of the aspects that makes TTRPGs really fun: world building. Collaborative storytelling is one of the most effective ways to increase engagement at the table. Your players are going to be much more invested in the world if they've had a hand in creating it. In the adventure I wrote to go along with my paper terrain arena build, I wrote a section with prompts for your players to build out a shared backstory together at the table.
That's funny because now he's talking about like this story that he wrote, this model he made, and then like NStalky or Nstalky. I don't know where the... I think cheating also comes from people running pre-written model and feel like they want to use everything from those books. You can't have a story pre-written, right? Like I think like the pre-written module, there's a way you can run them without cheating by being very an impartial referee. But then you're just like a human computer, right? You're just like following what the book tell you, and you have those specific set of rules. And oh, if this happened, roll a dice. If the result is this, then this happened, right? You're just there to be the decision tree, basically, like following the decision tree and being a algorithm. Giving extra point for using cheesy rap song that actually fit with his point. Well, I don't know if I support that.
The idea was to give the players some shared history that they could use to roleplay together. Running that session 0 and building out their characters and their
yeah. And he's talking about like building the world together in session 0. I'm a big supporter of that, yes.
Past adventures together turned into one of the most fun sessions I've played in a while. But how you go about it is really important, because depending on your players, you might just be met with blank stares when you ask them to make stuff up on the spot. By using guided questions and starting slowly, you can ease them into having some freedom.
If you're playing with idiots that have nothing going on in their mind, you might have some extra challenge. So here's some step to be able to keep playing with those idiots.
Well, then you can give them some more slack and maybe eventually even let them off leash completely. And yes, I am using a dog analogy because just like with dogs, your players need to earn their freedom with good behavior. And you need to train them by positively reinforcing their good behavior.
What about if you treat your player like equal, right? They're supposed to be your friend. Like, treat them like human being. This is like worthy of respect, right? I don't know, it's kind of weird. Like this power trip, this GM power trip, right? Like, oh, you're gonna use your freedom. No, what about like, I'll give you some, or you understand what you're trying to do here, and if you can deal with it, then we can play together.
Small treats like chocolate coins, or you can fit them with shock collars depending on what they're into.
Don't give chocolate coins as treat to your dog.
Before we talk about handing off some DM admin tasks to your players, which will keep them engaged between combat turns, let's talk about how exactly to dip your toes into the warm waters of collaborative storytelling. Asking your players to describe their own actions in a bit more detail is an excellent starting point. Most famously used by Matt Mercer with, "How do you want to do this?" When someone...
No. This out of character talk again, right? How do you want to do this? Just tell me what your character is, where your character is, what your character does, what your character says, right? And yes, describe what you do. But I gotta say something though for Kelly. I like how his video is put together. I think the rhythm is good. Like the information density is decent. Like the way he presents his point. It doesn't take too long to explain them. He doesn't dwell too long on each of them, right? I like, you know, I might disagree with something he has to say now, but I like the way present is, you know, I find it easy to listen. Yeah. I will take you on a walk, throw the frisbee and rub your tummy if you're a good little dude. Okay, stop before the furries show up. Yeah. The furries show up? I'm already here. Most people who play D&D can only feel respect through the game in their entire life. And that's not going to help if you just don't treat them like a human being, right?
Delivers a killing blow on Critical Role, Matt asks the players to describe how they go about it by asking, "How do you want to do this?" You can use whatever they say as a jumping off point for your narration, enhancing their idea. If they say, "I cut the ogre's head off," you can bring their idea to life. Sweat dripping off your brow, your muscles ache from heaving this greatsword. The smell of death is all around you, but you summon your strength, dodging a swing from the ogre's club. Catching it off guard, you cut through its thick neck in one blow.
Technically, I would be an otter because I'm not very hairy.
The body hits the floor like a boulder hitting the earth, and the head rolls to your feet. You can start with the killing blow, but you can take this further by asking your players to describe what it looks like when they take any action. What does it look like when you cast Firebolt? What does your spiritual weapon look like? What does the hilt of your greatsword look like? Having the players describe details about their characters is a safe starting point because it's something they're already used to. They created their character in the first place. But inviting them to add these little details at the table will give each player a moment in the spotlight while also making these characters really come to life in front of everyone's eyes. It'll also give the other players opportunities to roleplay with that.
It's been 2 years since that disaster struck. The city's population is now sparse.
Imagine if Katie was to figure out the anchoring action, right? When you do those little things to make your character exist in the world, right? And interacting with himself, interacting with the environment, right? Just like, oh, I rest my hand on the pommel of my sword, or rubbing the tip of the pommel of my sword with my thumb, where it all became shiny from this habit of doing that all the time. Is getting somewhere, but it's not there yet, I think. I think you should listen to my content a bit more. If you watch that, Kelly, I have some short video. Yeah, you should go watch some like how to roleplay, how to speed up combat, anchoring action. I got a series of like about half an hour video, which are really like 15 minutes video with 15 minutes talking to the chat. You should go watch. You might find something interesting there. Despite me being unpleasant.
As a lion figurehead, the other players can ask what the significance of that is when they're sitting around the campfire later in the session. Once you and your players start to feel comfortable with this dance, where they create some details about their characters and you bring them to life, then you can start to expand and prompt them to create details outside of their characters. Before we go over an easy way to solve one of the most common questions
so like I don't blame a power word spiel for not making the jump to 40. It's very difficult to break the mantra of how do you want to do this and realize you can expect the player to just do it without permission. Yes, and also like you kind of have to be exposed to it and exposed to why it is a problem, right? And that's why I'm doing those videos. Like, I tag those people like so they can watch also like the critic I make of their video, and they're welcome to come talk to me and stuff like that, right? It's just like, and I wish they would keep listening. I'm probably butchering a Platoscape. I'm not a. No, I think you're pretty much on it there. Yeah, you realize there's a Quantum Ogre living in that cave. Maybe I'm a bad person, but I can just get past the mustache. It's okay. It's not the worst.
I get asked, how do you make travel more interesting? I want to go over a great way to kickstart your players' imaginations if they have trouble coming up with details on the spot, and that's with art. Like art from the sponsor of today's video, James RPG Art. James paints beautiful to accompany Kickstarter random encounter tables. Attrition is one of the best options in any world. The Kickstarter went live on recently. I read a tool tip from the book, which is also an article on the Sly Flourish blog that I've linked down below, is to use travel scenes as a collaborative storytelling opportunity. Oftentimes, it can be difficult to balance making travel feel significant, but not make it feel tedious with random encounter after random encounter. If you don't have...
I think I made a video about time skip and location skip and travel. And I think I made a video about it. Didn't I? How did I call it? I forgot. Well past the mustache is his lip. Why would he want to get there? Like Nicolas is a mustache aficionado, right? I think like a overly groomed mustache or not great, to be honest. A well-groomed mustache is fine, but like when you make it like a conversation piece, you're overdoing it.
Have something specific you're trying to communicate to your players during a travel segment, but you...
That's interesting, like what Doc Flamingo said. If he was wearing a pit helmet, it wouldn't bother me. That's also a matter that if he was like wearing a pit helmet, if it was like in World War I, right? And he had a mustache like that, and it would be like the style of the day, then it's not a conversation piece anymore, right? It's just like the style of the day, right? So it doesn't come across as somebody that scream like, look at me, right? Give me some attention. So I think that's why you feel like that.
You still want to add some weight to it, try asking one of the players to describe a challenge that the party faced along the way. If they seem hesitant, you can tell them above game that they won't be punished for coming up with a challenge, and it'll be resolved through narration.
I think it's okay to be special, but there's like cheap way to be special, right? Like accessories and stuff like that, like, ironic grooming in a sense, right? Like they're like, be special for your idea, be special for your personality, be special for your principle, right? So I don't think there's something wrong with being special, but like I've been blessed with a Nietzschean mustache that sport it. Yeah.
Not combat and dice rolls.
Take it easy, kid. I just want to talk to you.
I find that some players are afraid of messing up or getting the party into trouble, so they shy away from jumping in. It can be helpful to create that safety net by explicitly telling them they're not going to have to use resources to get out of whatever this challenge will be, even if the details that the players come up.
And to be fair, also, like, I cannot, like, I'm an hypocrite for criticizing his mustache because I had like all kind of crazy facial hair and hairstyle, right? I had it all, right? So now I'm an old man, so I'm kind of like more chill about that. But I had like the long braided, that's the word I was looking for, braided beard. And I had the crazy mustache, and I had like just the huge sideburns. I had the pompadour. I did it all. So why am I to talk?
Up with don't exactly fit the world or region, try to bring their idea to life instead of shutting it down. The world is full of enticing mysteries, and if something is strange and doesn't quite fit, that can serve as a great plot hook that you can use later. Maybe your players will be intrigued by why there are draconic runes so far south, and they'll come back later and investigate. Once one of the players has laid out the challenge, ask another player to describe how the party overcame it. You can go around the table asking each of the players some guiding questions, like were there any close calls?
He's saying something interesting there, and I kind of stopped listening for a while. I got distracted by the mustache talk.
Tedious with random encounter after random encounter. If you don't have something specific you're trying to communicate to your players during a travel segment, but you still want to add some weight to it, try asking one of the players to describe a challenge that the party faced along the way. If they seem hesitant, you can tell them above game that they won't be punished for coming up with the challenge, and it'll be resolved through narration, not combat and dice rolls.
Oh, yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. No.
Take it easy, kid. I just want to talk to you.
I find that some players are afraid of messing up or getting the party into trouble.
Like, treat your player with some kid glove is what I'm hearing. This sounds like bigotry of expectation. Yeah. They're just player. Yeah. Don't worry. You won't be punished. It's going to be resolved through narration, right? Not a big fan of that. Yeah.
So they shy away from jumping in. It can be helpful to create that safety net by explicitly telling them they're not going to have to use resources to get out of whatever this challenge will be. Even if the
why, like, if they cannot get in trouble from that and they're not going to use resources, and like, what's the point, right? What's the, like, why? You just say that something did happen? Like, what kind of, where's the choice? Like, oh yeah, we encountered a dragon, but we killed him. So now we can just say we killed the dragon on the way on the travel. Like, you just want that to be happen off screen. Should you make them like much more smaller? Like, yeah, on the way the card of the wheel broke, but we fixed it. Did it delay you? No, because I don't want to be punished for it. Like, then it's pointless, right? And if you want to make it that pointless, just have it like, you don't need to talk about it like that out of character. Just like when you reach your destination, say like an NPC asks, "So how was your travel?" Then it was all right. Like one of the wheel took the card broke, but we managed to fix it pretty easy. Little alia of the travel. Have the PCs do a throwaway line like that, and then yeah, that's fair. That happened. Something happened during the travel, right? You don't need to make it like so. Jeremy, what happened during the journey? Don't worry, you won't be punished. But just come up with. Can you come up with something that happened? Like like it's you don't have to do that. I don't like the idea of asking player for what happened during your travel too much. Seems to me it forced them to start talking. Exactly. Yeah, it's 100% like going to go out of character. Resolved by narration. Yeah, the dragon killed you and you know Spectre and Shade. Yeah. I've used a similar strategy in my games when I ran the D&D session at the convention. Everybody was a level 5, new players plus PCs. I asked each player describe me one adventure you already have completed. Yeah, but that's a different kind of thing. That's fair, right? Like you just like it's basically telling me like, well, give me something of your backstory and why you're level 5 now. It's not like, oh, you're traveling and now like we're just gonna have this thing that's gonna be meaningless.
Details that the players come up with don't exactly fit the world or region. Try to bring their idea to life instead of shutting it down. The world is full of enticing mysteries, and if something is strange and doesn't quite fit, that can serve as a great plot hook that you can use later. Maybe your players will be intrigued by why there are draconic runes so far south, and they'll come back later and investigate. Once one of the players has laid out the challenge, ask another player to describe how the party overcame it. You can go around the table asking each of the players some guiding questions, like were there...
Did I react to that? When was that video uploaded? 4 weeks ago? Did I react to that exact video last marathon? That sounds very familiar, but it's hard to tell because sometimes like many channel say the same thing. Like, you know, like especially like when it's like, you know, like sometimes like during a week, everybody's gonna make the same content. I heard they have like those Discord where the content. I'm not on those, obviously. I'm on some Discord, but I'm not on those like for the mainstream D&D too, right? But I heard they have some Discord when they discuss those things, and then they all decide to make a video about it, right? Like when it was Dragon Week, but also like, and that's why we have those cycle, right? At some point, everybody's gonna talk about cheating. At some point, everybody's gonna talk, and sometimes also like one make a video and then somebody make a video in response and stuff like that. Yeah, secret group, exactly. And but you know, sometimes like, everybody's gonna talk about fudging, and everybody's gonna talk about getting your player to role play more, and which they don't talk about. And then at some point, everybody's gonna talk about having more meaningful, like, you know, like there's those topics that always come back on a cycle, right? So what he's saying there, I definitely heard before, but was he him saying that, or was it MysticArts coming with the same system, or like saying, or reading from the same Sly Flourish article and repackage it for himself? Yeah, 5 steps to steep speed up combat. Yeah, exactly. We always see those same thing. Last reaction marathon, we reacted to a power spill 8 battle tested trick to make the end. Okay, so it wasn't that. Thank you for for checking. So you know, I forget it. I make those stream and then I forget everything. I don't think about it anymore. I spend a day sleeping.
Are there any close calls? Any points where you didn't think you'd make it? What was something unexpected that happened? Why do you think this person, place, or thing was here? If at any point a player describes the actions of
it is all like out of character talk. That's like Dan was saying that, like, oh, resolves to narration, or and Stalky was saying that resolves to narration just mean like out of character talk. It's all it is. All right? We're not gonna play the game, we're just gonna pretend we played the game.
of another character, you can quickly jump in and ask that player if they feel that's true to their character, and if not, to describe something else that their character did instead. That can help keep the story.
Voici un des 3 bénéfices activés.
It's funny that the last bar spill video that I replied to was 8 battle tested trick to make boss fight unforgettable. Oh, okay, not faster, unforgettable, because I was saying that's basically like what Nstalk is saying. But yeah, it's part of the rotation, I guess, right? Skip.
Flowing, but can also make sure the players don't feel like someone else is taking control away from their character. If you have any information that you want the party to find along this journey, you can narrate them finding the information during the challenge that they face. It's a very cool experience as a player to create some detail in the world and then have...
Oh yes, and when you went to that cave, you found those scroll that says, you know, like that the guy you're looking for, the cult you're looking for, they're hiding there. Right? Why don't you just play it? It's kind of weird.
Have that become cemented in the world by having it tie into the main story. It validates your idea, and it makes you feel like you've contributed in a meaningful way. After you've had some fun narrating this challenge and its resolution, the players can arrive.
Like, why, instead of like making you feel like you contributed in a meaningful way, why instead of like making your player feel like they contributed in a meaningful way, why don't you make them contribute in a meaningful way, right? Just like, why do you have to kind of cheat this feeling on them? Because just if it's meaningful, don't have it happen off screen, right?
Arrive at their location. Congrats, you've done a bunch of good things and it didn't take any planning or prep. You've provided a break in the game by switching up the typical flow, which will help refocus your players. You've increased their immersion and engagement in the world by allowing them to create a piece of it. You've created a meaningful travel sequence, and maybe you've even given them another clue or piece of information to help further.
Like he's showing those scene, right, of travel sequence, but if something meaningful happened in those travel sequence, you see it on screen. It's not just like a narration saying, oh yeah, and while they were traveling, they also found the name of the sheriff that was stealing from the people. It's like they're gonna show it on screen if it's meaningful. And that's what we're seeing there.
The main plot. Once you start looking for these opportunities to let your players build the world, you'll start seeing them everywhere. When you introduce new NPCs or reintroduce old ones, you can ask a player to describe an unusual detail about them. During combat, when a player goes to make an attack against a creature, you can ask them to describe something unique about that creature. Now each of your goblins are unique on the battlefield, and you didn't have to think of a distinguishing feature for each of them. You can also extend this to location descriptions. Having your players design their own.
Wouldn't that build up to where most things happen off screen? Well, why not, right? Where's the distinction then? Like, I guess like you just gonna play through combat and shopping session, and anything else you just like happen off screen.
Own home base will make them that much more attached to it. But you can also ask them to help build out other locations that they interact with. What's something unusual about this tavern? What's an interesting feature inside this tomb? There's a massive statue in the...
Like, what he's talking about there, right? That's co-creation, and that's cool. But just discuss it in session 0, that they can like give the license for co-creation in session 0, so you don't have to stop the player and talk out of character. Oh, tell me one thing cool about this tavern, right? Have the character just say like, well, I'm sitting at a tavern and I'm observing the dragon head sitting above the fireplace. There you go. Now you said something cool and unique about this tavern. There's a dragon head above the fireplace, right? What's the story of that? We don't know. We don't have to. If you want, maybe we can figure it out. If you want to ask the NPCs and stuff like that, maybe it's fake. Maybe it's real. Who knows, right? But that's how you add something there, because then you don't have to. You don't have to step out of character to just like have this talk, right? And you don't have the GM having to prompt you. Have player describe a unique distinction of that creature. Is so close to 40. Yeah, exactly. I think he might be on, like, you should look into it. You should look into like what we talk when we talk about 40 and stuff like that. If you want stuff that like it's like trying to do 4D, but without having the in-character stuff, right? So it's like he's missing the 3D step in the middle. Yeah.
The town square. What's it depicting? What's the significance? This really is a cheat code. It makes the game more fun for the players and less work for you. It does, however, require you to use and practice a very important skill: sharing.
It's mine, you understand? Mine, all mine!
Very important skill. Like, like I wouldn't call it like that. Like, but I often say like the GMs, they need to let go of their like control, of the obsession with control, right? Like control freak GMs, they're terrible. You need to you need to stop seeing your player as audience member. You need to start seeing them as co-creator of the world, right? Or co-creator of the narrative, at least, right? So yeah, he's making some point, right? Like Zonala is right. He's so close. He's on track. Like there's hope for him. He should, like, if you'd be on board with the staying in character, and if he could realize how fast, and like Kelly, like I often say like that to her, like, I don't know if you're gonna watch this reaction. You're gonna be tagged in the description later on, right? So you can watch and listen to what people like. I often say that if you want to come talk to me or to us, right, you're welcome to, right? I'm always glad to talk to people if you want to explore some idea. What you're talking about there, you're correct. In principle, you just need some refinement in the way to do it, right? And the first step before you do that, and that would also help with speeding up your combat, would be having this in-character play and not being there to tell a story, like being honest that you're there to play a game, right? Not trying to tell a story to your player. But you're touching on something that is true.
It can be difficult at first to loosen your grip on your world a little and open yourself up to other ideas. This especially if you've put a lot of work into building out your world. I totally get it. You painted a beautiful Bob Ross landscape and your players came in and put a green handprint in the middle and called it a tree.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
But that's why it's so important to start slowly and ease your way into this collaboration. It's not just for your players' benefit, it'll also allow you to practice loosening up and getting used to other people creating in this incredible sandbox you've built. It'll also give you practice with transforming their idea.
Oh, Kelly, also, I have a tool on my website. If you go to drunkenclericgames.com/tools and you scroll to the bottom, I have a co-creation checklist. It's a PDF, it's a form-fillable PDF that you can use in session 0. You might want to have a look at that. So it's the drunkenclericgames.com/tools, but if you just go to drunkenclericgames.com, it's going to be pretty easy to navigate. It's a very simple website. So yeah, you can find a co-creation worksheet you might find useful. You're welcome.
Into rich details, taking that green handprint and transforming it into a beautiful oak tree, twisted and gnarled and full of rich history and juicy secrets. Your world will be better for it because your players will come up with things that you could never have anticipated, and it'll spark your inspiration in ways that you could never have accounted for. It'll result in this beautiful cycle of endless inspiration. You'll all hold hands around the table and sing, and then the heavens will open up and Mordenkainen himself will come down and kiss each of you on the forehead. Or it'll just make your game good. Either one. Now that you're fully on board with making your players do the work for you, let's quickly talk about a few admin tasks that you can pass off to them that'll make things...
Yes, if you want to come in, Zonara, you got the link. You can jump in, and at some point I might use you to go piss. Same thing for you, like Nicholas, right? You got the link if you want to jump in. You're welcome.
It's easier for you and less boring for them. Calendars. I like having a calendar in my game because I like to tell players how long it's been since this thing or that thing has happened. And inevitably to say, remember how we've been playing this campaign for a full year IRL? Well, it's actually only been a month since your characters met.
What year? I think that's important to keep track of time, right? And that's also like it's also like putting in perspective, and it's a good point also when you want to have like what I like injury taking longer to heal, because then it gives you choice to make, right? Do we want to try to push forward while injured, or do we want to rest but then time keeps passing, right? And stuff keep happening while we're resting, right? It make it a meaningful choice. You cannot always go to adventure fully ill, because sometimes things are time sensitive, and you say, well, you know what, I'm not fully ill, but that I will have to do because we need to act fast now. Times of the essence. So like using calendar, that's a very useful thing for that's very important. Like, or keeping track of time in some way, right?
Here is it. It was brand new.
But I find tracking a calendar very tedious, and it often falls by the wayside. It's the perfect thing to pass off to your players. Either print out a calendar and have them write important events in the boxes and then cross out a box every long rest, or use something like fantasycalendar.com if they prefer a digital option. There are a number of things during combat that you can give to your players so they have things to do between their turns, and it's less for you to...
Sorry, I'm gonna use a large... Okay. Sorry. The cat was walking in front of the screen. I couldn't find where you were. Yeah.
No worries. Sounds good.
How are you doing, man? Are you feeling better? Feeling a bit better? You're at the big cold?
Yeah. Definitely still have the fever, but I have a lot more energy today. I woke up 5 minutes before the stream started, so I'm not tired, or I don't want to be in bed any longer today. I slept so much, man.
Yeah. You just like at some point you get sick of being sick, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I feel like that. Like I'm still not 100% yet, right? Like when I talk a lot, I feel like I'm like my lung is still a bit clouded, and my throat still a bit hoarse. Like in everyday life, I don't really realize it, but like when I went kayaking this week, and like I could feel it, right? Just like I would get gassed pretty fast. Same thing with training and something,
Definitely.
Yeah. Look less pale. You get some sun.
I mean, I was outside for the wedding, so I did get some sun, but a couple days of sunlight. I don't know if that made an impact.
Well, yeah, counts. It's important to get sun. So you think Kelly could be converted?
Yes, I think we should invite him, have an intervention podcast talking about role play and all the pleasures that comes with it.
Yeah.
Show him the lights.
Like I said, like I always like always tag those. You know who that guy is, right? Warhammer 40K. You play with this guy, in a game?
No, I don't know him. He showed up in the last stream though, and I wanted to record a Crimes Against Roleplay, which being sick put a stop in that. And I don't know if it's that good. I mean, what I've scanned so far does not look promising. All the videos are dumped on the same day. So like here are the last 100 sessions played on Roll20 that we can upload on YouTube now.
No.
No cameras and some AI videos, I guess.
Well, maybe some other time, like I don't know, like to Night of Ascalon, because I like it's sensitive, letting like people we don't know on YouTube. It's a sensitive thing.
There have been naked people on camera before.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a
vetting
process.
Might have been me too. I don't know.
Huh? But
we need to spank you.
So yeah, like for the intervention, like I said, like I try to tag the people that I react to in the comments, so they get a mention that have been like mentioned, right? They get it, so they can watch, and hopefully like Kelly's gonna watch the comment I'm making on this video, and he's not gonna think I'm too big of an asshole. No, I'm a bit of an asshole. I know that.
Yes,
I'm trying to be not too bad.
There can only be so many egos in the room,
Yes. Yeah, Nicola said there's been an incident before. Yeah. But yeah, and yeah, the invitation is out there. I'm easy to reach. So would be glad to talk.
Yeah. Well, I've said everything in the comments, I guess, which you brought up. Yeah. So not much left about Power Word Spell. Definitely a better video. It's just that last step of you don't have to prod your players every time to create something. Tell them it's okay if they want to add something to the world without having to ask you for permission.
Those videos that are closed, they're almost like more frustrating.
Yeah,
that's right. Because like, oh man, you're just right there. Come on, can almost reach you. But yeah,
they are the horse that found the river, but they're still not drinking.
Work on his side. Is that true? Is that the contact? Is that true that the contact tab doesn't work on my side? It's possible. If you go on YouTube, I have like you can go on YouTube. You can go in the what's that? You can go in the contact section. Yeah, If you go on the channel page, there's a contact email there. That's true. All right,
yes, the website called Drunken Cleric Games with context. The URL is not found.
Oh, there you go. I'm easy to reach, guys.
Just send him a bottle letter, you know.
Yeah.
Throw it in the water. He goes kayaking sometimes, so he will pick it up.
Yeah. All right, I'll take a note and try to fix that somehow. Yeah. Let's finish up what he has to say, and then we'll move on to the next video.
Juggle. Initiative is an easy one to pass off. I use improved initiative, so I don't need help tracking the order, but having someone in charge of letting the players know whose turn it is and who's coming up next is very helpful. If you're not using something like improved initiative, then you can also have your players track monster HP. Just assign 1 or 2 monsters to each player and let them know when they get hit. This does give them a tactical advantage, but it also frees you up to be more strategic with your monsters, so I think it balances out. This next one won't be good for every player, especially those who are already overwhelmed by their own character sheet, but for more experienced players, you can give them control over any allied NPCs. Giving the party some allies for a fight can be a fun way to spice up the encounter, and it can also give your players a chance to play someone new with interesting new abilities. It can
that I really don't like. Getting a player the control of ally NPCs. Because I want you to see the world through the eyes of your character. I don't want you to be like, I don't want you to be that puppet master, right? Just like seeing the character from outside. I want you to be in the eyes of like seeing the world from the eyes of your character, being in the mindset of your character. And so if I ask you to switch you from one to the other all the time, right? It won't be the same.
And he is trying to solve the same problem of getting the players more involved to help lift the load that the game master is doing. But he sacrifices the player immersion by giving them houseworks about different monsters. And it's not their job, so to say.
Yeah. And also like you can, you know, if it's too much to have like those ally NPCs, have less of them.
Scratch that mid-campaign itch that some players feel where they get bored of their class and they want to try something new. Timers. If you have timers going for something in combat, like something
like when you talk about the character getting bored of their class and want to try something new, I'm also an advocate of like not having those super long campaign. At some point you've played for 5 months, right? That's probably enough. You probably explore what you have to explore with those characters, and in the story in this world, take a break, do something else. You can come back later on with those same character in that same world. Maybe a big like, let's pick back those characters, but like 5 years later, right? And what happened during that can be interesting.
Also,
we keep talking about doing that with the L campaign.
about which campaign do you mean?
The Wild L.
Wild Hell.
Yeah, when with the traveler one, we're like on the prison planet. Do like 5 years later, right?
Oh yeah, that would be cool. Yeah.
What are you about to say?
I'm trying to get it back in my mind, but I forgot, honestly. So, lost track.
Well, let's keep going.
Is going to happen after X number of rounds. Hand that off. Give your players a dice or something physical to use to keep track of it, and collectively, they can remember to decrease the timer each round. Now that your players are taking some of the work off your plate and having more fun because of it,
I found like at the end, like he's giving like some kind of throwaway advice there, like having a timer, like have your players follow the timer, right? Like those are the things that are overwhelming as a GM, right? Like keeping, you say, it's gonna take like 5 rounds before this happen, right? At first, you don't say that to the player because they don't necessarily know. So there's that. So you don't necessarily want them to track that, but also like if you're not trying to keep a story going, you don't have that much on your plate as a GM.
It's like the Earth. Maybe I'm doing a stretch. The Earth mode video he talked about consequences, and basically, I stick to what I predicted. It's all about giving the game master more work, keeping track of everything, so that he can invent consequences for what the players did. Like, oh yeah, the world reacts. To us, that's normal, but there's like a crucial detail missing of you have to decide like how much in the nitty-gritty do you really want to invest, because it's a lot of time and it's a lot of energy. And I'm going to prepare. Like, how much am I preparing? I think about the game sometimes, but preferably I don't want to think about the game until 1 hour before I play.
Yeah.
Because 2 hours before I play, I make sure all of my houseworks are done. Nothing is on my plate. I have the evening free. 1 hour before, I prep for the game. What happened last time? Let's look at the notes. Let's come up with something cool that might happen if the players do a choice. What would be the consequences from the last few sessions? Like, did I miss anything? Because this way, I'm not fucking stringing myself along the whole fucking week. And then if the session doesn't happen because somebody's sick, it's gonna be a huge disappointment and it'd be a hit on my morale.
But it's also like you lose kind of this authenticity when you think too long about it, right? You start making plans, right? And like you're gonna pick up the session where it left off, right? So you wouldn't have that time necessarily. I like sometimes like I don't like planning. I don't like talking about the game between the game because like between player because like now we're gonna start making plan, and that's not organic. That's not like we're out of character now, right? So I don't want that. I don't want to have this extra time where we can just like talk about stuff. But as a GM, also like a lot of people like this idea that you have to loop back things from previously in your game, right? People miss that because they think about like, what should happen in the game next, right? And then they make up some stuff that would be cool to happen in the game. And I think that's the wrong side to come from it. I guess that's not really that's almost going back to Earth mode. It's not really talking to Kelly here. I think we're kind of done with Kelly. Wasn't a bad video. Like it's a frustrating video because like it's close on many things, right? And then like you kind of stumble on the last step, right?
Yes.
Or he's missing one important. But anyway, what I was saying is like when you shouldn't think about like what would be cool to happen in the game next, and like making plot point based on that. What you should think about is like, okay, those characters and like what's happening in the world, like those characters that are introduced, what are they doing now, right? Like, or the important player, this conflict that are introduced in the world, how is it evolving now, right? So you don't start like from a resolve you want and trying to work backward and adding thing that you already established. No, you're thinking about a thing that you established and how it's evolving, and from that, the thing happening is coming. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it's weird because I want to observe the players, see what they do, and give appropriate consequences. And sometimes it takes a few sessions until the consequences show up, or they never show up because the players are not looking at the place where the consequences manifest. So, but that is a great way for world building to happen. I can imagine a huge world, but the player characters are stuck in a dungeon dealing with the problem. Only once they come out will they realize, oh wow, everything changed while we were gone on dungeoneering adventure.
Yeah. There's been a coup happening.
Yeah.
Or whatever, right? Just like an invasion or.
Cette délicieuse recette de ramen.
Ramen. So there you go, son. Since you're gonna be suffered to that.
I don't like him. Well, not personally. I can't believe that he's a nice guy. I don't like nice guys.
Yeah.
That's my job. Don't compete with me, bro.
I don't know, but to be honest, like I always like react to DM layer. Not DM layer, MysticArts. DM layer is also like a frequent one.
Yes.
What is it like? I don't think I don't think up one cool thing that could happen at Order any prep. I improvise everything to and lean on 2 months of prep I do before each campaign to construct NPC environment. I think you can cut down on that prep. But yeah, that's basically like once you know the world, the conflict in there, the NPCs, things flows naturally. Nicolas said the title alone on this one. Yeah. Why DMing and directing are the same thing by MysticArts. One of the reasons I watch a lot of MysticArt, I always watch a MysticArt video on those marathon, is because he's one of the few guy that still like give DM advice, right? Like there's more obviously, but like I have some standard, right? Like I want videos that are watchable. They need to be at least better than me.
Oh, that's why you don't show my videos on these streams. I see.
No, and I also like want them to be like a bigger channel. Like I try to go for the bigger channel a bit, right? Like I don't
absolutely.
want to, somebody that's just beginning or somebody that's very like small audience and kind of finding his voice. That's fine, right? Just like I'll give you a chance to grow your audience, and then I go. MysticArt, even though he hasn't been doing that for that long, he got a big audience. He got like almost 50,000 subscribers, right?
Yeah.
And he gets a lot of views, and he's putting and his video are well put together. Even though like I don't agree with what he usually says, they're easy to listen to. And
I will say I have a problem that all the DM YouTubers sound the same to me. They make the same points. They have the same face. I struggle finding distinctive features. What makes them unique? And I guess that's like my problem. So I end up thinking, oh, that's his opinion, which was a different YouTuber, but I ascribe it to him, which makes me like dislike them less or stuff like that. So
that's
it's
what I was talking with this other video, right? It's like, oh, did I watch that already? Or was just another guy saying the same fucking thing, right? It becomes like, that's what we're talking about. Like when we talk the slop content, right? That's what it is, right? It all become like this gray goo tasting the same thing, right? It's like everybody repeating the same advice, no new idea, stuff like that. Making the same video every 8 months, right? It's like anyway, we'll give him a chance.
Okay.
Why DMing and directing are the same thing? You're right, Nicholas. This title is killing me.
First things you learn on a film set is the director is in charge of the whole show. But the director can't set up the lights or the camera themselves. They have to rely on collaborators that they trust and enjoy working with. So everyone on the film set is also a creative in their own right, with their own opinions about how a problem should be solved. It's a big group of creative people where everyone has their own opinion, and those opinions often contradict one another. You'll hear the director ask for something, and what happens next is a negotiation as creatives collaborate on creating something.
Yeah.
I'm making a prediction here. A key component that is missing from me of what he's talking about is there's a quality element. If you have people on the set working together to create something, you need them to be good craftsmen in their skill to give opinions that are worth a shit. If you don't, that's how you get like too many cooks in the kitchen. They all want to do different things. You're like making choices by committee and the film ends up trash. So I'm looking out for that in his video, if he's gonna address it or not.
And also if you're a good director and you have good craft people on your set, you have to trust them that they know how to do their shit too, right? You cannot always second guess them, right?
High trust crew.
Yeah, if you always like stop everything to go like double check what they're doing and stuff like that, things are not gonna get done, right? And there's a lot of money every day, every minute of filming is a lot of money.
But Mr. Max, that's why you hire middle managers.
Yeah, exactly. And Stalky said this is a fail writer guy. Well, I think technically he's working as a writer, so he might be actually like not that fail. Like I think his career is like writing it for a video game or something like that.
I will accept aspiring writer or improving writer. You don't have to stamp him with the big L.
But is bringing his writer side to a game where it shouldn't be
Yes.
the point, right? Oh, like you
Oh
said,
my
like
God.
MysticArts has good video, but I prefer Esper the Bard GM Inside is the best GM YouTuber in my own. Like
You're so wrong.
I'm subscribed to Esper the Bard, and he never feature in this in those marathon because he does like I don't see him often put GM advice, or they're not obviously GM advice from the get-go. Like he's gonna talk about
Yes.
like, oh, this monster, this setting, this ecology. Like he does a lot about like the lore and stuff like that. I don't see him or he doesn't like, maybe he gives some during those video, but he doesn't title those video that it's obvious to me that they're GM advice, so I don't pick them up. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think they'll both
Oh, there you
enjoy.
go.
So I think we should DM like directors. Welcome to MysticArts, where I tell you dice camera action still confuses me because I'm more used to the original phrase. My name is Dadi. I'm a professional writer and director, and I've been DMing for over 10 years. Let's talk about that word, director, because the word isn't author, but okay, fellow film nerds, yeah, the French auteur movement exists and auteurs are directors. But the existence of that movement and of that word kind of illustrates my point. We call them auteur directors because they're different than the lion's share of directors. Directors aren't authors. Their job is to pick a direction and keep the project moving in that direction. We're going to Morocco, says the director, but the director didn't specify the route, the stops, the exact location in Morocco, or the length of the stay. Just the...
What?
I'm also a bit confused. Are we talking about, oh, we are on a time schedule, so now it's time to move to Morocco to shoot the scenes for the movie? Or I assume that's his point.
He's saying like the like he's talking about like film director. Like they don't just give a direction, right? They say like they basically decide the framing of the shot and like the more or less the length of the shot,
Isn't that
editing afterward. Like the comparison is so like in movies you have fucking editing. You have writers like that decide the story beforehand, then you have director that decide how the is gonna be shot and all the direct actors, right? That's what they do. Like that's the term
actually
director. That's
exactly
that's the
his
main role they have.
comparison. Sorry, I'm talking over you.
No, is it good?
I happen to do that all the time, so I'm getting conscious of it now. Like he reminds me of like, wait, I thought that is a producer, right? Guys, we are on a time schedule, time to go to Morocco. We have 2 weeks to film, and then we pack up our stuff. So director, you are, you're doing all the other stuff. Collaborate with writers, show up. What's our script that we have so far? Let's check that. And go over that, and then you and somebody else is like, okay, we do these routes, these stops, we go on those streets, and let's take like the big palace. Let's coordinate with the people of the palace to make the shots there, right? I don't know how they do it, right? That's all trade secrets. That's like negotiations. That's being known.
Yeah, that would all be like in the producer, like, but he's saying like the director doesn't do that, but like they say, like the director is gonna say, let's sit in Morocco, right? Even that wouldn't be like the director I was gonna ask the producer, can we go film in Morocco? And the director would say, no, we're gonna film that in a soundstage in California, right? Or in the desert, like with this rock that we always see in every movie.
The exact same rock, because it's a cool looking rock that's really close in California.
Yeah. But like the director, like he's telling the actor, he's directing the actor or to present their, like, that's the term director. That's what you're directing the actor, right? Like how to perform their line in a sense, right? Obviously the actor didn't know how to act in theory, but that's why you can see sometimes like good actor that you've seen as good in certain movie do a shit job in other movies, because like, well, then this director is shit at directing actor, right? They're also going to decide on the shot that need to be filmed, right? And how they're going to be framed and stuff like that.
Exactly. It's a director in Lord of the Rings that made Orlando Bloom's career. You watch him in every other movie, he's fucking a block of hot boy flesh meat that has the same face every time.
Yeah.
With no acting skills whatsoever. Watch out, ladies. You know it to be true. I'm breaking all of your hearts.
I don't watch any movie. I know enough
Cares
movies to
about
be able
Orlando
to.
Bloom when you have Johnny Depp.
My God.
I don't watch enough movies to be able to. But yeah, and then you have editor and stuff like that. So I don't know what he's saying now. Like the director, like say it's weird. Like let's give him a listen, and maybe he's gonna loop it around and make it make sense.
The direction. The collaborators on a film set, that's the producers, actors, cinematographers, gaffers, production designers, lead their individual fields to help head in that direction in a way they think is best. On a movie, that's genre, setting, tone, mood, but framing is up to the cinematographer. Budget is up to the studio. And countless other factors are decided by various people that make up a film crew. At a D&D table, you, the DM, are the director. You'll have to pick a direction.
Il y a toujours quelque chose qui arrive quelque part.
Like framing being left to the cinematographer, like yes and no. Depends.
It's very much like trying to structure it all, when really it's such a creative process that a lot of people can have a voice in it to figure it out. It's not a cut and dry.
Yeah. So you believe he thinks that? So do you think he believes that with his art, or just like comparison this himself? I don't know. I think could believe that. So much potential in RPG for genuine art, but it's stuck in the infancy because all the participants except Max and Co refuse to lean into the strength, and instead they don't get the media.
The Lich's Drags game that we've played is literally what I've been looking for in role-playing games for years. I've been playing for 10 years by now, and I was like literally a week before, I was thinking, why am I GMing? Maybe I should just stop. I'm not getting what I'm really looking for out of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the session changed my mind. Like, no, this is exactly what I wanted out of the sessions. The players have agency. They make choices. I bring the consequences. We like mindscape our worlds together. And it's like, it's funny. Exactly one comment called it drama LARPing, what I'm doing. And I found it just absolutely hilarious. It's like, well, if that's drama LARPing, I don't even have a problem with that. Like, it's
like the people want to throw the LARPing kind of term like willy-nilly. Like, it's like, well, you don't understand what we're doing, and you don't understand what LARPing is, right? It's like, that's
exactly.
All right, let's listen to
Curse of Strahd. It's gothic horror, where the bad guy is Strahd von Zarovich, and inevitably the direction is squarely pointed at the gothic castle dungeon that is Castle Ravenloft. But the direction is the extent of your control, really. The rest is up to your players. How they do things, what they do, in what order, if they skip the...
What does that mean?
Yes. Well,
like the direction, like you are the director, and the direction is like pointing toward the Castle Ravenloft, but that's all. Like, that's everything that's in your control. Like, how is it in your control if you're playing this module and the module say the direction is that? And what does that mean? Like, the direction is toward Castle Ravenloft and everything, and that's how it stops, and everything else is in the player. Like, I agree. Like, okay, everything's in the player. I'm on board with that. But what is that direction that the GM has, that or the GM can give, or what the like? I don't get what he's saying.
It's
have
you played Ravenloft or looked at the book at any point?
I played the old Ravenloft.
Oh, okay.
Like second edition. Yeah.
I've heard it's completely different to the new one, or like the old one is better and stuff. I don't know. I've played the newer one, and that's well, when I hit the GM burnout and quit cold turkey for a year. That was that campaign.
I don't like playing module because, like, I feel like it goes against the spirit of what I'm trying to achieve in role playing, right? But I still don't know, like, what the for me, like I don't know what it's like. For me, the GM is very easy. You control the world, and you control the NPCs.
Why? Right. I guess the question is, why are we even trying to direct the players? I don't want this to be a module. I want this to be like a pre-game conversation. That's the session 0. The direction is playing. When I did bar trauma, I said we will start right in front or inside of a U-boat to go underwater. And the direction is I want to lean into the horror element of being stuck underwater in a tin can with strangers. And, you know, monsters might happen. And that's the direction. Because I'm setting up the premise, like, is this a game you guys want to play? And find the players that agree with that. So, yeah.
No, and Stocky's saying there, like, terrible analogy because it doesn't match what he described. Actor follows a plot. Yeah, the director is there to keep them in line. Pretty much 95% of our position are run. Or run, to be fair. Yeah, exactly.
I guess our problem is he makes it sound like a virtuous thing, right? Like, yes,
acting and directing is so opposed to what a good session is, in my opinion. And I agree with you. It's more like a group telling a story around the fireplace. It's like you're making up as you go, right? You're making up as you go. So like you're not like the actor, like you're not there. The actor, you're not there to, and like method actor will do that a bit, but you're not there like to override your own mindset with the mindset of the character. You're there to remember the line and say them in a convincing manner. That's not what I'm asking from you as a player. Yeah. Justin say, hello, Justin say, LARP. Let's see that it's an acronym for live action role playing. So are they accusing you of being dramatically alive or dramatically role playing?
I feel like they're accusing me of just injecting drama into whatever the fuck I'm doing. You know, it's like stirring problems and not like making something dramatic. That's what I hear when people say drama LARPing.
And it's funny because like you as the GM, right? Like oftentimes, like you don't have to inject that much drama.
It's pretty easy.
Yeah,
I just put in one child in a forest. One child. The drama will unfold itself.
Yeah. And it's all like, you know, like we detected that it was human, and then we decided to go after those human. Okay, so then there's a human camp, right? Like it's all like it all flowed naturally, organically from. And so like the child, like, you know, is there as a consequence that at some point we detected human, and then we decided to go after the camp, and then there was human there, and there was a camp, so there would be children.
Yeah.
You know, and Conway say, I'm trying to make sure that the woman and children can run away. So now there's this thing happening, right? It all flows organically. A lot of it from the character, from the character action, right? So as a GM, you just have to, you know, you just ride the wave, and then once in a while you steer a bit, like, you know, but you don't steer the character, you don't steer the player. You just like make sure you stay on the wave, right?
I like your analogy, riding the wave. It's not about constructing the wave. It's just being on the surfboard in the ocean, like at the coast, and wait for the waves to arrive. And when you see it coming, you ride it.
You ride it and you stay on it, right?
As long as possible. As long as possible as you can get away with it.
Yeah, and then when it's done, when you go back and you get the next one. But yeah. There's this repercussion, right? From action, there's repercussion.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like maybe I'm just being dumb. I don't get like what.
Well, we can listen to the other 7 minutes of the video, see if he corrects himself or contradicts or whatever.
I will give him a chance.
The optional stuff, or engage. Do they fall in love, start fights, kick out the mayor, or start a bakery? Whatever. Who knows how many players played that adventure, but I'm willing to bet all the money in my pockets that none of them played it the same way. That's the beauty of this hobby. I mean, as long as it's serving the direction you all agreed on, you're being collaborative. And
like, I agree with what he's saying there. Like, okay, yeah, they can play as they want, right? And nobody's going to play the same way. That's the beauty of the hobby. I'm on board with that. But then, as long as you follow the direction that you set, like, that's the point I don't get. I don't know what he means by that.
It's so weird the way he describes it of, oh yeah, the players making choices that makes the adventure completely different. You watch Critical Role. One of the things they did in the second season is literally open up a bakery at the tail end of the session. Some characters, they just opened up a bakery and sold their own baked goods. But it's still the same as 99% of the games being played. It's you get to do the thing you want to do at the very end. You're just following all the dramatic plot points along because the game master prepared for them, and only after you've played 2 years of 3 years in the same universe, then you make your own choices.
Yeah. Like what Enstocky said, like up until now, his advice is not bad. The GMs keep the world consistent, the player do their own thing, but the director analogy makes no sense, and I agree with that, right? Like Justin said, well, I assume you all agreed to play a fantasy game that somebody tried to make a sci-fi game, that would you all agree? That's not all what you all agree on, right? And yes, but that's like session 0 thing. Like it's like, why make it like in session 0 you said, oh, it's a fantasy game, this is the premise, this is the limit of this world and stuff like that. You all agree on that, and then you're done, right? And like, why is that this directing thing coming in? Like, where's the directing then, right? Just like, do you have to, whoa, it's a fantasy game, it's like, no, that's just like setting the setting in the genre, right? So
it's to a common problem with YouTube videos is you come up with an interesting title first, and then you try to shoehorn a video to fit the title.
Yeah.
And sometimes you realize like halfway through, oh my god, this does not work at all. But you're too committed, and you have a weekly schedule, and you want to finish the video, get the viewers, add the sponsorship, make the money. And that's a very common trap. I might suspect this is what's happening with MysticArts in this video.
Maybe maybe his script are partly AI written. That could be a thing too, right? I'm
a professional writer, but an AI writes my video scripts. Oh my god! I mean, that would be embarrassing.
Like, he's talking more, like the rest of the video is gonna like explain more, because like director or hype man. If I look at the chapter, right, directing is 90% of directing is what I've directed. So directing isn't like dictating. All right, let's listen.
Directed. You, as the director, might decide that a bakery isn't really Gothic horror, so you can adjudicate that. Maybe it's through a chat with your players outside the game, or maybe you have a brilliant idea for how to make a bakery be Gothic horror. Moldy bread, it's run by gargoyles, rat infestation. Maybe there's no flour in Barovia, so they have to go.
The players say, well, okay, now we're in Ravenloft, we just want to open a bakery, and then say, no, you can't do that. I'm gonna talk to you in between session. Like, you know what, the bakery is not really going the direction I wanted to go with this game. That sucks.
We had a script. Players. Come on.
Yeah. Or
get with the script.
I don't want to take the agency away. So they say they're gonna run the bakery. I say, okay, and this bakery you're opening, your character opening, is run by Gargoyle. Wait, what? We're opening the bakery. Why are you deciding that now? Like, why are you bringing that in, right? It's like, that's just fucking weird.
Also, how is a gargoyle running a bakery turning it Gothic horror? That's comedy. That's like straight out of Adventure Times or something.
Yeah. Moldy bread. That's something you could inject, right? Oh, every time you draw a batch of bread, and within like an hour or so, it becomes all moldy, right? There can be no fresh bread in Barovia.
That the supernatural elements doesn't allow nice things to happen.
Yeah, I guess that I would agree. But
grind bone. Go full on Sweeney Todd. Once you pick that direction and start leaning that way, your players will lean in with you. That's the power of direction. You lean, they will want to follow. That's something I think a lot of people are missing. As a director, my primary job is being the hype man.
This guy clearly does not know Mr. Max. If you lean, he leans the opposite direction. Okay.
If I feel you leaning, like if I feel you're pushing me in one way, I'll go and say, well, I don't want to go that way. Yeah.
We don't need this orc kid if he can't make it by himself. Like, screw that guy in particular.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like Sanjay, like, you open this bakery, but the big bad evil guys burn it down. Look like you're back on my rails. It's not rails. It's not pushing you on rails. It's directing you. See if I change the name, it doesn't become
He's
a
an
railroad.
auteur. He's an auteur director.
Yeah.
Just follow my creative vision,
When
guys.
someone's got an idea that fits with the direction,
Follow my creative vision. That's what it is. That's what it's trying to say. But it's not a railroad. It's just directing. Like you say, I'm an hype man. Like not as a chapter, right? The director is an hype man.
Right now, it's full of contradictions, which is why he made a distinction at the start, but now it's contradicting the distinction in the first place, which makes the whole video confusing to listen to. So I would just say, like, scrap the video, go back to the script, like, write it again. You're a professional, MysticArts. If you said you're a hobby writer, I would not go as hard, but, you know, I feel that, what's the right word? Now I feel like I can get away with calling him out, you know.
You see, like I think I've watched a video of his on every marathon I did, and that's like number 5 now.
Yeah,
and I think that's probably the weakest one so far. Like even though like I probably disagree with all of them, but so far this one like it's not even like I have a hard time disagreeing or whatever, like reacting because like it's feel like nonsensical.
The analogies are not working, which makes them not useful. So scrap the analogy.
Yeah, I'll go back a little bit because like I want to like now it's a new chapter when you say like directors or hype men. So I'll see maybe he's gonna explain more. Maybe we're being unfair, cutting too much.
As a director, my primary job is being the hype man. When someone's got an idea that fits with the direction, I hype it up. I raise that banner, I highlight their brilliance, and we run off in that direction together. When I'm at work, at my day job, directing, a lot of my job is about getting people excited about the project. I tell them why we're making the decisions we're making, even if they're not the decisions.
I've worked in video game and I've never that's not a real job. That's not something like, yes, that's a good idea. Yeah, like, you know, like that's what you do. Like, no, I'm not sure about that guy. Like, is that what his thing GMing is?
There's a thing in production studios. I think they do it especially in Hollywood, in America, of hyping each other up. Like, this project is the best project. It's gonna be so good, going to be so big. And in a way, it's like brainwashing. It's like forming a cult because you want everybody in on the idea, so everybody puts in their best, right? But it also, the problem with that, you become oblivious to glaring problems. And somebody brings up, like, why do we have suddenly a black Captain America when the other character, what was his name? The Winter Soldier, was the obvious fit. It's like, oh, don't worry about it. It's like, they're just being negative. They're just being haters. Trying to protect that bubble during the production so that the group doesn't falter. So I can see that as an aspect. I don't know if it's a good thing.
There's this thing that like they've been talking about like in the video game now, like people talk about like toxic positivity, right? And that I've seen, right?
Yes.
It's like people want to convince themselves that their fart doesn't smell, right? And they just like they want to hype each other and like, and now they make a game like Avowed or Concord, right? Which sucks. Every aspect fucking sucks. The design are terrible and stuff like that. But nobody's like, there's like this enterprise culture of like you're not allowed to criticize anything, right? When I was working at Ubisoft, I did feel that a bit because you can imagine how that's cool, right? I don't hold my thought. If I think like something sucks, I'll say it.
I can only imagine, but now I imagine it in French, which makes it more funny.
Yeah, well, it was half and half, but I did get into a lot of conflict at work because of my charming personality.
Très terrible.
Yeah, exactly. That's a stupid fucking idea, right? Just like, I would say it. Yeah, like, but and turned out I was right. Because now
it's too bad nobody. Yeah, but nobody is left there to like pat you on the back of
like all Ubisoft is going bankrupt right now, right? It's like slowing or fastly going bankrupt, right?
I feel like it's a great opportunity to buy some stocks. I'm like half. Like, do I buy in?
Well, if you want to try to catch a falling knife, right, it can really go lower than that. But anyway, like a lot of the problem that they're going through now, and those games takes years to produce, right? So
yes,
a lot of and it's been like about 4 years since I've worked for them, I think. But a lot of the problem they're having now, they are thing I was talking about when I was working them. I was warning them, right? I said, like, no, what you're doing there, those policy will lead to that. Like those those projects we're going for, right? Those design we're choosing are not going to be please the people. You're making mistake there. And I was always like shut down, stuff like that. At some point, I have enough. I can't fucking deal with you anymore, guys. I don't need that anymore. I'm out. And now I'm vindicated once again.
Nobody is left to oppose you.
Yeah, nobody, exactly.
It's sad because nobody won in the end, right? Like, okay, you were right, but there was no winner.
And and the whole part, like me being this asshole and being like criticizing them and stuff like that, I was the good guy in that. I was trying to help them. I was trying to steer them away from this cliff they were working toward that I could see, right? But they didn't. They wanted to walk forward with their eyes closed, right? Their eyes shut off and pretend everything was fine. And they keep saying, right? Oh well, cannot be that bad because the last game sold 12 million copy, right? I say, yeah, but the last game was bad. The fact that it sold 12 million copies is not because the last game was good, it's because the one before that was good. Right? It was riding the hype of the previous game. Now this game is bad, the next game is gonna crash. Mr. Max, I'd rather be right than rich. Can be both. Yeah, they hated him because he spoke the truth, exactly.
Pitchforks came out. Let's banish them to Canada, or we are here already.
But anyway, so this hype man thing, right? Like, and in RPG, in a session, that sounds fucking awful, to be honest. It sounds like what you're gonna do. Like, you're just gonna take out the pom pom when the fucking player do something that fits your narrative you want to go, the direction you want to go, right? When they're walking on your rail.
Crispy always used to say, "Perfect, extraordinary,
excellent,
great
awesome.
choice." Yes.
Yeah, he was doing the hype man, and it's true. We see that when he does those reaction, those unsolicited advice. We see people doing that. Excellent, right? Oh, you had a good turn. You did something that pleases me. And when they want to discourage, oh, you sure when you want to do that, right? That's me saying like, don't do that. No, wait. No, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do that instead, right? It's like, so we see that like
absolutely. The reason why I have a problem with that is having watched those crispy reactions, right, to those videos. Most of the time, the turn was really lame. Nothing creative was going on. He wasn't even being in character. He just said, coming up with what spell he's going to use. And you say, excellent, which really cheapens your compliment. If everything is excellent, how do I know that you approve of what I'm doing? Or if you just like, there's a word for this. If you're just coddling me, I guess, so you're not taking me serious.
It is coddling, but it's also like, it's excellent just because it doesn't go against the narrative that he planned. That's oftentimes what it is, right? So in that sense, like, I guess, okay, now I see his point of like, talking about that now, I see his point about like the GM being a director. I wouldn't call it director. You're like the fucking nagging wife, right? Like, she say like, oh, you can choose what you're gonna wear for this function that we're gonna go, and then she's gonna stand in the door frame and look at you when you pull up shirts, and then she goes, and then you put the shirt back on, and she's like, oh, okay, I think I'm gonna wear that shirt. Oh yeah, that's a good choice. It's like, you get what I mean, like. There you go. You had some Mr. Max, tiny bit of misogyny there.
You have to stop those, Mr. Max.
I'm gonna double
You
down.
will never get a female audience for your YouTube channel if this continues.
I'm looking for a specific flavor of female audience. But yeah, that's what a lot of GM does. So I guess I just finally figure out what it's meaning by the GM is a director, and I hate it.
Yeah. We agree with you. It's shit.
Dan say, I think a director is appropriate. A good movie director set up the scenery, can create the framework where the actor deliver the performance and bring the reality of the action to life. I think that's like trying to make a parallel between like producing a movie and playing RPG. That like the two are so different, like in so many different ways. That it's hard to make. It's hard to give a good parallel, right? Yeah. What I say, like Enstalky say, failed writer syndrome is what I was remembering about him. Yeah, I remember that he was a writer, but yeah, shouldn't call him a failed writer. The near exact opposite of a hype man is what makes a great GM player, a cooperative antagonist, creating interesting strife and solving it in a fun way. It's also like, are you a player like fucking toddler? Do you need like to give them like always like this positive reinforcement every time they do something that,
A lot of, I assume this stems from a lot of game masters do not vet their players, or they introduce an open door policy so they can get some games going, which means accepting people on Roll20, accepting people on Reddit, joining a Discord server, asking for people to join their game, stuff like that. And if you do that, you put yourself in a position where it's very hard for you to then go, but also follow all of my rules that I want to set up. I said everybody can join. I lied. Actually, here are all of the rules.
Yeah. And I think like that's something I've been talking a lot about lately. Like I think there's a lot of in the 2D game, I think there's a lot of like problem between the player wanting to play a game and the GM wanting to tell a story, right? There's a lot of like the players are sitting there going to the story of the GM until they can finally get into a combat where they get to play a game a bit, right? Where the GM just like want to go to combat as fast as possible so he can go back to his story.
Yes.
Yeah, if Max starts streaming with a bare upper body, his audience would just turn even more gay if possible. I don't think my audience is that gay. Probably less gay than most audience on YouTube.
I might be the most gay in the audience, I guess. If we go by that.
Yeah. Well, maybe there's some, right? I'm not like I don't care. But chasing a female audience on YouTube isn't worth it. No one's get more than 10%, so breaking your product less interesting. Yeah, I don't care anyway. If they want to listen, right? They have to. I'm not gonna cater to them.
Yeah, if women are interested in cool ideas instead of superficial makeup and clothing, they are welcome to join and watch the videos.
Yeah.
If we are leaning into stereotypes here.
I carry the banner of the project and I wave it proudly. I mean, I basically pitch nonstop, which isn't that what you're doing as a DM? You're always trying to take whatever's going on and describe it in a way we all like.
Isn't that what you're doing as a GM? Pitch nonstop? God, no. Fuck's sake.
Oh, God.
Try to shut up more as a GM. Man.
That's a mistake. That's a mistake of Matt Mercer, Matt Colville, all of these YouTube video DMs. the players describe something and you immediately retake what they said and tell it back to them, but different, negating their free choice.
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. It's like it's yeah. I wish there was a. Is there an actual play of MysticArts? Does that exist?
I'm not sure.
Like, fucking Crispy need to put his hand on that. Like, I want to see a fucking like actual play of MysticArts, because like I'm sure he's probably like fucking does 90% of the fucking talking at the table. Oh, I need to swear less. I'm sorry. He probably does like 90% of the yeah. YouTube is scolding me when I swear too much. YouTube is my
Really?
mom now. Yeah.
Does it leave you like passive aggressive messages? Like, you went a bit too far last stream.
It turned my dollar sign from green to yellow.
Oh, it's yellow. We don't want to be yellow, Mr. Max.
We don't want to be yellow. The next one is red. I don't think I go far enough for that, but yeah, like constantly be pitching and no. What I do as a GM, I say what happened in the world, and I say what the NPCs present are doing, where they are and what they do, what they say. That's it.
Yeah,
it's pretty much it, right? I don't have to be always pitching and always hyping and always like giving a little push to my player, right? Just like, I set up the parameter I expect from my player in session 0, and they're an intelligent human being. They can figure it out. Maybe he's playing with dogs. Dogs in human shape. Who's a good boy? Oh yes, you're a good boy. You did the thing in your turn. Oh, man.
Also, can you tell
ever
me
watched any episode?
Sorry?
Well, I guess it doesn't relate to the video. We can just skip it and move on with the video instead.
Episode of Critical Role, you've seen Matt Mercer do just that. How do you want to do this is followed by something like, I punch him in the nuts. And then Mercer goes on to render the most cinematic sack thwack in the history of mankind. He pitches the player's ideas back to them and then
I hate that so much. Like when the GM re-narrate the turn of a player to make it cool, right? It's like the GM telling like, well, this turn you're taken, it was excellent, but let's make it cool now. So I'm gonna repitch it to you and reformulate what you just did, right? So now every fucking thing has to be narrated twice because the player at some point we're gonna stop trying to make their turn cool.
Yeah.
Because the GM we can't fucking help. Sorry, YouTube. The GM we can freaking help.
I'm enabling you, Mr. Max. I'm enabling you.
The GM we can't help but like listening to himself talk. He needs to re-narrate everything to make everything even cooler and like cinematic and rendering this scene, right? Like you like to say, right? You want to use like those terms, right? I'm rendering the scene. No, you just want to listen to yourself talk, and you think you're the best at narrating. So whatever the player is gonna do, you're gonna re-narrate and hype it up and make it bigger. And then the player is gonna stop trying to make their turn cool because you're gonna redo it anyway, right? And everything take twice as long or more because of that. Yeah, it's infuriating to me.
It's like if we are literally going with all of these analogies is, oh, you have an actor and you do your monologue and then a fight happens. And the actor is switched out with the stunt double, who actually does all of the hard work. Except that's also the director in this case. You like slap him, but that looks weak as fuck. Let me bring in the stunt double and re-describe what happens to make it an epic Dragon Ball Z fight instead.
But it's also like you're basically playing all the character as a GM, right? You're just asking for like the player are just there to give you a suggestion of what the character might do, and then you're gonna play the character for him, right? That's what's happening. It's
the 90s action movie of let's take this action scene and cut it 100 times in 60 seconds.
Yeah.
You know, with the super speed cuts to make it look action, man. Like, oh, there's so much action happening. I don't see anything. Literally, no idea what is where, what is happening. But it looks cool. It's like chopping noises. Ah, oof. It's like, no, you're just butchering the scene. Let the players act out what's happening.
Or you know, in those 80s and 90s, like, you know, when home video was becoming like accessible, and then like you had a bunch of people making those movies, and it was like the black tank top guy, right? Just like it's all like the black tank top karate guy, which is the guy making the movie, but he's also the main character in the movie. And it's the writer of the movie.
Yes.
And that's what it is, right? Just like that's what those people they basically want to play D&D with themselves, but they feel silly doing it, so they invite their friend to give some suggestion and be like the human dice roller. But they're gonna do all the description. They're gonna say, like, you know, they're gonna roleplay the character basically. And Stalky say, player, I search for traps. GM, this is how a pro writer like me would say that. You search in the dark for that clue you have missed, moving away the cobweb. Yeah, exactly. He's rendering the scene, right? That's exactly what's probably happening. It's exactly what is probably happening in this game. What a fucking shit sentence.
Yes, MysticArts. I understand you're a writer, but I would like to caution you that this is exactly the type of behavior that makes you look pretentious. If you don't want to look pretentious, cease.
Yeah, and you're inviting your friend to play a game, right? Play a game.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
There are 5 more minutes to go, Mr. Max.
At least I understood what he meant, right? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's 6 more minutes to go. Yeah, 5, 6. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe he's gonna save it in the end. He's gonna talk about what he directed now. What I've directed.
Makes it sound awesome. Basically saying, yeah, your idea, but leveled up. If you're listening to me and asking the question, what have you directed exactly?
It's like, is unironically saying it. Yeah, you're the idea. Like, yes, let make me your turn cool now, right? Excellent. You had a turn. Now let's make it good, because what you did was not good enough. It sucked, right? Can you imagine playing with this guy?
It's funny because what people call us actors, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're just being actors, drama larpers, all of those words, which don't mean anything. But we watch this and say, our players can describe those scenes and come up with a cool way of describing it. It's not you don't need a lot of skill. You just need to be immersed and describe where you are, what you do, what you say. And I'm not going to correct you. I will try to work with whatever you described, and not gonna, do another coat of paint over your drawing to make it look good. No. I just react how the world reacts to you, to add another perspective to make the scene come alive. And you don't need to be a writer. You don't need to be a director. You don't need any of that.
No. And like, if every time we took a turn, you would say, yes, this turn, but let's level it up and let's make it cooler.
Yeah.
We would be able to do like half as much in the session, if not less, because now you always want to overdo it, right? Yeah. If you don't embellish it, I will, right? But don't, right? Because if you will, the player won't, right? It's like,
yeah, exactly. That's why we get the passive players that, oh, cool, he does that work. Let me relax and just focus on I swing my sword.
But it's also like, now turns take long enough. If I try to make my turn cool, it's gonna overdo it anyway. So now it's gonna take twice as long. So I might as well do a very minimal turn, because he's gonna redo it anyway, right?
You train the players to become passive, literally, and I will assume he doesn't even realize it's happening.
Like, this is the kind of GM, right? And when I say, like, oftentimes, like, the players have been trained wrong, right? Like, player don't, like, you get people that have been playing D&D for a long time and they don't get it. It's because they've been trained wrong. That's the kind of GM I'm talking about, like, that train their player wrong. They're doing harm to the hobby, right? You take like new people that are excited about this hobby and they like the idea of it. You have them playing that game. If they stick around in this hobby, they're gonna be damaged.
Yeah.
It's a danger.
You're damaging the players in the hobby, MysticArts.
Yeah.
You're destroying the goods, man.
Yeah. It's like, Adam say, actor, can I try some of my own line? Director, just read the damn script. Yeah. It's like, or yeah, but then like he's gonna do EDM to say his own line on top of it, right? Just like, and also like this retaking the turn, right? Sometimes like I said what I want my character to do, then you're gonna restate it and make it cooler. You might take it in a direction that I didn't intend, right? Maybe I wanted my character to do something subdued. Maybe I wanted my character to be depicted in a certain way, like very efficient, very like minimalistic, no flashiness. And then you add this flashiness. Now you're defining my character in a way I didn't want to. So you're taking agency, like, was saying that first infuriating, like somebody was just saying that, like how much agency is taking away from the. I just saw that passing in the comments. I missed it now. But yeah, it's whoever said that is right. He's taking. Oh, there you go. St. James saying that it's actually a war crime. The amount of agency he's taking from his player. It's true. Just doing that, it is taking agency from the player.
But he's spinning it as a positive thing. This is accepted roleplay doctrine in our hobby, right? Like he's going with the company line, so to say.
And what Adam's saying there, like the player saying, "Can I?" Yeah, that comes from those kind of GM, right? Oh, does that fit you, Mr. Director? Can I do that? Does that fit your direction that you want?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Then I invite you to stay tuned to the channel for a little bit longer. Something tells me that's all going to become clear.
No.
Like somebody say like I had a new player ask, "Can I?" Recently, almost of the session, right? MysticArts like was talking about Matt Mercer, right, and using Matt Mercer as an example. But and I often say like Matt Mercer, one of his famous thing that is known for saying is you can certainly try, right? And that's the answer is giving. Is known for saying that thing because that's the answer he's always giving to when this player asking, "Can I do this?" And he always answer, "You can certainly try." And it became a trope at some point. And I guess they kind of got trapped in that now. But for all those years, no player caught on that if they ask, "Can I do this?" the GM is going to reply, "You can certainly try." They still ask, "Can I do this?" You know what he's going to say. So just fucking try it. Right? Just say, "I tried to do this."
Right, it goes with the director is a hype man. You're like recoloring everything the player does. You're doing all of this work, which basically takes away the player agency, the player freedom, and you train the players to think, "Oh, I don't need to improve anymore. This is it. I just ask if I can do it, and he will tell me if I can."
Yeah.
So there's no reason to evolve past that, right? There's no pain point that reminds you, "Oh, this was painful. I should change up how I role play."
It's like I'm just sitting there to be cool, to be told a cool story with my character. Maybe some of my input is gonna make it in. And like now I have a good GM because he's so good at retelling this thing that I did and telling the story and doing those voice, right? That's how a good GM is evaluated now, right? Just like how entertained I am by me sitting there as an audience member where he's telling a story that may or may not involve my character and my decision.
And I like the pain points being a key aspect because like pain is how we know like that's not what I want. I want to change that. I want to be better. How we run Lich's Drags is you guys have been in a forest like a lot of the sessions for longer times. And I'm not moving your characters. You have to decide to move, leave the forest, do something inside the forest, make it interesting. Because, yeah, sure, something will happen in the forest, but I cannot come up with random encounters every 10 minutes.
No.
If the players don't move, don't expect something to happen. So it becomes a pain point for the players to realize, like, okay, I'm gonna do something about this. Let's leave. Let's hunt down the humans instead. I can't find the Hydra anywhere. It's like, oh, this forest goes on for miles and miles. Like, it's supposed to be gigantic. Stuff like that. So the players move instead of the GM taking all of the players and putting them at the interesting location number 3.
And you always, and at some point also, like as a group, when you're a new group working together and new GM, like you get to know each other and you get better at working together as well. You get the vibe of each other, you get the beat, right? So yeah,
absolutely.
All right, let's listen.
Any day now. Okay, but what if your players don't care about anything you put forward? What if they're already making nonstop dick jokes and there is no reining them in? 90% of directing is casting. That feels very accurate to me. Your work doesn't start on set. It starts way before. And your work
is he talking about vetting the player now?
It's so fucking ironic because this is the same. Okay. Do I fucking call him out or not? This is the same guy who's teaching his players to become passive players and just sit there and listen to the Game Master story. And then he says, but so many players just make dick jokes at the table. I just don't understand why. So you have to vet your players. It's like, dude, that's the only freedom they have, making jokes at the table because they cannot act their characters.
Absolutely.
You're just gonna overrule them.
It's probably they feel like they're on a rail. They're just there to sit and watch the story. They don't find the story that interesting, so they turn it into Mystery Theater 3000, right? Whatever, right? So they're just sitting there and making jokes about the story you're telling them until like they're waiting for the point where there's gonna be a combat and they get to play the game a bit. But in the meantime, they're sitting there through the story, not that entertained. They're trying to entertain themselves with those dick joke. That is what is happening. You need to understand that if you listen to that, Mr. Card, like Daddy, right? That is what's happening with your player. They're making dick joke because your story is not interesting in them that much, and you don't let them have enough input in it.
And it's not a critique to you as a writer or as a director, but a critique of this has nothing to do with being a game master.
No, you don't fix that by writing better story or making better story. You fix that by being honest in what you're doing, and you're there to play a game with the player. So you make stuff as you go. You control the wall, you control the PC. Those react to the action of the PCs, and the PCs that the player can control have full control of their PCs, right? So this is how you fix that. You make them invested. Now, like he's vetting the player. Like he seemed to be thinking about the player, vetting the player, but it's like finding player that be gonna be good little passive bitches that are gonna sit there quietly listening to when I tell them a story. Is that what he wants?
It's you have to realize at some point, I mean, some players are just perfect. Everything works out. They understand the assignment. You don't have to teach them anything. But there's a lot of teaching involved in role-playing games. But a lot of tables teach, sit there, listen to what I have to say, roll the dice when I tell you to. So they teach the wrong lessons. And that's the problem. So, okay, well, I can't find any players anymore. Like, yes, all the players, 99% of the players have learned the game this way over 40 years. You did this. You did this. Like, but somebody has to take responsibility and say, okay, well, how can I lead by example? How can I run a game that is going to be more interactive, more fun, more enjoyable, like more immersive? And for that, I'm not sure what my point here is. But yeah, this is why we make the YouTube videos, to showcase, okay, this is what we mean with 4D roleplay. We gave it a name, so we have something to aspire to, right? That we can codify.
Yeah, and like you say, it's something to aspire to. Sometimes, like, we make mistake, and we're still trying to figure stuff out and finding better way to do stuff, and but it's an aspiration, right? Like, it is what it is. But we're playing a game, and that's fine, right? And we try to get
Yep.
better at it because we love this hobby, and we try to get more immersion from it, and like get more like whatever we like, for me, like emotional alignment, stuff like that. Whatever we try to get from it, right? Living something, right? Feeling like getting out of yourself, right?
It's in a way we are trying to make the time we spend matter,
Yeah.
and for
Yeah.
it to matter, that there has to be some stakes, there has to be consequences, and you need to have choice. So don't overrule what the players describe.
This is
because a DM doesn't start at the table or even in prep. When you're starting a campaign, you're best off doing work to get everybody on board with the idea.
La technologie micro-moisture de Doveman.
Nah. Soap and chocolate. I don't know what they think I am.
There's one way to do it. I talked about the investment questionnaire in a video on why I or even in prep. When you're starting a campaign, you're best off doing work to get everybody on board with the idea. Session 0 is one way to do it. I talked about the investment questionnaire in a video on why I personally don't do Session 0.
Wait. Oh, he doesn't do Session 0. I wanted to look at something. Which shortcut do you think was better for him?
I like the older one because it looks to me like that's a more honest MysticArts. Like, oh, this is me. And the other one is, I'm professional now.
It looks more fun in the old one.
Yeah.
Way to do it. I talked about the investment questionnaire in a video on why I personally don't do Session 0. That's all a part of casting, but another part is getting the right sorts of players. If the direction you're after is serious and your players aren't on board, they just don't want it, there may be very little you can do to change that. Some players might not be interested in your direction, or maybe they could be one day, but they're not right now. Not every actor is perfect for every role. When I start a standalone adventure, I often cast players from my extended playgroup based on which of them I think would enjoy that genre and setting the most. I cast a playgroup. You can do that. Run the types of adventures your players might like, or find players that will enjoy your types of adventures. It's not an easy task, but I curated my group of players over the course of a decade to be the group that fit me perfectly. And every step...
That sounds like so fucking pretentious. It's all like GM-centric games.
Yeah, the way he explains it leaves like little flexibility on the GM side to adjust his expectations to what the players want. Yeah, I pick up on that too.
Like he said he doesn't want to do like, I don't know. He said like he doesn't want to do like a Session 0, right? And I think Session 0 are good. They're useful. I don't think they need to be an actual session, right? Where like you sit there together. Like they can be done like through like Discord message or whatever, right? Like to a group chat. A lot of it can be solved in that way. Especially if they're like group you played together before and you kind of know, right?
Yeah.
You can just be like, let's make a new game. Like, what about this premise and this team and this yeah, whatever. Like we're in. So that's fine. Also, like, I don't hate the people I play with, so I'm fine with spending some time with them, right, discussing what we're gonna do next, and we can have a lot of fun in those, right, making jokes. That's the time we make jokes too, right, and we get the silliness out. But
Absolutely.
But yeah, this whole thing, like, oh, I'm gonna invite the specific, what about like you're just like, I want to make this game. Who's in? Yeah, I want to make this stone though. I want to make proposing something and saying I don't know, man. It sounds like very pretentious the way he's doing it, the way he's presenting it now. It sound like very like the GM from up high. This is the game I want to play and this adventure, and you know what? I think you would be a good fit for this game. I'm extending you a very specific, very like cherished invitation, right? Actor get cast, but they also get paid money.
I would say I'm gonna be lenient and assume that's not what he means.
Yeah.
But it's just how it comes across. So
yes,
I hope he picks up on that.
I agree.
Listens to our stream.
I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, I'm probably like, I'm saying he's coming up as sound pretentious. Like, I don't think that's what he means. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, professional writer, you sound pretentious. What a surprise to nobody, but it might be to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Along the way, I had more and more fun. But you can also cast individuals in your group. If you got 4 players who want to do the serious thing and 1 player who just wants to be silly, you could hype them up to play an explicitly silly character while the rest can do the melodrama. 4 emos and Slappy the Clown. That sounds like a brilliant premise. The existence of the tin can and the talking dog don't reduce Luke Skywalker's arc. Neither did the existence of Groot. In fact, just allowing...
Can you showcase that clip of the clown? I want to comment on that real quick.
Yeah, I'll try, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. His premise is flawed because he has a silly player at the table and you want to hype him up. So he plays a character that like is super goofy, makes no sense, but using the rule set of whatever they're playing. And somehow in 40 sessions, he gotta have a dramatic moment, self-sacrifice, and having a love story unfold as he dies so that the party can survive. Now, this doesn't happen with a silly player at your table.
No.
Because you're encouraging them to stay silly. What you have to do is be like, that's not the type of table I want to run, of having some clown character following the party. Try to play the world like the world is real and actions have consequences. So if you want to role play as a clown and fight people with pies, don't expect pies to hurt people or for that to work. But you can play that character.
Yeah.
As long as you stay immersed and accept like the world as a real thing. But what happens is with a silly player is you describe the world and something dramatic happens. And the silly player just rips a joke at the table, breaking the tension and pulling people out.
It's all about like being in character. Like I don't mind if you have like a character that's a bit silly, right? If you're playing, but you have to play him seriously and playing in. You've seen this cartoon before of Slappy the Clown?
Yes.
Okay, because you were just like, there's no way I could read that, but you just like knew what it was about, right?
Yeah, I've read it before because it's fun. It's exactly those 4 scenes. It's like, oh yeah, I'm playing silly characters like goofball, and then like 40 sessions later, like go on without me. It's like no, Slappy, I know, I've always known, you know. Like
I want you to play like a real character, but like there's silly people in real life too, right? Like some people are just like oftentimes those silly people add some deep pain too, right? Just like, but you know. Or maybe they're just a goofball, maybe just a fucking idiot. Like, I don't mind you playing those characters, but I want you to stay in character and play them seriously. If you want to make jokes in fiction, right? In the world. Don't make out of character jokes. Don't make like 80s pop reference.
And he's never going to arrive at session 40 in this example with how he describes being a hype man director. It's not going to happen. We all watch those games. We watched the last few sessions, and they're still making the same silly jokes, off-the-table jokes, banter back and forth. The player never learned because the game master is in control of everything. So I'm just leaning back and making dick jokes all day to have some fun.
Are you not entertained by the dick jokes, Chelsea?
My wife should just be in the comment sections instead of making some sideline comments.
Yeah. But anyway, let's.
Sounds like a brilliant premise. The existence of the tin can and the talking dog don't reduce Luke Skywalker's arc. Neither did the existence of Groot.
Okay, I just got like when he said like the existence of the tin can and the talking dog don't reduce Luke Skywalker existence, arcs, whatever. Is the tin can R2D2 and the talking dog Chewbacca?
I assume so. Or it's a C3PO, might be the talking tin can and Chewbacca. Because C3PO is like overly, he's a character, right? And he's in stark contrast to what's happening Like everything is at war, people are fighting, it's adventurous. But over here is this stuck-up robot that's programmed to follow protocols and translate. So it's a cool juxtaposition. But he's not being silly. He's being in character.
And is not like, and he's being in character, and the humor that comes from him is in-world humor.
Yes.
But if you had such a movie, and then and maybe in like modern Star Wars does that, and they're always like making like reference to like real world stuff, right? And out of like basically out of character, and that's why it's so cringe. And those characters take away from the other character arcs or the even like it's like neither the existence of Groot. Groot is also a character living in this world, right?
It's like those scenes, something happens, something explodes, and something dramatic, and the character just goes, well, that just happens. It's like, please stop. I've heard it a million times from cringe writers. Like,
you see that this guy is writing on video game, right? That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
I'd be curious on fucking what he's writing, because like this millennial, like people call it millennial writing, right? People call it that. And
it's like I
wouldn't be surprised if he was the culprit. We might have find who's responsible for this cringe writing. Well, that happened in that video game, right? Like for like, what was that movie, that game with this magic black woman? Well, that doesn't narrow it that much anymore.
Choose one, Mr. Max. Choose one.
Forsworn? Is that for?
I don't play AAA games, so I'm blissfully ignorant.
I don't know. Like,
is it Alan Wake 2 with
it's
wheelchair
movie about this magic black woman from the real world New York. Like, she's her father ran away, and now she's leaving off. She's thieving for a living, right? She's stealing.
Wait, hold on. Is it the Society of Magical Negroes?
No, I'm talking about a video game.
Oh, okay.
And now she's transported to this magic world because she finds this ancient artifact, and now she's doing magic in that world or whatever, right? It's like medieval kind of fantasy world. But all the writing is like that, right? Oh, I just shoot him all with my mind. I just like doing like this very unlikable kind of stuff, right? Being loud and obnoxious. And nobody liked that game. Forspoken, there you go. That's the one I'm talking for. It was awful.
Guys,
game.
It's also not my fault that people named the movie what they named. I just reported the name of the movie. Okay, those are the words that happen. If Americans want to censor me for that, you're welcome.
Yeah,
I still believe in freedom.
We are at the behest of American puritanism on YouTube, right? We have to censor ourselves. Like you don't come from a culture of censorship. Well, Germany,
I'm from Switzerland. I don't come from a culture of censorship.
Yeah, no, but you live in Germany, which is very.
Yes, I have to adapt, which means giving up all of my freedoms.
Yeah, and I'm from Quebec. Like we the language we use without like. The American have the talker all the time. But anyway, so
let's not focus on that. Let's focus on the video.
Yeah, let's focus on the video. But like, I would be curious to see his writing credits.
Brute. In fact, just allowing someone to explicitly be the comic relief in an otherwise serious campaign puts that player in the splash zone. A bit of the drama is going to splash onto them. You know that intro? I say,
like, that's the thing, right? We play seriously. We play like serious game, right? And it can get very dark sometimes. But we also have comical moments. There's a lot of comical relief in those games. I like humor in the game, right? I like
Red
joking
Bastard.
around.
Yeah, Red Bastard is a fantastic comic relief character.
Yeah.
It's the contrast of the banality of what this goblin is worried about in this serious world. Like, no, you ruined the head.
Yeah, but he's also not just that. He's not just there to make jokes. Like he's also like a full character outside of that, right? And
exactly.
And I had some funny moment with Corn Pop too as well, right? And Omelette as well, right? We all had like our moment that are like kind of chuckle worthy.
Yeah, when Omelette just eats the ants climbing up his arm with his long tongue, it's like,
yeah.
Well, if you see this in a TV show or in a movie, you chuckle to yourself like, that's adorable. You know, that's kind of cute. This killing machine just like eating ants, like I forget what the name of the animal is, but yeah.
Anteater.
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 What was the
I was
name of that
confused,
one?
like, wait, hold on.
The
Are we literally calling it anteater in English? Are they that like okay, fine.
If only like all animal was like that that simple name. The trash eater.
Yeah, it caught me off guard. Like
I cannot be that.
That's so stupid.
Professional writer and director of a game over 10 years. Well, it's gotten a bit of flack from certain communities online because they assume that since I work as a director, I am a dictatorial DM, that it's my way or the highway, and that I DM for a table of passive inactive players who are merely all passive.
Hey, I made that assumption.
Come on, give us credit. Put us in the descriptions with a link to our videos.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'm the one making that assumption now, so like tell me now how I was wrong.
No, I'm doing it too, Mr.
Story.
Max.
Frankly,
make sure my videos are linked as well.
Yeah.
My sessions aren't like that. Nothing could be further from the truth because let me be upfront about this. That's a bad way to DM. Don't do that. The reason you're running the game and not writing a novel is because you want to collaborate, which is also why I became a director and not an author. I prepare a lot. Something that many people assume means I write an A to B to C version of the story, which I don't. For me, preparation is about being, as the word implies, prepared. I prepare because I want to have answers at my fingertips. I think of preparation like creating an armory I can use to arm myself for that inevitable moment when the players decide to do something I hadn't accounted for. You know that supposed Eisenhower quote?
When the player do something I hadn't accounted for, right? Just like, I don't account for anything the player is going to do. Why would I? And so I play also with smart player, right? Just like...
Okay, so now he's proposing I'm not dictatorial, which makes him... I want to be charitable. He's creating a video game at his player tables. Maybe I'm reducing it too much, but what I hear is, oh yeah, I'm not telling them what to do. I prepare 20 options so they can go down 20 forks that leads to 20 solutions.
Yeah.
But if you let go of all of the preparations and try to go with the flow more, like you don't have to give up preparations. Like I stopped prepping, or I prep less because it burns me out. Like I don't have that much of time, that much energy. I have to use a level that I'm okay with. So if you can do more, I think this is commendable and pretty cool. And you use your professional skills to aid with that. That's acceptable. But you still have to allow freedom for the players to make a choice, like he says on screen, no plan, so wise contact with the enemy. They do something wild, you improvise. You take what they throw at you and you run with it.
Yeah. And also I need to say, like, the players are not the enemy.
Yes.
I'm there to play a game with them, right? And like I always say, the game is figuring out what's happening in this narrative together, right? The plan I have is to do just that. Is to come up with stuff on the fly with my friend and figuring it out, like this narrative that's happening through play. So that's the plan I made when I say we're gonna play a game tonight together. And it doesn't contact the enemy because those are my friend I'm playing with. I think that's thinking about the hobby wrong, right?
And, you know, he pushes back on the criticism of being a dictatorial GM, then I would invite you to share a game or cast a one-shot and put it on YouTube. Allow people to look behind the curtain and see how it goes. Because I think that is the best way for new players and new GMs to learn, because you can learn both from positive examples and also from negative examples. So it's okay. I would encourage that. Like, I don't want, he might be afraid, like, oh, I don't want to give my enemies ammunition to snipe at me. Well, don't look at it that way. Be comfortable in the way you run your games. We
And
make
also,
our critiques, and if you don't agree, that's fine.
Yeah,
I will
exactly.
live.
Like be able, and is writing in art, right? Right, is working in art, right? I've made my career as working as an artist, and if you want to thrive in that field, you need to be able to take criticism, and taking criticism mean like when somebody criticizes your work, you listen to it, you judge it, is the criticism is valid or not, and does the people like know what it's talking about, and if it is valid, you improve yourself. It's not valid if you have good reason to say, well, no, you know what, I get what he's like, I hear what he's saying, I don't agree with it because what I did for those reasons. That's also a way to take criticism sometimes. It's also valid, right? Like I had this guy that sent me a long email today when I said like I'm reachable, right? This guy from Belgium, just like I never heard of him before, I guess. He sent me a long email talking about like Bastard Sword, like some criticism, and I reply, I say, this is why I do the thing this way, and you're right on that point and stuff like that, and this is what I'm trying to do here, right? It's like it's okay, right? I put my work out there. It's gonna be criticized, and some of it is gonna be valid. Some of it is it's not valid. Like they might have like the point is making or were fair in that case, right? Sometimes they're not gonna be, and that's fair too. That's all right too.
Yeah.
But he can make like valid point, but I can still decide not to address this criticism, like not to correct on that, because he's right in what he's saying, but I'm trying to do something else. I'm trying to go a different direction. I'm directing in a different direction.
And that is why we are trying not to slam people like MysticArts or YouTubers too hard. Because, like, before I was about to call him, a dipshit, because I felt emotional and stuff like that about the things he's saying. But we curtail that for that exact reason. Like, I want to be able to communicate and talk about these ideas and have them improve. Yeah, have a back and forth. So if we make it too personal, it's like nobody is gonna want to listen anymore.
Yeah. Maybe you're right on that. I need to be. I should be more affable. But I know I'm very rough. I'm a very disagreeable person.
This is why we have Crispy in the team, right?
Yeah. Yes. That's our most likable guy, which says more about us.
Well, so he can offend all the people.
He's the best of us.
Yeah, he's the best we have to offer. If he doesn't, if you don't like him, you're not gonna like any of us. He's our Duncan and cow, But what I was saying on that thing. Yeah. Anyway, just like this, no plan survival. Yeah, putting his game out, I think it'd be great because also I think it's valid, right? I heard a lot of people saying, many people, not a lot, more than one people saying about some people oh, I used to like this guy content, this advice he put out until I watch his game, and then I realize he doesn't know what he's talking about. His game are trash. So there's that too, right?
Yeah. There was certainly the big flip with Matt Colville. It's okay. A lot of cool advice. Let's use those. Watching this game, I'm enjoying watching this game, but you're a bit oblivious to all of the problems until you key into them. Once you key into them, they show up like red flags everywhere. And then you have the Kickstarter for a game that gets all of their mechanics remade after asking for money, which is what ruined his reputation.
Yeah. Anyway, let's try to finish this video. Like, I want to give him a chance to. That's the best pose that we had of him, so right?
Yeah, I like it.
So yeah, he look like he's mean business there. You should use that for a thumbnail or whatever for his dating profile. I think he's probably married.
No plan survives contact with the enemy. Or the even better Mike Tyson quote, everyone has a plan until they're punched in the mouth. Well, there's a more telling quote I think of regularly, also from Eisenhower. Plans are useless.
YouTube really got like shitty place to put ads.
YouTube is just too aggressive, so
oh yeah,
nobody likes ad, but yeah,
it's unwatchable without ad blocks. I just do it when I do those streams because I don't want to be logged in and stuff.
It's indispensable.
Also,
oh, okay.
I send a fraction of a pennies to those people that I react to. You're welcome, MysticArts. If you can make AdSense money, it's because of a guy like me. Plans are useless, but planning is indispensable.
Indispensable, yeah.
Indispensable, yeah. Yeah, socialize YouTube now. Yeah. Exactly.
Also, who is this Eisenhower guy?
Eisenhower?
Yeah.
Is the guy that did the bomb? No. No, Eisenhower is the physicist that did the. No, I'm thinking Eisenberg now.
Yeah, I thought you were about to say Oppenheimer. That's the bomb guy. So it's fine. Like, it's not needed. I'm just showing how uncultured I am live on stream.
Eisenhower, he was some general. I forgot. He's a
Oh, he was a president of the United States during World War II. Yeah, apparently.
It was just general. Oh, no, you're right.
Indispensable.
Yeah.
The mere act of planning is what makes me prepared. Not because I'm going to tell my story come hell or high water, but because I want to create that armory. I want to be ready for anything. And that's where preparation comes in, to be prepared, like a Boy Scout.
That's what I was talking about. General Dwight Eisenhower. I didn't know it. I didn't remember he made it to president. But I'm not American, guys, so I get a pass, right? I don't need to know all you fucking president.
I'm not even on the same continent.
Yeah.
Same for when I'm directing. Before heading to set, I sit down with a script and I diagnose the words on the page. Basically, I prep. I look at the lines of dialogue and try and determine, why is this line here? Why did the character say that? And I'll write down my answer. But those notes aren't my direction. My direction exists between the diagnosis and the actor's performances. It's the feedback I give. As an example, we might be about to start filming a scene, and I'll do a little bit of scene setting with the actors, just saying things like, this scene comes just after the argument you had in the bank vault, or you're cooking, and then she starts shouting at you, or whatever. Just enough to get us started.
What he's talking there, that's what you do when you're a director for a movie or for a TV show, whatever. Like, he's directing the actor, right? Because the actor, the scenes are filmed out of sequence for different reason, right? So he's saying like, oh, now in this scene, this is how your character is feeling. This is what just happened, right? This is the direction. This is you're directing the actor, right? This is how you should portray this scene, and then the actor do the work of portraying this scene, right? Oh, you're in the bakery now because you just storm up from a fight with your wife about like not having croissant on a Sunday, and now you aggressively go to the bakery. Now act. Go out and portray that, right? And then the actor decide how that's going to be portrayed to some extent, right? You don't do that in role playing. Like, you wouldn't say like, oh, now like this scene's up now, like this scene we're gonna do now, this is what happened previously, and this is how you feel now, and this, you wouldn't have that, because like that's for the player to decide.
It's weird because some role-playing games, they really lean into that. Let's go to the next scene. It's like programmed into the game itself, right?
Yeah. I hate that.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah. The Cortex Prime system does that a lot. Like, you're not there like to role play the fantasy of being like in a post-apocalyptic world. You're role playing the fantasy of making TV show about being a post-apocalyptic. It's fucking weird. It's like, why did you add this extra layer?
Yeah,
exactly. Like the director, like telling the actor how they feel or how they are feeling, which is exactly what the GM should not do. That's why, like, when the title was saying that, like, GMing and directing are the same thing, right? That's why I was like, what? Kind of took it like that's not what he was saying in the video. It's so funny because, like, clearly now what he's saying there, he understands what directing is.
Yeah.
When it comes to TV and movie and stuff like that. And that's not what he's saying to do as a GM. But he said that DMing and directing are the same thing.
Why does he play role-playing games then? All right, because apparently he does the things he likes as a writer and as a director. So where does role-playing come into this discussion? What does he get out of role-playing? Is it just a pastime with, like, the nerdy friends in the production industry?
That's a good question. Like, we just had this week a talk with Phil, like, why do we role play, right?
Yeah.
I wish to have, like, I'd like to see, like, MysticArts. I'd like to see more. Any, like, could we put that on this month docket? Everybody, like, all those, like, mainstream D&D content doing the same content, right? Make a video about why do I role play, right? What are you looking for in this hobby? Why do you do this hobby rather than something else? Playing video game, doing sports, or writing book, right? Why do you do that more than something else? That's why I would like to see, like, those mainstream content creators all do that video.
Yes.
Or do collabs together, like a few of them for a few of you together.
Do it with us. We need the viewership, obviously. You know, let us milk from your viewer base. Yes, that's a problem, right? Like, they look at our video and think, but he only has 1,000 subscribers. If I try to collaborate, he might only want to take advantage of me. So you, like, stay away from trying to interact with smaller streamers. You don't know their intentions. You don't know them. They're too small. But also, like, yeah, sometimes it's justified. Some people, all they want to do is wheel and deal the way up the ladder, you know. I look at MysticArts and I was so surprised that his channel blew up as it did. The first 3 videos have 10,000 views, which is awesome. I assume that's like a knock-on effect of having been around 6 months now. But the 4th video had 300,000 views on a fresh channel. How? That is, to me, it doesn't make sense how you can explode so quickly on YouTube.
He expressed himself well. He got a good voice. His video well put together. He got those little cutouts. They're well lit. They're, you know, people that are, like, most people are undiscerning of the quality of the content. So if the voice is good, if the lighting is good, if the camera work is good, and the presentation is, like, easy to listen to while you do something else, like where you take a shit or where you do the dishes.
He even has the blue lights from the side to give contrast to the highlights of his face, which is an even color. So you can see everything clearly. You know,
but
it's all there. Like, that's
for most people, that's what matter.
Yeah, because they're superficial.
Yes. They cannot go deeper than that.
I guess
we're almost done.
Good DM advice. But that's usually it. Then I let the actors get to work on showing me their, but start shouting at you or whatever. Just enough to get us started. Good DM advice. But that's usually just after the argument you had in the bank vault. Or you're cooking and then she starts shouting at you or whatever. Just enough to get us started. Good DM advice. But
you said that's good DM advice? Like telling the actor, oh, now you're just like, you just sit there in the bank vault after your wife shouted at you and you feel this way. Just enough to get you started. Good DM advice. He's saying that giving direction in that sense to his player is good DM advice. Am I getting that right?
So the way what I hear is MysticArts says you want to set the scene and then let the players role play. So starting with something, you're in the bank and the wife shouts at you, or I don't know.
Yeah, whatever.
And then roll, you roll the table, you let them role play back and forth. But he is still including that element of moving the players into place and then starting the camera roll, basically. Which is him obviously still thinking in a movie type situation. In our games, I only do this at the start of the session. We start here. And most of the time, I ask you guys the 5 minutes before the session, do we want to start where we left off or skip ahead at
And we
start
say
of
yes.
Yeah, everybody says yes all the time. And I'm like, okay, that's great for me if all the players want to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, but I don't know. Maybe roleplay is seen out of order too, right? There's something weird that I can't I don't know.
Have you ever tried to role play out of order? Introduce flashbacks in role-playing games and stuff like that?
No. I never did like a memento kind of game. We're gonna start from the conclusion and work backward or work toward the middle. I never did that.
Yeah.
I think that would be like I don't think it's the right medium for that. But
yeah, I think every time I tried it to bring some color into the history of a player character, it just was like, let's stop what we are doing to have this moment to explain something, which destroys the flow of the game.
Yeah, and like the thing is, if you have like you film a movie, right, and you have like you have a few scenes that are gonna take place in a radio station. There you go. I've been an actor in a movie called Barney's Version, an extra really. But I'm playing like the radio technician in that movie, and I'm in three scenes. I'm in 3 different scenes. If you look, you can see me. You can see a young me. But
nice.
All the scene taking place in that movie, taking place in the radio station, are filmed on the same day, because that's the day they have the location, right?
Right. Yes.
In the movie, they're not all scenes that are gonna follow together. They're sometimes years apart, right? But they're all gonna be filmed on the same day, because we have this location for the day, right? And the people, and like a guy like me, that's gonna be like the radio technician from all those 3 scenes, right? I'm just gonna be there for the day, right? So I'm gonna go change between scene and do some stuff, right? But so that's why you give those direction and you give the context of what's happening in the scene. Imagine if you were to roleplay like that, right? Oh, now we're in the king castle, in the courtyard of the king's castle, right? And we have those 3 scenes to go through, and it wouldn't make sense. But that's why jamming is not like directing. That's why, I don't know, it's just like I'm getting upset.
But that's usually then I let the actor.
Yeah.
I assume that's not what he means. It's probably more like, okay, interesting part of the scene is over. Let me move you guys to the next interesting scene with the characters. But it's still the director taking away player agency of where they want to go.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it's the comment of, oh, they think I'm a dictatorial GM. Well, you're still moving the players and the characters of where to go. You might ask them where to go, but you could have just let the camera keep rolling and see what happens.
Yeah.
And maybe there's a fear. I'm just guessing. I might be wrong. But maybe there's a fear that, well, if I just keep the camera rolling, nothing interesting is going to happen. Well, that's what we mean with player agency. They're supposed to be the ones to make it interesting.
Yeah, like it's when you're not like proactive player, yes, nothing is gonna happen. But when you keep taking player agency, your player are not going to be proactive. It's like the chicken and egg kind of situation.
Yes.
It's a problem. Nicolas says cynical all over again. No. It's been a while since I had like a Questing Bees video. He doesn't do
Time
much
until
advice.
next important choice. Every
Was it
30
important
minutes,
or
I will
interesting?
give you a fork, and you
Yeah.
choose left or right.
Yeah, now you can go there or you can go there. Stop the clock again.
You can go back out of the prison and join the courtyard and look at the sky for 5 minutes.
Yeah. So you're saying that all people in chat are high quality people? Yes. There's a filter. Like there's a natural filter to join my audience. That if you can hang out there in the chat with me, you passed. You're better than the max.
Get to work on showing me their raw interpretation of that scene. I let them loose. So why did I bother with the script diagnosis? Well, because I want to be able to refer to those notes later if I'm in doubt about, a specific performance. When I think, why did that feel off? I want to refer to my notes and see if I can meet the actor halfway. But I don't lead with a diagnosis. That would be bad direction. What we call result direction, it's when a director asks for a result, and in return, they typically get exactly that result, and it feels dead hollow, empty inside. As a director, I want the actors to bring their influence into the scene, because the more lived experience is brought to a piece of art, the deeper it can be. And the same is true for RPGs. I want the players to bring their own lived experiences to the game. If it were all me all the time, it would suck. I routinely only prepare one session ahead of time, and I think you should too. I typically have no idea where we'll be in a few sessions' time, and I have absolutely no idea on what my players' plans are. That head-on-head collision, their plans versus my plans, that collision is the game. It's why we're all addicted to role-playing games. Lean into it. Invite your players to be your collaborators.
Oh,
wait,
we'll
is
pick
that
it up
the
next
reason?
time. Thanks so much for watching.
That's what I'm about to say. Like he kind of touched now, like why he's role playing.
Yeah.
I wish you would have expanded more on that.
Yeah, I think that should be the video.
Yeah, I think that was a very weird video. Because like there, what Enstalky say right there, like he contradicts himself so much. That's how I felt throughout the whole video, right? He says something, right, sometimes when he talk about role playing that are not completely wrong and completely false, but all the parallels make with directing. And when he talks about directing and what he's saying there, like seem to fit my idea of what directing is for a movie or TV show. But he fails to bring it back to role playing. Like the parallel doesn't translate at all, in my opinion.
Is it another Plato's Cave situation? Does he just not? Has he never experienced the freedom in a role playing game?
I think you're right when you said you probably came up with the title first and tried to make a script out of it, right? Just like
because he's a professional. That's what you do. If you
the premise of the video is much more egregious than the content. Although the content is also egregious. It's also not great, but it's not as bad as the premise of the video is. That's what that would be my assessment.
Yeah, I'm looking through his list of videos to see stuff that he's done before. Like, did he talk about role playing? Why he plays role playing games? And some things that stood out to me. Where was it again? Like, get players to role play by rendering scenes. Would lean into the direction of let them co-create stuff into the world. But I
think what you mean by rendering. Sorry. Go ahead, finish your thought. Got it.
We skipped the part of like having to prod the players every scene. Like, okay, now you tell me what's in the room.
I think what he means by rendering scene, I think is like retelling what the like making the player turn cool, right? I think that's what he's meaning by rendering the scene.
That way around. Okay.
Yes. So like, no, that's not gonna help role playing. But I didn't watch the video, But it's just from his other video when he referenced the rendering thing. That's what I got from.
Yeah, but also another video like why you should stop building worlds adds to the last point of him of, oh, I am preparing, I'm doing so much prep work, I'm creating this arsenal to handle whatever my plays throws at me, but also I only prep one session in advance, which means you're not telling me how much you're prepping. You make it sound super impressive, but then you limit yourself, which means you have not solved the problem of how to avoid GM burnout. Like, how is this going to help me? What can I take from this? Because they are contradicting, they're opposing each other. How can it be both?
I don't know, man. Like, it seemed like he seemed to have a lot of contradiction in this in his video, right? It seemed like he said one thing and then the other, and then like he tried to dilute it.
Yeah,
it's a bit frustrating, but you got a good voice. You got to give him that.
Yes.
I think he actually does mean to have the player do their thing, but if so, this video is very badly written, which is weird for a professional writer. Maybe at some point I'll go back to the rendering scene. I think that's one of his most viewed videos.
Yeah. If you're a professional writer, it just means somebody paid you to do it.
Yeah. I got paid to fix script. Not write script, but fix script.
Cool.
Yeah. Very
Next
frustrating
video.
experience. Yes. I want to do GM philosophy, right? Which I reacted to last month. And
okay.
And he took it well. He seemed to be a class act, to be honest. He commented on my videos. Oh, it's cool to have somebody else take. And I watched his content this month. That he a lot of video with title that like drew my attention, like fire to, or like a flame to a moth, whatever the expression is, right?
A moth to a flame. Yes.
A moth to a flame. Like I held two. One is unlock real player emotion in your D&D game, which is a topic I talk about, right? I talk about the emotional alignment that you should have in role playing. So I'm very interested with this video. You also get your D&D player to role play in all caps. So
oh my god. Oh,
now you're like
right
in my you're right in my lane, right?
Let me check out Player's Cave again if somebody walked out of it, you know? I'm gonna give it a pass.
And he had at least one other one that I didn't hold here, but he had at least one other one that I saw the title and I said, oh wow, I want to watch that. So maybe I'll do both. Should I start with the get your D&D player? Like the get your D&D player to role play was done before the other one. Maybe we'll watch this one, and then maybe I'll come back to the other one, or maybe we'll do two of them in the same stream. We'll see how it goes.
Maybe if the first one is that good, we can just do the other one.
Yeah, if you guessed it. But
T'as ton plan de match?
T'as ton plan de match?
What does that even mean?
You have your match plan.
Okay.
It's pretty easy.
So come back.
All right. Let's listen to
Great
GM philosophy. So there you go. Gets your D&D player to role play. Proven strategy for DM. Yeah, that's gonna be good. I hope so. It's a very good topic. It's a very important topic.
It's a bit funny. Like, how can you claim that the strategy is proven? You know, like there is no fucking company out there that like proves strategies or disproves them. It's all just like noise in the world.
We proved it. We have things that we have strategies that put into action. We have the proof on our channel, right?
Yeah.
We say like we give the DM advice, and then we show our game, and you can see those in the advice in action. That's proof. I would say like we have proven way to like I have this video about speeding up combat. I can say the proven way to speed up combat, right?
Yes.
Don't just drive your turn, right?
Absolutely.
Let's listen.
Hello, friends. Welcome back to the channel. I'm the GM Philosopher. Today we're talking about deep roleplay. Now, I'm going to share a link with you to episode 11 of the Barrenlands. And let me tell you what, there was some amazing roleplay that went on. And as a game master, you might be asking yourself, how can I inspire?
Like you said, there was amazing roleplay going on, and like what I'm hoping to see in this video, I'm not sure if I will see, is like I'd like him to define roleplay, what he means by roleplay, right?
I assume it means they had like a couple of moments in the game where the players were immersed and had a back and forth before, they asked the game master a question again to clarify and go back to the 2D style of game until the next scene arrives, which is what I usually see at higher quality tables who do not understand 4D roleplay. That's a thing I can see sometimes of like, oh, they have a cool moment and they try to draw it out.
They speak with an accent. They did a shopping session, and they haggle with the shop like that. Like I have this thing here, right? When I was like, my definition, what I mean when I say roleplay. When I say role-playing is the act of temporarily assuming the mindset, decision-making process, and behavioral framework of a character distinct from oneself, making decision as that character would within a given scenario. That's not my definition of roleplay. That's like the Webster definition of role-playing. But it's one that fit my purpose. But so I'm hoping that if we want to tell D&D player how to roleplay, that he's gonna at least define what roleplay is. But we'll watch and we'll listen and see. Like I said, like I do this marathon. I don't watch those videos before doing the marathon, right? I'm coming in blind.
That's too much work. We just queue them up.
Well, the whole point of doing those marathon too is like I don't have much time to watch YouTube and D&D content during the month, right, or during the weeks or whatever. So it's like I reserve one day when I can just like jam it all together, and then I'm good for a while.
No, Nicholas, don't mention that. Remove that comment immediately.
What? Oh yeah, most people will see the whole hobby as the triple roleplay, combat, and exploration. Yeah, because like roleplay doesn't happen during combat and exploration.
Isn't that just a marketing thing, though?
Yeah.
Play with my players. As game masters, we want to have awesome role play. We want our players to enjoy the game. As game masters, we want to enjoy the game. And deep role play, having players really take it seriously, having epic storylines, having awesome things going on, this increases enjoyment. This makes it more of a special experience. But how can we inspire our players to do this? As game masters, what boxes do we need to check off?
Am I being pedantic when he says deep roleplay compared to roleplay? Like he gives examples of what he means, but
I don't know what he means by roleplay yet, right? So saying deep roleplay doesn't say much to me, right? Like the term roleplay is assumed oftentimes when people do those videos. I don't think it should, because I think the vast majority of people in the role-playing hobby don't know what role-playing is.
I like to call my newer games immersive role-play, because people are role-playing, but we are immersed in the world as we do so. So we are not like trying to skip out of the world to talk and have a back and forth and then go back in. We are immersed the whole way through.
Yeah.
And I think I like that term. I don't know. Maybe it's wrong. Maybe you have an opinion on that.
I like the term immersion, but it's a term that is also abused, and it's not a perfect term either, because you can be immersed in all kind of stuff, right? Like if you when you're coding and you're like in the zone, right, and you're doing and thing flows
immersive coding session.
Well, that's what it is. You're immersed you're immersed in the work you're doing, right? You can be immersed in all kind of stuff. You could be immersed in just like this tactical combat, right? You don't see time skip, you're very focused, you don't think about anything else. What I'm talking about is like immersion in character, right? It's immersive role play. It's like,
to really get our players delving deep into their characters, exploring deeper concepts, really role-playing it out in a high quality, like
Okay, he's talking like delving deep into the character, exploring different concepts. He's onto something there.
I like it.
Immersive, emotional fashion. Well, I've got 3 tips for you today. These 3 things are needed if you want to inspire deeper role play with your player characters. So let's dive right into it and talk about item number 1. You need the right players. Let me tell you what, nothing beats taking your time and recruiting really high quality players who are really, really good at actually being immersive, players who want to be there, players who care about the story, of their characters and of the story of the campaign that you're creating,
Okay, hold on.
that you're creating together.
I just want to agree now with the rest of the video, but man, I have to address it. It's the same problem as MysticArts. What your players, but so many players are not that, are like trashy or they don't care. It's like, you can't take a normal player and make them an immersive player if they agree to try it out. So it still has to solve that problem of increasing the player pool that is interested in immersive role playing.
You can turn player like into like if they're into it. If there's I want to try that out, right? It's something that can be learned, right? Yes, but the vetting the player like so far like I'm on board. We're always saying no.
Definitely.
Yeah. Let's listen more. Maybe he's gonna get it. Maybe we're gonna have like a new friend in our group.
Finding players who care is definitely the number 1 step, and it's essential. You can only do so much with players who don't really care, with players who don't care about the art, who don't care about immersion. If you care about these things, then finding players who also care about them is essential. So that's just step number 1. Step number 2 is this. You need to set up your players for success. You need to tee them up with amazing role play moments. Players can be really creative. They have a lot of control over how fun the game is and how immersive the game is. However, if nothing tees up good role playing, if nothing sets them up to do amazing role play, if there are not complex scenarios, if there are not moral quandaries, if there are not societal things going on that really spark creativity, if there's not a little bit of conflict, if there's not a little bit of social upheaval, right? If there are not any uncomfortable moments, you're going to have a hard time getting your players really immersed in.
I like what he's saying there as well. You need some conflict, you need some drama, right? That's what he's talking about. That's good so far.
I'm not sure if I agree.
You're not sure if you agree?
Yes, I'm trying to formulate a thought that goes something like the game master has to prep set up the players for success. I would say no. You create the world. The world is what it is. It can be peacetime.
I believe you need a premise in your world, and there need to be some form of conflict baked in the world. It can be a different scale.
Yes.
But there need to be some. The world need to be something doing interesting if you want the player to pay interest to it.
Yes. I think I guess it's a minute detail, so I'm not gonna blame it on him. It's more of I key up to it because as a game master, I'm not trying to set up anything. I create a premise at the start, and I just try to follow the world, let the conflict show up by itself.
Yeah. No, but I think it's fair in the first session. I think it's fair for the GM to get the ball rolling.
Yes.
And then once you give the push, then you should just follow behind it, right? Just things should the player take over from there. But so far, I like what he's saying. You still need something to happen in the world that otherwise you're just gonna be like let's open a bakery.
The game you have run with, I believe it was Phil, a UNPC game of being at home during what was it, turkey dinner, something?
Yeah, Thanksgiving.
Yeah, Thanksgiving. So for me, this is a conflictless game. But you, the player and the game master, you immediately negotiated what the conflict is gonna be. There's the tension in the family. And then as a game master, you're escalating it to bring a horror element to something is not right. So that for me is a perfect example of not shoving in the conflict into their face. You let them breathe a bit. and then escalating it slowly.
I often say like you want to have some conflict in the world, but the player don't need necessarily to interact with this conflict from the get-go, right? It's something happening.
Yeah.
You don't need to be involved right away, right? It's something that it's a motor that make things moving in the world, right? Things need to be evolving. You don't want to have the world in stasis.
Yes.
And like it can be a different scale. So in that sense, that's why I'm saying I agree with him, right? Just like I don't know.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah.
Into it. If it's just you walk into the room, it's made of stone. There's a monster. Roll initiative, right? It's only going to be so immersive. Whereas if you walk
that's
in
good.
and there's like symbols on the door, and it turns out that they lead to a cryptic message, and then the NPC is trying to tell you you shouldn't be saying that out loud. That's sacred in our religion. And then you have someone over here who's a little bit, they don't like goblins, and so they're talking smack on goblins, and so you have a little bit of like hate, a little bigotry going on. Maybe there's some xenophobia, right? Maybe you have people who have clashing of different customs.
Wow. Like
That's just
xenophobia?
it's just so funny, the word bigotry. I get triggered, man. Where's my X card?
Why, by the word bigotry?
Yes.
More
Goblins
than by
deserve
bigotry?
it. GM philosophy, okay? It's all justified. It's not bigotry.
Well, can still be. Bigotry doesn't mean it's wrong, no?
It's
At least that's how I see it.
Yeah, definitely. Like there are tribes of goblins that maybe they want to trade and don't ruin everything they run across. But in my world, they're all monsters, and the players agree.
No, but I like what he's saying there, right? About the if you just like walk in the stone room and there's a monster, roll for initiative, and then it's combat, right? Yeah, that's not very immersive. Like, and he's talking about like you want to have like something more meaningful a bit going on, right? I agree with that.
Yes.
I think they're more interesting, and I often say like the best monster are human, and it's more interesting because you can talk with them, you can interact with them, you can try to understand them, right? There's some kind of like there can be other resolution than just like killing them, this push and pull,
Absolutely.
right? This you can have this tension. If there's a monster and we're gonna kill him, you can have the tension of like maybe he's gonna beat us, maybe he's gonna beat us, or the die is gonna roll for us, or the die is not gonna roll for us. But if you make something more intelligible, if you make something more intriguing, there's more tension that can come from that.
Man, I'm sorry. I keep referring to the Lich's Dregs game because I love it so much.
Something we have in common too. So.
Yeah, like the orcs, the goblins, all of them, they are monsters. But even in their monstrous behavior, they have their own goals. Like they adjudicate what is good, what is bad. Of the goblin lied, this is unacceptable. He needs to be punished. Like don't fucking kill my goblin. He approaches menacingly, pulling out the sword. He's like, I'm not gonna kill him. You can take his ear. Like no. I don't even want to damage your property. He still has to do his work for you. So he ends up slicing into the ear, which is such a great contrast to, oh look, a human village. Let's kill them all. It shows a dimension of how monstrous they are, but also how civilized they can be in the same element.
Yeah, well, they're still like kind of sapient creature, right? They have like a and they survive, and they can have some like that's this monstrous game. That's what I was interesting to explore, right? It's like, well, they're monster, but they still have some form of civilization, right? Because they're not just like they're not just like beasts in the field, right? Just like
or like gorillas or chimpanzees. There's more going on.
Yeah, exactly. So they probably have some rules, some kind of like that goes. So that's what I was interested in exploring in that. But
yeah.
So like, man, I didn't do much pose in that video because like it's that good.
Yeah, it's that good.
Maybe you introduce NPCs who challenge custom beliefs of your player characters. Maybe you have them taking part in a story that's literally driven by some kind of moral quandary or ethical quandary. The more you layer the complexities of your world, but then introduce it to the players in a simplistic fashion, the bigger tee up you give them to kick the role play ball and really get things rolling. So putting some thought into
And I agree with that as well. Like moral country are more much interesting. Like if you want to have like this deep role play, and modern player, a lot of them like want to shy away from that because like
I don't want to
well,
offend anybody, so let me take
Or-
out all more quandaries.
or there's gonna be like those like people that won't be able to help but like bring those like real life politics into it, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna want to see it as an allegory to something like, no, like we're playing a fucking org game. Like don't make it weird, right? Don't make it about like Orange Man bad, right?
He's not in this universe. He cannot hurt you.
Yes, exactly. Not every ruler is him. It's like I'm not making a representation of like.
And it's if people make that comparison, like if people in chat are here that like made those comparisons before, like definitely like, is this just current politics happening in my game? Just stop and think. Well, are you projecting what you believe to be true into the game? Because that's a common problem, like a trap we fall into without even noticing. Like I think everybody does it, so don't be ashamed or feel like you're a bad player, bad person. But if you are aware that it's a possibility, you can reflect on it, which is what saves your role playing games.
We got a special guest.
Nice.
Yeah.
Perfect.
But yeah, so moral country, I.
The moral putting some effort into that as a game master.
Sorry.
It goes back to the Lich's Drex game. I did not. It's like I wasn't even thinking as a moral quandary of like, oh, you guys go to the woods. It's session 1. I'm gonna put a child there that is going through the ritual of adulthood, right? Like let's emancipate, let's grow up.
Yeah.
You have to go out there and hunt something and survive, come back. But the players end up seeing him in danger. So what are the players going to do? I'm not thinking as a moral quandary, but essentially it is, right?
Mm-hmm. And it might not have gone the way you thought it would, but it did say something about our culture.
Yes.
Or at least the way that Corn Pop see it, which might also now we realize be at odds that all the most orcs see it. Maybe Corn Pop is too old school now, or too like there's something going on. We don't know exactly what now, but we're figuring out to play, and that's interesting.
And it also told us a lot about goblin culture too.
Yeah,
we got both at the same time.
Yes. Yeah.
Is really important, and to be really honest, that's where a lot of the prep work can come in to make it special. So give your players room to basically have those moments of role play. Give them some moments, let them see some things, let them hear some things, let them experience some things. Have NPCs say things to them, have villains say things to them, have them experience things that are going to provoke role play, that are going to challenge them, that are going to make it hard for them to just stay silent and not say anything or do anything. And then when they do say stuff, when they do stuff, you then layer upon that with reactions.
It's interesting what it's saying there, right? Like have them put something in front of them that is going to make it hard for them to stay silent. It's like you want to provoke his player into being proactive, into having their character react to stuff. That's interesting. I think that's fair.
I think it's it's a good habit.
Yeah. But if you have like passive character, it's almost like shocking them into like, well, don't be so passive. Something's happening now. It's probably shocking to you or whatever, right? You probably want to react to that.
In a way, it's really cool if the characters are passive, because they get to role play out all of the bad things that are happening and them staying silent. And you can just ratchet up the tension more and more until you see if they like bend or break, which also leads to great role play. They don't like the choice to not say anything still can lead to great role play.
Yes, and it says something about your character when you do it, like, you know, when you're serious about it. Sort of yawning going on.
Yeah, it's I share this room. Okay.
From the NPCs, with the reactions from the animal companions, with the reactions from the villains, from the shopkeeper, from the tavern keeper, and then you build on those things, and that requires you as a game master to kind of get into the head of your NPCs, which is an amazing skill to have, and it's an amazing thing that will bring out that role play with your players. So that's tip number 2. Now, before we go into tip number 3, I want to let you know that there's something I want to give you. I actually have a free ebook. It's like my top 10 tips, top 10 Game Master tips ebook. If you want to delve deeper, level up your game literally overnight, I would invite you to join my email list. So when you do, you get this as a free download. I give this out for free because these are the top 10 tips that I've learned over the course of my Game Master career. 20 plus years, 2 decades of running games at this point. And so if you want to level up overnight, grab that for sure. Links in the description. But now I want to talk about the third, and this is maybe one of the most important things: finding the right players, essential, teeing them up for success, giving them stuff to work with, getting them to a place where there's enough complexity to work with in a role play sense. This is really important, but these 2 things are only going to do so much good if you do not do this third thing. And the third thing is sometimes letting nature take its course and backing way off. If you watch the episode of the Barren Lands, you'll notice that there were large swaths of time where I just completely backed off and I let the player characters basically lead the.
Holy shit! He's getting it.
We have a winner.
That's great.
I'm subscribing right now.
Yeah, I posted the link for that in the chat, right? Go check him out. I'll post it again. Oh yeah, I did post it right there at the.
Yes, you did.
23 minutes ago. Thank you. We're going slow to those video. Yeah.
It's GM philosophy, the G with a great beard that understands what roleplay is about.
Yeah, I'll post it again. He's getting it. Like I think in his last video, I think I wasn't too impressed, but he seemed to. He's getting it there. Yes, the GM should say less. Learn to shut up as a GM. That's such an important skill. I think I said that in my video, like essential skill to level up as a GM. I think one of them was like, shut up. Know when to shut up. But yeah, you love to see it.
The story lead the way. Sometimes game masters get this thought, and I think they do it because they want to be a good game master, but they get this thought: if I'm not constantly talking about something, if I'm not constantly doing something, if I'm not constantly having conflict or interjecting, I'm not running a good game. And I think that game masters have this idea because they want to do enough. They want to work hard at making the game good, but sometimes the best thing for the game is to step back and let the player characters take the lead, and then you just toss in a little bit of what's needed here and there. Sometimes silence is more powerful, especially when the player characters are filling the silence and they're doing it without needing to be prompted or without needing to be challenged any more than they already have. Sometimes giving the player characters one little thing to work with will set off a chain reaction of roleplay that doesn't really require any more input from the game master until the scene changes or the energy dies down. And so sometimes backing off, allowing space, giving it room to breathe is the best thing you can do as a game master. Here at GM Philosophy, the goal is to empower game masters to run better games. And if that sounds like the goal for you, then you're not going to want to miss watching one of these other awesome videos on the channel, because that's what we're all about here on the channel. Thank you so much for coming back to another episode of GM Philosophy in the morning. I am the GM Philosophy.
That was a very good video. Love to see it.
Everything about this video is great. Like the camera focusing on his face. He has written out like what he wants to say, so he can do it all like put it under 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Right? Like he's not repeating his points or contradicting them.
Yes. Yeah, he's going one way, saying one thing. It doesn't not the opposite. we're gonna watch another one of him because it's glad to see like people not like outside the circle, right? The usual circle, getting it. And
Convergent evolution, reaching the same points without
this one is
interacting with each other.
Unlock real player emotion within your D&D game, secret emotional resonance, and that's something I talk a lot about, right? Like I'm always obsessed about like I talk a lot about like the emotional alignment, right? I talk about it. I don't talk a lot about it. I talk about it. Hey, what do you want? Right? Give me a break. I'm turning Italian now. But so hopefully, like, can he make 2 of them? Should we have like give him a break on with a home run? Now we have to put him on.
He already won. Is it standing innovations time now or?
Yeah, and I like also like 7 minutes video. It's a great time. It's good. It's not too long.
Yeah. So that's good.
Yeah. I don't like the shape of his shade though, but
did you want to go through any of the comments recently, like see what people said?
People say white pill right now, and there's like the video we just played at the IS ViewCon of his recent video, which is good. But people like they're not saying much in the chat right now.
Yeah, I guess that's more to say when MysticArts was on the screen.
Yeah. Funny side of the effect of everything is political is now that they can't even play their own game to the fullest because they're too scared or too offend. Exactly. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But yeah, I think like I keep an eye on the chat. Sometimes people talk among themselves or just like make little. There's also some comment I won't put on the screen. You know.
Okay. Yes, that's good.
Yeah.
You're the director of the stream. You choose like which line gets included.
And I'm the dictator of the stream.
Emphasis on dick.
That's good.
Was it? It was so cheap, man.
It was well timed and all. It's good. All right, let's listen to him.
Hello, friends. Welcome back to GM Philosophy in the Morning. I'm the GM Philosopher, and this is the GM Philosophy channel. Our mission here at GM Philosophy is to empower game masters to run better.
All right. Welcome to GM Philosophy. I'm the GM Philosopher, and this is the GM Philosophy channel. And on GM Philosophy, that's a bit much.
The other one was better. So he learned. He improved.
Yeah. No, the other one was before that one. That one is more recent. No, it's just funny about the intro. Like that's saying a lot of the, just like whatever. It doesn't really bother me, to be honest. I just think it's funny.
For games, this includes all TTRPGs, though you'll find that I mostly talk about D&D because I play D&D the most. Today we're talking about something really important. Run your D&D game with emotional resonance. And I'm going to make a statement here that you might be surprised by. I think emotional resonance is more important than plot, and it's more important even than agency or sandboxiness, okay? And I'm going to explain why, and I'm going to explain what it is.
Oh, joking now. Oh. I'm not a fan of that. Those intro. That's me, right? Just like
it just takes too long.
First of all, what is emotion?
It's weird because when people click on the video, they see the thumbnail and then they read the title and they think, I'm interested in this. Tell me more. But if you add an intro, like even he did it after 45 seconds, which is better than doing it at the start. At the start, most people are here, and then you lose 80% in the first 8 seconds.
Oh yeah.
But the intro is still not. It's very much like, oh, this would be a cool thing to make my channel more professional, but it doesn't help you retain more viewers. It's superfluous.
And like I would excuse it if you make it like 2 beat, like bam bam, just like something you flash on it, like make 2 notes or like half a bar of a 4/4 time. Yeah. Like something very quick, very short.
Have you ever watched podcasts like Chris Williamson?
No.
Well, he's a guy that has a channel called Modern Wisdom, where he invites a guest and they talk about something. Okay, you hate it already. But he used, like, you know, he talks with all of the whoever fucking guru is all the way up there, or doctor or whatever. You know, it's a Joe Rogan type situation. But he had an intro, and then he removed the intro out of his channel because he realized the people don't watch the content for the video. They want to know what the guest has to say, and the interesting discussion that comes from it.
Yeah, I do like in it, like because I do everything in live stream. I have oftentimes this countdown at the start.
Yeah,
but my excuse is I do everything in live stream. I give a chance for people to join in, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like if I do record the video, I try to go like straight into the topic. But anyway, that's a very minor point, right? I'm interested in content. So now we talked, you know, I guess we talk more about the form of the video than the content so far. So let's give it a listen.
Emotional resonance. Emotional resonance happens when everyone is sharing in the same emotional experience. Now, they may not be experiencing the exact same emotions, but they are sharing in a universal sort of like emotional experience. In other words, it matters to everyone, and it matters to everyone in the same certain kind of direction. So like a
okay, it's not exactly the direction I thought he would go.
Yeah.
Because like when I'm talking about I'm talking about emotional alignment more than emotion. I get his term emotional resonance is like, yes, when you're resonating with the people around the table, so you're emotionally aligned with other people around the table.
Yes,
I'm talking about emotional alignment between your character and yourself and the player. So that's usually what I'm talking about. But we'll listen. I guess there's something interesting there too about emotional resonance.
Okay.
A scene that is sad, right? This is recognized and it resonates with all the players versus a scene that is, you know, maybe tense or suspenseful. This resonates with all of them. Now, some of them may feel more powerful emotions about a scene than others. That's okay. That's actually very natural. In my experience, generally, a game master will usually elicit very strong feelings from maybe one player or maybe two if you're just nailing it, if the scene is amazing. It's very difficult to bring all players to the same point of emotional resonance at the exact same time. That's okay. That is a very lofty, high, often unachievable goal in my experience. So what you want to do is you want to weave things into your campaign that will bring all of the players to that point of high emotional resonance. And then sometimes it's like maybe half the players during one session, the other half during another session. Sometimes you can't even fit all those things into one session. But I said before that this was more important than plot and more important than sandbox or even agency. And let me explain what I mean by that. And this is going to underscore how important emotional resonance is. So let's take preparation, plot line. Let's say that you prepare the most epic story. Let's say that you have the most amazing NPCs. They have fleshed out backstories. You've worked on their classes. You know all their abilities. Let's say that you've been working on maybe a mystery, or you've been, you know, creating clues. Maybe you have the most awesome maps, whatever, okay? All these things, okay, that's awesome. Prep work is great. But if you just lead players through, it's like, okay, let's see. Door number 1. Okay, go ahead and open it. Okay, after door number 1, roll an investigation check. Oh, okay. You see 2 wine bottles on a table. What are you going to do? Right? So there's no emotionalness to this. There's no emotion evoking thing. And this is why prep is a part of it. Prep is awesome, but prep alone is not going to get you to the point where your players are interfacing emotionally with the story, the collaborative storytelling experience. And this is where I begin to believe that TTRPGs can transcend game and become art. They can become collaborative storytelling exercises. They can become a collaborative storytelling.
All right, it's a bit of a weaker video, this one. You're saying a lot of stuff, but not much in the same time. Would you agree with that, Zonara?
It's I'm not finding like problems here, but I'm also the definitions are a bit weaker, which makes it hard to like get the point across.
Yeah, I'm not finding like major problem, but I'm also not finding like gold nugget, right? Just like It's like tepid.
Yeah, there are a couple points that stick out to me. Like one of them is the emotional resonance, like everybody at the table being fully engaged, basically, and like having these emotions that the character would feel and like living vicariously through them. Of, oh, this is sad, this is infuriating, and the way he talks about it, he doesn't say it. Is he telling the players what they should feel, or are the players feeling it themselves?
Well, I assume he's in the second half of the video. He's probably going to explain a little bit more on that. But so far, yes, it does seem that he's putting this on the BS of the GM again, like another like responsibility, putting another hat put on the head of the GM, right? Oh, now you have to make your player feel something, and he says like
that's the thing. I don't think he says that, but the video is not clear enough to define. With that. In the other video, it was very much clear, giving the players room to act, to role play. So then you can enable them to feel all of those emotions, because you're not going to dictate what the characters feel or think.
Yeah,
giving them room.
And that's what he's saying. He said, like, when he's saying like this emotional resonance is more important than player agency. Obviously, I'm talking about something slightly different when I say like emotional alignment. But I'm saying like this because I want when I play a role-playing game, I want to feel stuff, right? That's like in the video I did why we role play. I said that's the big thing that I'm looking for. I'm looking for emotion and feelings. You know, like if I was a little girl.
You don't like feelings, Mr. Max?
No, obviously I like feelings. I feel all the time. I'm
rage,
full of
suffering.
Yeah, I'm 90% feel.
Disappointment.
But to reach like to have like this emotional alignment, it has to go through player agency. You need the player agency for the character to be able to act, the character to be able to feel, and then the player to be able to feel through their character. So yeah, like
yes,
Nicolas said, like surrogate emotion. I crave the feel, exactly. Like I don't feel much, or I have a very monotone feeling in my real life. So I'm looking for like a more refined palette of feelings from my characters. Get to feel what I don't get to feel in real life, which is all frustration.
It's not the main goal in a role-playing game, but it's one of the benefits that I love about role-playing games. Like being in a whole different world, inside a whole different character, going through all of these emotions and the roller coaster and having an impact, or, die trying. Leaving the world like a better place, or the way I want it to be.
What would you say is the main goal?
Well, the main goal is the role-playing, like being completely immersed in the activity.
But you see, like this is the emotional alignment. For me, this is the stick by which I measure my immersion. I feel like I was like completely immersed in this character when I reached that emotional alignment.
Yes.
So in that sense, like, yeah, is emotional alignment the main goal? Well, immersion is the goal, but like immersion is measure. It like it isn't part like I know I reached like full immersion when I was emotionally aligned.
I guess. Well, I agree. So I'm trying to reconfigure what I said, because I guess like, role playing being more of a catch-all, or being more general, and the emotional resonance being a main benefit of that.
Yeah,
I guess I can. Maybe I'm just trying to divide it a bit too much. I'm not sure.
Well, we're just talking there, right? Figuring stuff as we talk, right? Just like we don't have a script there, guys.
Okay, let me put the script away real quick.
What if I was to press play and go piss?
Well, the video will be done when you return. Go ahead.
Probably, maybe not. I'll do it quick. All right. If the video is done when I come back, start making your comments on it. I can still hear, right? I can still listen.
So that's good.
Telling experiences that we experience together as they're created. It's somewhere between writing a novel together and doing like improv theater together. It's like somewhere in the middle of that. Amazing art form. But if we don't tap into the feelings, into the emotions, we're going to miss the art of it. And it's going to become just a tactical minis game. Nothing wrong with a tactical minis game. But why not play Warhammer if you want to play a tactical minis game? Because I believe TTRPGs were always intended, and they're at their best when they do more than that, when they are actually artwork that you're creating together. And yeah, there's going to be some mechanics. Yeah, there's going to be some game mechanics, kind of like minis, battle type, tactical stuff. There's going to be that, and that's a fun thing. And you shouldn't not have that. But when the players walk in, it's like you see a skeleton laid out on the table. One of its hands still grasps around an old wine bottle. And then you see a note laying on the table, old, dust collected. You can't even read the writing because the dust is on it. And maybe once they brush the dust off, it's like maybe it's a goodbye note. This character knew, whoever this was, whoever the skeleton was, they knew they were going to die. And this was a goodbye note to their loved one, right? This brings more emotion, more feeling into the scene. And maybe you can even give one of the player characters a flashback of one of their romantic partners that they lost in the past.
Okay, no flashbacks.
Emotionality going. So it's prep work.
Cut out the flashbacks.
And you can prep for emotionality. You can absolutely prep for that. And the way that you want to do that is you want to start thinking to yourself, how do I emotionally involve my players? How do I bring them into the story emotionally? And when you can prepare those types of things along with the tactical details, you're going to be way closer to like winning this part of it, the emotional resonance part, way closer to achieving success in this. Now, emotional resonance is also more important than agency or sandboxiness. Let me explain why. In a vacuum, there's going to be nothing for the players to latch onto to give meaning to the adventure, to give meaning to the story. So players maybe will do whatever they want. Maybe you're going to let them do anything. They're going to create their own spells. They're going to, create their own.
I'm back.
Oh, you made it.
Pause. Yeah, I made it before the end. You see, I told you I could be quick. Toilet's not far. I'm with Mr. Max here. I also had to be able to explore my character and see it grow and become its own thing. It's a big one for me. Yes, I agree with that as well. Figure out what the character is, right? Like what makes me tick. I have an idea when I start, but I figure it out as I play. So you were commenting on top of the video I could hear, right?
Yeah.
You want to expand on that, on what you had to say?
Wait, what did I say? I was being in the flow.
You were being in the flow. He's talking about one thing. Okay, one thing what he's saying now, right? I agree with like the thing that if you bring the emotion in, it's gonna be much more impactful than if you just do like a tactical combat.
Oh yes,
I agree with that. What I'm not a big fan of is like he seemed to be bringing it on the GM a lot. Like I mentioned that already, right? I said like it feel like that's what it's going toward to.
Yes, that's my disagreement with the video of trying to analyze the player character and craft scenes, and what he said, like craft flashbacks too, to make the scene more emotionally resonant with what's going to happen for the character's head. Yeah, no flashbacks. That
role play in the present.
Yeah,
in the moment.
Stay present in the role playing game.
Look at that.
It's one of the. Oh, hello. Welcome.
We have like some visitor here from Brazil, all the way from Brazil.
Oh my god!
Yeah, man, I came all the way. I swam across the ocean, the sea.
Yeah,
beautiful. Yeah, but my point is, don't force it. Don't try to ramp up the emotions. It's up to the players to describe what the characters is feeling and leaning into that and making it emotionally resonant. And sometimes it's not that impressive, it's not that resonant, but also the players will try to create scenes that make it more interesting. So, like, don't pick up that flag as a game master. Work with your players that they will do, help them do that themselves by saying, this is the world. I react as the world, but you guys are free to do what you like.
Yeah, Like I much prefer exactly and that's what I was saying in the previous video, right? That as a GM, learn when to step back, right? And when you step back, this is where you're gonna the best juice from the player, right? Now they're gonna interact with themselves. They're gonna make up stuff with the thing that they see, right? You can say something like just as a narrator, you say something very matter of factly, right? Very objectively. You don't put any kind of special emotion, but the player can pick up on that, and they're gonna make up story about that, and interpret it in a way that because if you present everything on the same footing, kind of like I'm just describing what is. I'm not putting emotion in things.
Yes,
everything's it's treated on the same footing. Then the player will look for this thing themselves, right? Hello, Nicholas. So you had stuff to say, I assume.
I do. Something that I'd like to comment. It seems that he's putting a lot of emphasis on the dramatic part of the emotional role playing. And I would like to share my piece about that, because at least for me, when I'm role playing a character, it's not all about the dramatic moments. It is about being in character, even in mundane situations. I get a kick out of that. For example, since we talked so much about the Lich Dregs, to me, just trying to imagine how does Red Bastard walk, talk, and all the little mannerisms, trying to get into that mindset is role play as well. And I got a kick out of that. The dramatic parts, they will come about naturally because of character conflicts, right? Because they have opposing goals, and it naturally comes about,
Gotcha.
You're good at also expressing your character emotional state through little physical thing, right?
Exactly.
We get what you don't have to say like, oh, I'm feeling this way. You express it through the action, right? Or subconscious action that you can still perceive, which is good.
That's when it helps that the players are becoming better and better role players. Of all right, I should describe where my character is or how he reacts. With the Red Bastard describing his ears droop down, and he cowers a bit more. He takes a couple steps back. Those little moments, it's a turn, but it's a turn that tells so much about the character's mindset.
And it gives a reality to the character, right? It makes the characters feel like a living being. It's great. And it helps, because of that, right? My remember the scene where Corn Pop offer a drink to Red Bastard. That was that was an interesting scene, right? And even though it's something it's something very innocuous, right? I'm sitting on a log by the fire, I'm drinking, and then I'm offering you some drink. But just because the relation we develop, there's still a tension there in this very mundane thing.
Yeah, I agree. That's one of every now and then you're talking that you measure your quality of immersion as how much you could feel what the character felt, right? To me, it's how much it's the little scenes that I can remember after the game is over, even months after, that it stuck with me for a number of reasons. I'm not a writer or a cinephile, you call?
You're not a director.
A cinephile is somebody that loves movie. A cinematographer is somebody that make movie.
Both then. I'm not both. Not either, rather. So I just go with oh, I like this scene because it was cool. I cannot express so well why it sticks with me. So the same happens when the sessions are over for me, and that one scene of Corn Pop handing the wine is one that got stuck with me. There is distinction there, like you said. I mean, that's one. There are many from. I think every session I have some takeaway, but because that's the one Max mentioned, it's the freshest one in my mind right now.
Yeah, no, I'm mentioning the scene because like it was a very small thing, right? It was a very mundane thing. Like I said, like it's just sitting on a log, but even in that mundane thing, like there was like this flow of abusing relationship. Oh wait, I got a super chat for £5 here, like from Joe Skeptic. Thank you. Move flashback. I see a Brazilian, a Norman, a Swiss. Sorry, it's not if wrong, but you're right. In a video call together, not no mirror cab inside, underrepresented. Yeah, that's what you get here. It's the international kind of in
For
the
$100, we allow an American on the show.
in funnily enough, in the Dritch's leg, in the Dritch's leg, in the Lich's drag, in the I didn't drink that much. In the Lich's drags game, there's actually 2 Brazilian. So is it a Brazilian game now?
We're multiplying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're the majority. We're what, like 35% of the composition of the thing?
Yeah. More than that.
Yeah, 40%.
Yeah, 2 out of 5.
Math is not my forte.
It's Brazilian math. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Close enough for Brazil.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
so that's also beautiful to hear for me of Nicholas describing like all of these scenes being so memorable in the game, because I, as a game master, am not putting a lot of work, like all of these preps, knowing all of this theory. No, I am mostly doing like what he described in the last video. Little prep, make it dramatic. Think about what are cool moments that could create more quandaries. And I just place them in the world, let the players react, like step out of the room, let them breathe. And a lot of game masters can do that, but it's weird because it's not like a martial arts. You have to train 10 years to be a master in the martial arts. It's more like you have to remove all the barriers in your minds of like your preconceptions, your notions of how to run a game. Get them out of the way and reach roleplay enlightenment, right? It's so weird. It's kind of backwards.
It's kind of like the Matrix, you know, you gotta believe, you know, to start messing the warping reality around you.
I'm not special, guys. I just run the game.
No, I don't want to derail things. The Brazilian comes in, derails everything. But like about the topic of you not prepping and letting players help it develop it organically. At least in that game, at least there are some moments where I don't think I would say fatigued, but I get to this one point because my character I'm playing like a very simple character in a way, like very animalistic. Yes. So I think that even though he has depth, but there are moments where me in the headset of the character, like I can feel there's nothing in particular that I want to take from this one scene. And it's good that we have other players so they can like start extracting their juice from that. So I think it's organically we are like passing on the torch to each other and allowing everyone to act, and that organically increases the resolution of the game. And at the end of every session we have like 5 things that we can come back to and address.
But it's fine sometimes to I'm not gonna be in the spotlight for this one. That's good, right? That's all right. I'm just gonna do something,
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Max. That's okay.
I'm always in the spotlight as first thing. Well, what can I say?
Well, but I wouldn't say spotlight, but diegetically speaking, because you are an orc and we are an orc tribe, I guess you do take somewhat of a center role, right? Even though I would say you were very good at like giving lead to other players. Like last game, at one point you asked my character, like, So what do you take from this? I felt like as you, Max, sharing the spotlight to me, and my character did not have much to say. We just had a joke about elves and moved on. But I still felt it was like a sportsman-like of you.
But right too, right? You can say like I know sometimes I take a lot of like room, and I have naturally a big mouth too, right? I talk a lot.
But yeah, the important part is it's the word diegetic, the right one. It fits in the world, fits in the character, so it doesn't stand out like a soft bomb. Yeah, yeah, I guess, but it fits like, and that's what I like. The synchronicity of it all. Like a lot of games, people are like, well, I play this character, but I actually want to do this because this is a interesting direction to go in. So they break character to do an interesting action, which kind of ruins the scene, like which can ruin a lot of scenes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's I said many times tonight, right? Like or today, the number one priority of the GM is to preserve the very center of the world, but then the number one of priority of the player is to display a consistent character, right? That is believable.
Yeah.
That and if we both do that, if like both party do that, like if all the players play their character in a consistent manner, in a believable manner, and the GM preserve the veracity of the world, you're a long way. You're almost there, right? Like there's not like you're pretty much there. That game's gonna work.
Yeah.
Then stay in character with that, and then you're there.
I guess a lot of game masters don't like these lessons because it reduces all of the effort and work and like rhetoric they put into their videos and the statements and appeals to authority, having done things for multiples of years, having run all of these campaigns, run for so many players. Like I allow everybody at my table. All of this rhetoric is to say, I am good, this is why I'm good, but it doesn't say this is why it's a good role, this is why it makes a good role-playing table to play at.
Should I say like I've been playing since 1992? I've been playing the RPG. What is that like? That's 32 years, 33 years.
I feel like you could say like I've been playing wrong since 1992.
No, because like in Quebec, like we pretty much like that's the way we played from the get-go. Like there's like those culture like before the internet, there was those, and also the language barrier. There was like those cultural pocket, and I guess like in Quebec we have like the different literature traditions stuff like that. So like a lot of the stuff like was no shit. Yeah, that's all we should play. But like it's when I got in contact with the Americans on the internet that I said like, what? You don't fucking get it.
Uncultured Americans. What really? Yeah. I'm so surprised.
Exposed to the cruelty and reality of the world.
Yeah. What? You don't do this emotional alignment in your games?
Are you not feeling your character? No, feelings are gay. It's like okay. Well, yeah.
There's something that
I don't even know where to go from there. It's like
obviously in the last 2 years, there's a lot of things that I refined, right? With contact with like people like you guys and Crispy and Phil and Rick, right? There's something I refined, and I'm a better player now for it. So thank you guys, and I enjoy the game more for it.
I'm not going to take credit for that, Mr. Max. I can't.
Take the flower when you get them.
Okay.
Let's finish this video. It's not the worst, but it's not as good as the previous one.
Forts, they're going to go explore wherever they want to. You're going to fill in all the pixels around them. But if you never toss emotional balls at them that they can throw back to you and start playing that game, what's it going to be for? What's going to be the point? See, there's a really important question to be asked there. What's the point of it if it's not going to evoke emotion? And this is why, yes, you should make your game sandboxy. I believe in having nearly 100% player agency.
Oh, he's making a good catch there at the end.
What is he holding back on us? GM philosophy, what are you holding back?
Why do you say nearly 100% player agency? Why not go 100% player agency?
Maybe he'll
Yeah,
does he still believe in running like adventure paths, or here's the campaign I've set up? Is it that?
Yeah, it's like one word off from being right. Oh, there you go. Joe Skeptic say Euro poor and Latin poors just don't get it. That's
man, I'm on the bottom of the chain here on the GPU scales.
Well, listen, we don't have the disposable income to get it wrong all the time. So we have to be smart about it.
Yeah.
We have to get, RPG hobby is great because it doesn't cost much to play. If you play it right.
We said $100, not $2. Come on, step it up.
Barring actual in-world circumstances that keep them from doing certain things, like for example.
Okay, say like I believe 100% player, except if you're like, you're getting raped by the orc, right? And you're losing your agency, but that's not like you taking. I always say that. Well, I don't know why I use that for example. I'm sorry, guys. That's the thing that came to my mind.
The alcohol.
That's what goes in my head, right? But okay, if like that's not the GM taking the player agency away, that's the world or NPCs in that case, or maybe a PC taking a PC agency away. Right? It's very different. It's an important difference, which is fair.
It's very weird because I've had this argument a couple times with local friends. They like some people, especially like veteran role players or tabletop gamers, I guess, do not understand a distinction between what the game master does and what the world imposes on their character.
Yeah.
And I find this baffling, but I have to assume it comes from a stance of having played with so many bad game masters or vindictive game masters that they will use what they want to do as an excuse to impose a punishment on the player character with the world.
I feel like that's a person, like it's not character, the word, but it's your moral integrity as a person, as a player. If you do that,
yes.
Like let's say you're playing Monopoly, and you're using Monopoly to vent off that you're frustrated with the person. Like that's just not something that a healthy adult would do,
No. Yeah,
absolutely
right. Yeah, but it always come up also with like this. Oh, what if a demon possesses you, right? Well, then it's not the GM taking the player agency away.
It's like a demon.
Exactly, it's the demon taking the character's agency away. It's not So
I'm not fucking calling out the players for killing a child in the forest. Like, how could you do that, you bastard? It's like, what? I'm playing a goblin. Like, what do you expect from me?
He was a half-orc.
Yeah.
The half-orc that killed the human child.
No, the other one, the orc child.
It's talking about the first.
Oh yeah, the orc child.
I know it's confusing. Now that you have killed 2 children, it can get a bit mixed up.
Is there like too much children killing in that game? Yeah, child murder and cock being out, full frontal nudity.
Yeah, I'm never going to blame Nicholas for playing a character that we all agreed of, like, yeah, it's a monsters campaign, right? It's the same argument as saying, you're just like being a dick. Like, I'm a chaotic evil rogue. I think we agreed to play D&D, and I'm trying to role play and be immersed. So I'm playing along with the group, but I'm like backstabbing, I'm double dealing, I'm turn coding left and right.
It's funny you say that because my character has been plotting against the party on and off. Like we have a poison potion that hasn't come to play yet, but that happened,
Yeah.
Yes.
And group chemistry is the same still.
But it's this whole thing about like I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry, guys.
Backstabbing.
Oh, good.
The backstabbing. Player versus character. I don't know. I lost my train of thought. It doesn't matter.
Player versus player, character versus
Okay.
character.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the chaotic evil rogue's behavior. I'm going to
Oh
blame
yeah.
it on
Okay.
the
Yeah.
player.
Sorry. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. This is what my character would do. That's what I want to talk about. It's often like this is what my character would do. Is the essence of role play. That's what That's what you should do. You should do what your character would do. But the problem that what it's a saying that's been so malign, it is because it has been abused so much, right? Let's not kid ourselves. A lot of people use that. Like, my character, he is a chaotic evil thief. Like, what do you expect? But also, your character is an intelligent being, a sapient being that survived to adulthood, right? So you're not gonna be fucking acting randomly and backstabbing everybody you meet because you're chaotic evil, right? You need to have at least those survival mechanisms to understand how to deal with other people, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you have to kind of be careful with that. Like, yes, you should act like your character should do, but also you should also play a character that is believable.
And one of the reasons why you have to play with adults at the table, like if some people are too emotionally charged, or it's a college student or high school student or something like that, you play for 8 hours, and a lot of games just end up in backstabbing each other's future character because they have a player vendetta going on, which is one of the things that happens to my personal friends. Like, that's how they used to play, and they tell me those stories, and I listen to them and say, but why would you do that? Isn't that just you, like, waltzing off the player problems into the character world? Just don't play with that guy if he's a dick, right? You can you can set standards, but instead it ends up being like, well, but he shows up for the game table, so what can you do? It's like, no, you can set standards. You can raise the standards.
Can I play this video?
Yes.
Go
it's
for
your
a piss
channel.
again.
You can do what you want.
Yeah, I'll go for a piss again and let you talk. Give your comments. There's 2 of you now, so you should be able to save us from the dead air. I'll make it quick.
You can do
I broke the seal now, and I'm drinking. So I don't usually drink in those streams because of that, but it had been at least 12 hours since I last drank. I went to the cider brewery yesterday, and I brought home a bunch of cider, and I abused it a bit yesterday.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it was all right.
Won't it automatically go to the next video once this ends? Do you have it turned off?
No, it's turned off.
Yeah, look at that.
Okay.
I'm a pro.
Okay, yeah.
All right, I'll let you play. I'm probably going to be back before the end anyway.
A giant wall that they can't figure out how to scale. Okay, that's in game, but they have the freedom to try to figure out how to do it. Okay, there are going to be some limitations, and there are going to be limitations on their abilities. Their class is only going to give them access to so many things. If they want other things, they have to go discover them, or figure out a way to do them, or hire someone who can do them to teach them, or whatever. But the point is, sandboxiness alone will not get you there. You need sandboxiness. You do need prep and plot. But underlying these things, there's a substrate, a foundation, that without which these 2 things will not matter near as much, and that is emotional resonance. So if you can put emotional resonance into your games, weave it in, plot it out, and then let the characters lead the way when you get there, that's the sandbox part, your games are going to go from being, kind of feeling more like blah and maybe potentially a little boring to those types of games that players cannot wait to get back to after a whole week or after a whole 2 weeks. They're like, I can't wait to figure out what happens in this next scene. I want to talk to so and so again. I want to talk to my animal companion, because there's emotions involved. If we don't get the emotions involved, our games are going to be more lackluster. And that's all I've got for this one. Hey, make sure to watch some more of my awesome videos. Thank you for watching. Hit that like and subscribe button. I'll see you awesome people on the next one.
Scrubbing bubbles easy peasy. Nettoie 5 fois plus vite. Easy peasy.
I was about to say that the word ad was like I'm gonna talk over it. It's like a ringing, like a metal, you know, like every time I heard it, because I feel like that implies railroading. You know what I mean?
That's the thing. I guess what he means is like, oh, there's a plot happening in the world, like other characters, like something is happening, something is moving.
Talk about like things happening, right? Like naturally, because consequences and time is moving forward. That's I'll assume that's the case. But I am like a spotted cat when it comes to plot. You know, I hear story, I hear plot, I think, oh no, I'm gonna be railroaded.
Yeah.
So don't be too harsh on me for being scared of it.
I'm like you with that on that. I'm with you on that. Like, no plot, no. Let me figure it out. But I like where it's going in this video, in the sense that like when you say like if you don't have this emotion in being involved in the game, your game is not gonna be as meaningful. It's almost there. That's what I'm saying.
I think it's definitely a situation where we should invite him to roleplay a 4D session. Like get a training session in and talk about it on stream.
3D
you said that to everybody.
No, I didn't. MysticArts can like stay. He can stay in the shed. I'm inviting Power Words Bill. I think that guy.
Yeah.
And I'm inviting GM Philosophy.
In the cock shed.
Yeah, the other ones can stay in Plato's cave. I you know, they like it there.
Yeah.
It's
GM Philosophy, yeah, he's so close, and I like a lot of his idea. I would love, like, if you want to come and have a talk at some point, like GM Philosophy, I'd love to.
Absolutely.
So, how many like 5.81K subscriber? That's pretty good.
But only
1,000 views.
The last one, he don't have many comments either. I was checking that the previous one you guys watched, the good one, the other good one.
Yep.
Was his highest most viewed video on this month, like in the last 30 days.
Which is really cool.
Did resonate? That's something I was impressed, because I'd figure like, oh, it's probably like people gonna not care for it, but it was the opposite. So kind of gave me some hope, you know. I guess the people crave roleplay.
Roleplay, yeah.
Right. We end up crashing against a lot of resistance of players, like being stuck in their mindset. And well, I guess because of that resistance, like we get more offensive in our tone, of like accusatory of that's how people play and they're wrong. You know, part of it, it's fun, makes it a bit more fun. Also, it keeps us keep doing the video.
Don't take it too seriously, right? Just like, you know, we're like
we joke here. What does that Kevin Hart mean? You know, like we joke here. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, and you know, it's that's also why I put like this this warning at the start, right? Like, it's, you know, the harsh language is gonna be used and exaggerating opinion for comedic effect, right? That's what we do too, right? It's also part of the deal.
Yeah, absolutely. There's it's weird because to our level, we use comedy to you know, enjoy the moments more and get through the next point.
Sorry.
But by doing so, it buffs off all of the people that don't find the jokes funny. So it's like, I kind of want the people to reach the people that are stuck in their ways, to have them consider another angle on the hobby.
Yeah. Whatever. If you cannot take a joke, we won't get along anyway. You know, if I have to like put the white gloves on, talk to you,
yeah,
that's not gonna happen.
But
that's a loss. Mine.
I consider myself a failed comedian, so jokes have to be funny.
I consider myself a very successful comedian.
Jokes have to
are
be
people
funny.
laughing with him or at him? You know,
funny to who?
Exactly.
They're funny to me. I make jokes. They're funny to me, right?
Yeah. If I put the video on YouTube, they have to be funny to me because I can't control my audience. Like who's gonna watch?
Okay.
Yeah.
Question about before you play the video. When you play your character in a game, are you thinking about what the viewer or the other players are gonna perceive of your character, or are you just trying to portray what you think the character is? Because I'm the latter.
The latter.
If it happens to be cool to you, like that's awesome. But I'm here to amuse myself first, you know. And if you enjoy it, good for you.
100% just trying to portray what my character is. Oh, have a good night, Anestalki. What time zone are you at? Maybe you're in Europe and some shit like that.
By the way, this guy, I've been here before. Okay, so I'm not a Randall Warhammer. This is.
Yeah, he's complaining. Why is Nicholas getting invited?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I'm in a game with Nicholas every other week.
I've been through the fire, you know.
Yeah. Where this guy gets on, but I don't. Yeah.
Make a video, man.
Years empty already.
We like to watch people's videos.
Oh, Belgium. Oh, you're the one that are you the one that sent me an email in Anestalki? You're in Belgium because like it's the guy from Belgium that sent me an email today.
Oh, nice.
Yesterday.
Welcome.
Yeah, so yeah, I was right. You're in Europe. So yeah, I 100% try to just portray my character. Like for me, like, oh, what would be cool in that scene, or what would be cool for the other players? Doesn't come into play. It's what my character would do there.
I will let comedic moments seep into the roleplay, but there is definitely this verisimilitude, right? Like it has to make sense in character and like in the world for me to act on it. Otherwise, like I used to not respect that as much, and when I do that, I realize it's taking away from the scene. So I'm cutting back on that and just focus on what would my character do. So if something comedic happens, then I'm gonna do it in character.
Yeah. Like I'm saying, it's like the main preoccupation doesn't necessarily have to be the only one, because sometimes like your character could do either this or that. You can pick the thing that is funny, or the thing that is cool, or the thing that it's progress the story forward.
Yes,
but it has to be in character first.
Or you roll a failure and you decide I'm gonna make a comedic beat out of this failure because it's not voluntary of the character.
Yeah, that's fair too.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Ginny D. I always have to look at Ginny D, and not gonna lie, she grown on me quite a bit since I've been watching her more.
Like a mold, you know. He never fully goes away.
I think she's honest in the way she presents the thing, right? She say like, she's oftentimes in our video, she doesn't say like, state the thing, like, like, oh, this is what the book says, this is what this other guy says, this is how things are, right? She's gonna present this thing very matter of fact thing, which I appreciate, I guess. And then she's gonna give her opinion, which I often disagree with, but she's kind of honest about it. She's not trying to present herself as something she's not. In that sense, she grew up on me, right? She, I like her better than I used to. Much better than I used to. Call me.
She's definitely more personal than some other D&D YouTubers.
Yeah. So that's what I have to say about her. But what's the video? Oh, there you go. what do you actually want from a D&D game, right? We talked about that, right? What do we want in roleplay? I don't know if that's what she's going to talk about, like, but you know, I had this video about like, why do we roleplay?
Yeah.
Is that what she's going to talk about now? I don't know. I don't watch those videos before, yeah. But it was that's what the title like said to me, and so I grabbed the video.
Let's watch.
I thought Nicolas had something to say.
Oh,
before we
I was just gonna say, well, that's the title of the video. That's the least we can expect is to be related, right? So I think it's a fair guess.
Yeah, but expecting the least often lead to disappointment in RPG. You should expect less than the least. All right, let's listen. Not her. Nah, she's fine. She's fine.
Yeah, I'll call it speaking right now.
The video is muted, by the way.
If you don't, you're going to keep... What do you actually want from a D&D game? Do you even know? Because if you don't, you're going to keep ending up in D&D games that aren't right for you. A lot of people say stuff like, oh, I prefer a mix of roleplay and combat. And I'm sorry, but that's meaningless. Every D&D game is a mix of roleplay and combat. That's like saying...
I was hoping there for a second.
Yeah, actually, that's a lie. I've watched those games. What roleplay?
Yeah. Also, like what I was saying, I was hoping for, because I say, oh, I want a mix of roleplay and combat, and she said like, oh, that's meaningless, and I say, please say it, because roleplay don't end during combat. It's not a dichotomy there. There's not like roleplay on one side and combat on the other side. Like, what do you mean? Like, I want a mix of roleplay and combat. I want a mix of roleplay and combat. I want roleplay in combat. I was hoping there for a second, Jenny. She does that to me a lot, I gotta say. She gets me hoping, and then she breaks my heart. But I keep
she
coming
plays
back.
the fiddle on your heartstrings.
Yeah. So what do you want in D&D game?
It's interesting because this is something that is basically superimposed. Like, I'm not sure if it's from the games, but like also all of the examples that are written in a game or that you see the big streamers do on YouTube, it's superimposed that you kind of have to remove the roleplay when combat happens. Now we are in the tactical part of the game. You know, oh, it's roleplay, but then there's also combat and exploration. So it's the three pillars. It's like, why are you trying to separate those? You can do roleplay in all of those three things.
Yeah,
it's a sign of bad habits, you know, because you have people asking out of character questions. I guess that makes the bulk of the lasagna, to be honest.
Yeah,
the rules of D&D kind of make it hard to, and at some point we should have this conversation too. I'd like to have this talk at some point with you guys, or some of you guys at least, in the Let's Just Dredge campaign. I want, now that we have like how many sessions do we have? Was it like 6?
7.
7? Oh wow. Now that we have like that many a bunch of sessions, I'd like at some point to have this talk about, like, because the whole thing was, let's try to make 5D works, right? Is it gonna work in 4D? I'd like us to go back and talk about that specifically during like a stream at some point, right?
Yeah,
I think that D&D 5e does take a lot in the way of roleplay in a lot of instances. We can kind of make it work because we're boss, but the system is getting in the way, I think. But at some point we should
definitely, yeah, we can have the talk, and the problem exaggerates this at higher levels, because spells and abilities become more complicated, and there are more of them. So you need to adjudicate, you have to communicate more about like getting them done right, so you don't, the game master doesn't want to accidentally like fuck over the players. And the players, they want to be, they don't want to abuse the rule set. Like if I'm trying to be positive around it, right? So that it's a struggle, basically. So when the rule set gets in the way of the role play.
And also and I think that's why also like role play has to take the back seat when combat happens, because like the rules are just not very conducive to it.
Yeah.
All right, let's listen.
I like the kinds of movies where there's scenes and characters. Okay, cool. You're gonna love Citizen Kane and also Boss Baby 2 Family Business. People love to divide D&D into combat and roleplay, but
that was kind of funny too, right? Just you know, that's what I'm saying. When I said like she show up on me, like you know, like our content is what, like you know, her voice I think is out on the air. To be honest, I think like she's talk like quite. I think she doesn't talk quite as I as she's used to. Maybe she learned to like bring it down a bit. Right? She used to fucking curse my. Maybe I get more tolerant to it.
No, I do believe it sounds like she is more comfortable being herself instead of trying to like exaggerate herself for the camera, which is what you would do, what you are trained to do, basically. So I like that. It's a step in the right direction.
Just be Max has antibodies now. He suffered enough to. Yeah.
Maybe I got like scar tissue in my ear on my eardrum, so it doesn't injure me as much anymore.
Yeah.
I'm joking, by the way. I have nothing against her voice. Just to leave that on the record.
Well, you know, it's like I have this medical condition that makes it hard for me to hear a woman's voice. They call it like misogyny.
These divisions are way too broad to be useful. There are so many different ways to enjoy both roleplay and combat, and a great DM brings their players' varied interests together. But if you don't know what you're looking for, then it's no wonder you're not getting the kind of game you want. You're basically agreeing to go to a movie night before knowing that you're watching The Godfather. I mean, it's fine, but it's no Paddington 2. You won't get the kinds of games you're looking for until you learn to identify and communicate what you want. So let's go full BuzzFeed quiz and figure out what kind of D&D player you are. Oh, gosh.
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna do a little quiz. Just to say though, it seems like she's doing the other end of vetting your players, which is, I guess, vetting your... Oh, I knocked something in here. Okay, I'm back. Vetting your group or vetting your GM. My monitor went off when I accidentally bumped my desk.
Okay.
Yeah. You knock on the cable from which you steal electricity from, right?
Exactly. Hey man, if you could see my Brazilian rig here, it would look like Chernobyl, you know?
Well, Mr. Max's character is so complex. He's not just misogynist, but he's also something against aliens, I guess.
Yeah,
hey, I'll just say one thing, okay? It's always like misogynist this, racist that, but nobody ever asks what made the misogynist misogynistic, you know? That's all I'm saying. Nobody ever asks that question.
I could tell you a lot.
No, Mr. X, I want the stream to stay monetized. Come on.
Yeah, I want to turn the stream into therapy, like I've been accused of doing before by unicorns. Yeah.
Well, you're what, like seven cans deep now? There's no way back somewhere.
No, I'm only 5. Like, come on.
Okay.
It's not that bad yet. But also, I'm missing a meal, so it always in and
that makes it worse.
Yeah, it makes it worse because your stomach got nothing else to do.
Yeah,
but,
JDD, if you're listening to this, Mr. Max is drunk. I apologize. Okay, let's move on.
Zonalar is sick, and I'm from Latin America, so
yeah,
that's our advice here.
Exactly. But also I'm French Canadian, so that also explains a lot. Like if you're upset by how misogynistic I am, you're being culturally insensitive.
Yeah, don't blame him. Blame his culture.
She does fun content, right? Like, let's do the BuzzFeed Queen. I'm all in for that, right? Just like and she made a few jokes that give me a chuckle, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, I like her. But she's married, so there's that. Also, she have green hair.
Okay.
How did that get there? I just launched pre-orders for my limited edition 2025 calendar this week. It must have gone onto my shirt somehow. I'll just go change real quick.
Oh, so she's doing the calendar, eh? She's doing a calendar of GDD. I could have that in my
All
own
the
game.
same, say in the chat, buy the calendar right now.
Did she say 2025? 2025 is half gone. Fuck's sake.
Look, the calendars are for collectors of distinct taste.
Tool for this.
Okay.
It'll be worth a lot in like 10 years, man.
But can I put my... Is it 2025 or is it 2026?
2025.
You just have to buy the calendar and find out.
That's not the right link. I want to see the calendar.
Oh, she doesn't have it.
Online.
That's good marketing. Maybe she's in a pinned comment.
Yeah.
Check the Ginny D store. That's the link. That's like side of YouTube.
No, that's gonna be like a link to our OnlyFans.
No, it's not in the
she does
description.
it.
It's underneath the description. There were like products listed from Ginny D.
Where?
Oh no, I'm getting
underneath the description. You have to
spoiler
scroll
for the
up.
types, man. Go up. Like, I didn't see all the types.
Okay.
What do you want?
No, because we can see all the archetypes.
The
there,
shop,
player
shop
archetypes,
from. Okay, yeah.
Shop
we can
from-
just go do the video.
the index.
Thank you, Zanara. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna do the video. I'm done with trying to figure out if the calendar is 2025 or 2026.
This
If
is
it's
why we
2026, I might order one. If it's 2025, like yeah, the years have gone, right? I'm gonna put like the birthday of my babe in it, right? For $5, Joey Skeptic. How come you were in dollar now? You used to be in pound before. Weren't you in pound
The
before?
message went across.
Yeah. Did you see? Oh no, it's John Tate that was into pound. Sorry. I was say, did you cross the
Yeah, it was
Atlantic? Norman will never be graced with by a fine Anglo lass. Well, Norman had a lot of Anglo lass. Norman's the natural ruler of the Anglos. Don't forget that. Also, you guys have a Discord. I will end the underrepresentation of freedom in the 40 community. I'll give you the Discord of the what they call the RPG Crusade, right? Which is where we organize games and stuff like that. It's yeah. If I can find the link to
Where
that,
we scheme in the shadows.
where we scheme exactly. I'll play the video while I do that.
In the Dungeon Master's Guide, a comprehensive list of the most common player types and tips for DMs to engage them. The 2024 DMG even introduced a new 8th player type. But most players haven't read the DMG, and I think this list could be very helpful to them. Now, it's not quite accurate to call these types of players because most of us enjoy more than one of these elements of the game. It's less about picking one and more about compiling your personal list. If this is D&D Astrology,
I just put the Discord for the RPG Crusade Discord, the link for the RPG Crusade Discord in the chat. This is not my Discord, although I'm a mod there, but it's basically Rick's from 28mm RPG Discord. But this is the best place to discuss role-playing or 4D and stuff like that. Organized game. It's great for that. What do you think, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. There you go. Wait. If this is the Indian astrology, then you're just not a Capricorn. I am a Capricorn, though.
Yeah. Makes so much sense. You know, I'm not an astrology guy, but
But I am a Capricorn.
But I am a Capricorn, exactly.
could be very helpful to them. Now, it's not quite accurate to call these types of players because most of us enjoy more than one of these elements of the game. It's less about picking one and more about compiling your personal list. If this is D&D Astrology, then you're not just a Capricorn, you gotta know your rising Mercury Gatorade or whatever. Okay, let's get into it. First up, we have the actor, aka the theater kid, the wannabe Critical Role cast member. I'm allowed to make fun of this group because I'm one of them. These are players who love bringing their characters to life at the table, taking on their personality, using a certain accent or voice, and maybe even doing things like dressing up as their character. Can you imagine? Dressing up as your D&D character? What kind of no-life nerd would ever do? Oh my god, have you ever heard of knocking?
Wait, is that her?
I was just about to ask that. Is that her?
It's like, that's an impressive transformation.
Yeah, I want to see
Maybe
that
even doing things like dressing up as their character. Can you imagine? Dressing up as your D&D character? What kind of no-life nerd would ever do? Oh!
It is.
It is her?
That's impressive.
It is quite
Like,
impressive.
the chin.
Yeah, but like the eyes,
But she has a lot going on. No,
with the hair.
that's what she has skill on makeup, clearly. So she's, very skillful in that. You've probably seen those videos of like those Chinese women, like 85, yeah. Look like 33.
If you had to shag one of them.
Okay. Wait, the Chinese 85-year-old woman?
Oh no, this version of GD or the other one?
I think I should not speak them, lest I sin.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'll go with the green one.
Yeah. Okay, fine. I mean, I guess everybody would say so.
Oh. Just Skeptic said the server is full. It has 100 user limit, and I was getting the normal command. I'm a smite. I have no dog in that fight. Yeah, better not get into that fight.
Wait, there's a limit
You can
to
get
how
some of
many
the
people
Americans
can
to
be on
help
the
you.
server?
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. I'll talk to Rick about kicking people out.
Before just coming, rest assured.
Yeah. So we'll make some room. Oh, there you go. My ear trumpet says it's another person, I think.
We're gonna make them fight D&D game to see who survives.
A role play off, guy. It's a role play off. The people that don't role play the wars are kicked out.
Can you imagine? Make a stream of it.
We're all gonna have like those little bandana and like
Yeah.
that and with the musical montage. It'd be great.
Oh my god, have you ever heard of knocking? Can't get any privacy around here. Anyway, here are a few signs that you might be this type of player. You've developed a unique personality for your D&D character with their own habits and motivations. When you play, you try to...
Now we're gonna listen to the type of D&D player she's describing, and then we're gonna try to figure out which one we are, right? So far,
I think we're not gonna beat the allegations, the actor allegations here.
Because so far that's where I'm falling in, right?
I don't mind being an actor or dressing up. I just have no talent, and I'm not putting any effort. Right? That's the thing.
Did you look at her transformation, man? I'm sure like we can make you look like what's his name, Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris?
Sure.
That's what you're going for?
He's blonde.
It's also like, oh yeah, this young pretty girl can make a mean elf. I can't. I'm 300 pounds, guys. It's not gonna happen.
That was a Get Yankee. Get your facts straight.
Was it?
Oh yeah,
I thought it was like an orc or a half orc.
I mean, she was green, so elf is very
could have been a orc or half orc. I'm pretty sure it was Get Yankee.
Because I associate Get Yankee with like small eyes. Anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
Underrating. Sorry.
So I can do some makeup. I can, put on a costume, and I love all of that stuff. I literally have elf ears, but I don't know anything about makeup or don't have the tools.
Don't wear them on stream. I'll kick you out.
I can't. I have the big headphones, so it cannot. Doesn't work.
Thank God.
I might put them on
as if
when
you're
I'm
not
playing.
gonna do a cat boy for your guys' Daggerheart game.
Look, if I role play an elf, I might put them on stream. Okay.
I'm not wearing my tail, at least.
My God. No, not that store. The costume store, not the other one.
Like dressing up for a game, forget it, man. Like I struggle to put a shirt on, right? Like I make an effort to put a shirt on for those stream, guys. So
and we recognize that. We're very proud of you, man. Come on,
yeah.
way.
Yeah. Justin was there earlier. Like I went on this stream at some point, bare chest, and he didn't appreciate it. He don't know what he's missing.
Step into your character's shoes and think about how they would react, instead of reacting like a person playing a game. It's easy to tell when you're speaking in character because you use a certain voice or manner of speaking that's distinct from your natural one. You enjoy role-playing in-depth conversations and interactions with NPCs and your fellow party members. You're the type to ask what the shopkeeper's name is and hold an in-character conversation about their wares, instead of just asking the DM what's for sale and how much. During combat, you might add narrative descriptions to your attacks and actions. Instead of just saying, I take 2 longsword attacks, maybe you'll describe your character's emotions or fighting techniques, or throw in a dramatic one-liner. These players usually thrive in parties that contain other actors, and there tends to be a lot of crossover with the storyteller type. It can also be very frustrating for players who
like she's saying that this is the kind of player she is, right? And another thing that she's saying is right. Could Ginny be turned into a role player?
Maybe. Don't mind me. It's very cold today.
Yeah,
I feel like it.
I don't know. We've seen her games.
Okay, I don't want to say a trigger word, Mr. Max.
What's a trigger word?
I feel like this might be a Naigobi situation.
Oh,
here.
I love her, Naigobi. I don't know what you say. Like, it's not I love Naigobi. I'm just very sad that she's upset at me.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to bring up old emotions, you know. So
yeah, my the scar of my heart. Should I tag her on that video?
Not on this one, unless we watch her video.
I'm mentioning you, Naigobi. Should I tag you? Should I try to get your attention again?
This is the equivalent of holding a boombox, outside her window.
I'm scrolling to looking for video to react to, and I see her
I
video.
just happen to be in the neighborhood.
Oh man, I want to react to that video, but she asked me not to. I'm trying to respect her, right? Just like, man, it's breaking my heart every time. Every time I'm hunting for videos to react to.
She just doesn't know what's good for her, okay? That's
being honest though.
No, I wanted to make my fucking point. Sorry.
Sorry, make your point.
Yeah, about that. What's your point? Go ahead.
Well, the situation of like, oh yeah, it very much sounds like they love role play. There's like, doing cooking videos of like cool fantasy medieval style. All the dishes look gorgeous, like made out of wood, like it looks authentic, looks fantastic. You know, there's a lot of overlap. So this is definitely leans a bit more into the LARPing aspect of how do I embody my character, like into the real world, like blurring the line between roleplay and LARPing a bit more than what we do, right? Because I'm nobody says I'm not allowed to play an elf because I'm 300 pounds, and elves are not 300 pounds.
I'm saying that, but not for the same reason.
Yeah,
I just don't like elves.
Yeah, you're elfophobic. I understand. But yeah, it's like, yeah, if you play an alien character, then you have to attempt to embody that alien mindset. Like Yakrep playing a lizard folk, they don't have the same emotions as humans do or humanoids do. They're lizard folk. It's a different mindset and different priorities. So it's much harder to embody that and not like getting into the cliche of, oh, you're just you're like being straight out of the book, the lusty Argonian maid of Blizzard folk, but I just look like a sexy human with scales on and a big tail.
I see what you mean.
Yeah. So well, yeah, that's what I mean. Of like, okay, but the roleplay element is a bit neglected here. I would assume, because it doesn't talk about like, oh yeah, is out of character, off the table talk. Did we remove that as part of being an actor? Like rules talk and all of that? I would assume that is part of this archetype of, oh yeah, like actors get upset if people keep talking about the rules or talk about combat, the simulator stuff.
Well, in most situations, most groups they would have like the different archetypes of players, and I suppose that because you have the guy who just wants to play Skyrim, but in D&D,
yeah,
the consensus that we have to do a healthy mix of the three pillars, you know. So everybody would end up a watered down version of what they want in the first place. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
Because you try to find the minimum common ground between them, and becomes like hogwash.
It's minimum viable role play. What
Exactly.
can I get away with, so that we can still show up Saturday nights together.
But I'd wage that the actor archetype would be easier to convert to 3D, 4D than like the others. She mentioned the storyteller, which, you know, again, I heard story, a bell rang on my head, but maybe that's another one that's inclined to the role play, you know. I don't know.
I think what I'm get the feeling from, right? The feeling of is like she could probably enjoy at least a 3D game, probably at 40. She probably could enjoy a 40 game.
Just not with us.
What?
Just not with us, but yeah.
Just not with us. Well, that's probably a fact. But like, but also like what I was about to say, like if she could let go of the anxiety of screwing up.
Yes.
I think a lot of people like that's what holding them back, because they want to ask questions, they want to make sure, because they're afraid to screw up, to take a wrong, to don't have a good turn, or to get the rules wrong. And say like, you know, learn the rules, but then like if you get it a bit wrong and it's an honest mistake, it doesn't matter that much. Like the flow of the game is more important than getting every little rules right. So just roll with it. Like don't ask those questions, right? If you want to have like, and if she can learn the trick to get this extra information that you need from the world through the action of the character, I'm sure she could manage it, right? I'm sure she could get it. Like, you don't need to ask questions to the GM. You want to get information about the world, have your character act to get that information.
But Mr. Max, that makes you one type out of 7 that's called an actor, and the other 6 disagree with you, I guess.
Let's listen to what those others say. Well, let me look at the chat real quick before I go to the like Dave the GM say, I played elves a lot when I was over 200 pounds, and you're not anymore, and you don't play elves anymore. So maybe there's a link there, right? Maybe if you stop playing elves, you're gonna start shedding the weights.
God damn it, Mr. Max.
Just a theory. Maybe that's what's holding you back. Start playing dwarves.
An elf avatar and just
I should channel my inner dwarf instead.
Yeah. If you start playing dwarves, maybe you gotta
come out alcoholic, which
hard work, duty, and alcohol.
That's a drawback. Yeah, exactly. Hard work and alcohol.
Pick your poison, you know.
Yeah. I'm channeling my inner orc. GDD is a progressive leftist psychopath. Our entire belief structure is role play against reality. What do you want? She's a woman, right? You have to
God damn it, Mr. Max.
Expecting women to have like serious political belief, like it's kind of like silly, like, you know, that's kind of on you, man.
But to be fair, if she can play a game and separate reality from game, like I wouldn't mind playing with her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, I wouldn't mind playing with her at all.
I knew.
God damn it, Mr. Max.
I chose. I knew that could happen, and I still used the word. Should know better.
I should like Joe Skeptic say. I should add that my belief does not reflect this channel belief. Well, that's good for you because
right. I mean,
this
that's
channel
one of
belief are insane.
Yeah, I'm not judging fucking people by their political beliefs, whether or not they can role play. It's that level of, well, can we have a level of separation where we can find more commonalities than differences to have
Max
some fun together?
St. James saying Max is down horrendous right now. That says a lot. Like, well, man, I'm being thrown softball. What do you expect me to do, right?
Yeah.
Just like I'm gonna fucking hit them, right? Don't make it so easy. If you
Fair enough. Fair enough. That was only
like you made the right pose, I guess. Yeah.
She's blowing you a kiss, man.
I don't play elves anymore because I haven't played in the games in 2 years. Oh man, that needs to change, Dave. That needs to change. You're on the Crusade Discord. Make it happen.
Yeah,
I'm
telling you, man, you're gonna be caught in the purge because you have a lot of people who do not interact there. I'm just a member, but I'm saying like people need to be more active, man.
Yeah.
Even if you just show up, you should be proactive and like try to talk to people and try and make a game. You know.
To be honest, I'm not that active on that channel, just because there's so much going on that I cannot follow it all. So I just like check out. Just like, man, I come back like that one. There's like 140 message on read.
Yeah, we got
I'm not gonna read any of it then.
Point where.
I mean,
you're
you
playing
just
games.
picked
You're
the last
hosting games. Sorry.
I play in games.
Yeah, you just pick the last 20 messages and go from
Yeah.
there. That's what I do.
But to be like, when I'm not streaming, I don't spend that much time on the internet in front of the computer and stuff like that. Like that's just a thing. I got to admit, guys, I like to go outside.
How can you betray me like that, Mr. Max? I thought we are in this together.
No,
God damn it.
I'm actually a bit of a jock.
No,
please, man. Don't worry, Zolar. I'm more with you here.
I thought this is an inclusive community with nerds. What is?
I'll shove you in your locker later.
No.
You're mandatory monthly.
I don't think I fit in the locker anymore. Might be too late for that one.
It's the fucking normie. It's so over. Yeah. Well, I don't know if I would say that. All right. Let's listen to my darling.
Let's let her speak here.
Got that.
Don't enjoy the acting component of games to share a table with these people. Players who are eager to get things done, like instigators, can easily become frustrated at sitting through yet another 45-minute conversation with a passing NPC. Apologies to my husband. Next up, we have the explorer. This is the player who wants to know what's behind every door, under every rock, and in the pocket of every random goblin. Explorers are here.
All right, I have to say, first, her mentioning her husband, it's always like a bit of a sting, right? But she's saying like the instigator are not gonna enjoy like spending another 45 minutes sitting in a conversation with another random NPCs, right? That's a problem for sure, right?
Yes. Right. That's the thing about like a patty cake game. Oh, we're role playing. Talking back and forth, but the scene is not moving forward. We're not exploring more of the world. We're kind of stuck there having to listen to the role play, right? And that's when it becomes tedious for the other players at the table.
Yeah. And it's not realistic, right? You cross people on the street, right? Or you go to the grocery store. You don't strike a 45 minutes conversation with the cashier, right? You don't start asking questions about their life, like, oh, so are you from around here? Like if you were to do that, they would think you're insane, right? Like
I think that's an American thing. Americans like to talk to random strangers, and I think that's a them thing.
Yes, definitely.
In the town I come from, right? I come from a small town up north, in Skyrim, right? And people like to talk to each other a lot. Like you go buy bananas, right? And if there's somebody else looking at bananas in the same time as you, they're gonna strike a conversation with you. But it's gonna remain superficial.
Like,
it's gonna take 45 minutes,
yeah.
right? Just like, yeah, just about, oh, the banana's good today. Oh, yeah, I got it. Remind me of my cousin that was on it. And then they tell you a story and they said, oh, yeah, cool. I hope your cousin does better.
Exactly.
And then you move on with your life. But you have those
These are other
interactions.
people too, you know.
There's a perfect roleplay example where this happened of Mr. Max playing a gangster in a plane, and this old woman was talking to him all the time. So, yeah, I guess you can say it like how you reacted to that, to not to make it a 45-minute role-playing back and forth.
What did I do? I just like started reading.
No, I think, yeah, you like explained of like, yeah, he's just like nodding along and trying to get it over with this horrible plane ride.
Yeah.
You like the Daredevil, the old Daredevil movie? Do you remember that? He throws a peanut joke to the old lady.
Never watched those.
Yeah, I mean, it's very cheesy. It's good, fun watch. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, I watch like 5 movies a year, right? So them don't make the cut. And a lot of them are weird. But and also like not only like you shouldn't have like those 45 minutes conversation with random NPCs, but also like other character, they should still have their turn during those conversations. And they can interject and they can go in character saying, all right, already, let's go. You know, we have fucking, you know.
Yeah, you can press
cut that out too. Yeah. That's what
can you highlight the comment from LSGDN?
Yes, of course.
What do you mean, neckbeards? Come on. What are we saying?
Mamet. What is Mamet? Istidius,
I have no idea.
neckbeard rope. I don't know what Mamet is. Neckbeard or pink. I don't have a beard in my neck. I made a point to shave it. All of us.
I made a point of shaving it for the D&D, but not for this show. I don't care about this show.
Yeah. No, it can go too far, right? I agree with her on that. Maybe the conclusion we're gonna have from those 7 type. Did she say 7 type of D&D
7
player?
types.
Maybe the conclusion we're gonna have from those 7 type of D&D player is that the 40 player is all of them wrapped into one. Or maybe not. Maybe it's gonna be 3 of them wrapped into one.
He's reached the singularity, you know, of all archetypes.
It will be pretty much impossible. Sphere. Well, some of those are gonna be the power gamer. How do I use the system to become the most powerful character?
Yeah, that's true. So we're probably not gonna be 7. We might be more than 1 though. So far, the actor, yeah, kind of fit the bill in some aspect, at least.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear her.
Here to soak in the game setting, to wander off the beaten path, and to unearth secrets that probably didn't exist until they rolled so high on that check. So how do you know if you're an explorer? Well, see if any of this sounds familiar. You've probably rolled investigation more times than the rogue has rolled stealth. If the DM mentions a dusty old bookshelf, you want to know the titles of the books. You can't sleep at night if you didn't see what was behind that locked door. You listen very closely to the DM's descriptions of environments and rooms and are ready to follow up on anything that catches your attention. You're the first one to ask, what do they have on them after a fight? It just doesn't feel satisfying to walk away from a hard-earned victory.
You want to pause, Znara?
Isn't that just being engaged with the world? Why? I guess I disagree with the philosophy of turning it into 7 character types. Seems like some pseudoscience to me. All of this is more or less, I want to know what's going on in the world and interact with it. Because the fucking world is alive in our heads.
You can engage in the world as a player and as a character, and what she's describing is engaging the world as a player. Like when I play Skyrim, I'll open every chest.
Yeah.
But like, if when I'm role playing, like I'm not doing that, man. I just want to do the thing, you know.
What I was getting from listening to that is like that's for me that's not a type of player. For me, that's a type of character. I could play a character that is like that. It's not, you know, it's not
But she's
necessarily me as a
definitely talking
player.
about people here.
Yes, I know what she's talking about. I'm saying, but I'm saying she's getting wrong on that, right? It's like,
Yeah, I agree.
I'm gonna have some character that just not gonna care about like looking behind every locked
Yeah, that's
door and
true.
opening every chest, and I'm gonna have a character that's gonna be
Okay.
obsessed with it.
I was about to ask a question, and I'm gonna do it now. Because you still are one person, right? So you cannot
Me?
fully divorce who you are unless you have multiple personalities. You cannot fully divorce yourself from your character as much as we try. You know, we get to a certain degree of separation, but you're still like, I'm still me, you're still you.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you notice like a pattern in your characters? Because I think that happens, but that's very subconsciously. I don't think it's. I know I'm not doing consciously. If I do, I know it's not conscious. Like there has to be like a certain flavor, you know, that keeps coming back because I'm
That's
still me.
interesting that you ask because like sometimes I wonder that myself. I try to play very different character, and I try to play character that are not me, right? Like Corn Pop is a bit more like me than many other character that I'm playing, just for him being an orc. But I think in general I try to have like very different character, and I would be curious to see. I don't know if like there's a super fan out there that watch all our games stuff like that, but I would be curious to see like the character, like Alan Richard in the Horizon game, very different than Corn Pop, and very different than even the guy that we did this other Horizon game, which I forgot the name now, Alvarez, and very different than Bernier that I had in the Castle and Cruisin game, and very different from I tried to make and then Korvac, Wine Slayer, right? I try to make different character because like that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in looking at different mindset and different type of personality and trying them on for a little while, right? Oh, what would it be to be that kind of guy, right? So obviously there's probably something of myself that turn up in all those games. But also like, I'm human and most of them are human too, right? So we always have in common.
I would agree with that, like generally of when you create a character, you put a part of yourself into that character. At the very least, to have like being able to role play, you need like a level of connection of like, oh, how does he think? What would make sense? And you reach out of yourself to put on this other skin, put on sandals of another man and walk a couple of miles, as the saying goes. But very often we have a kernel of ourselves. Yeah, I like the way Mr. Max says it, like subconsciously. You cannot fully avoid it because it's just the frame of reference we have of what would happen. Now, go ahead. Yeah, what? I guess like the other thing is, I mean, I play female characters regularly, just like not at the online games, but like over the years, because I find it super interesting to play a female character. It's a completely different mindset of how to approach problems, or what would it mean to be a wizard in this world, but now I'm not just a male wizard, I'm a female wizard. You have more complexity to play with, but it makes it more difficult to role play. Like if you kind of brush over it of like, I'm just a woman, I'm the same as a man, but I look pretty. It doesn't work.
That's the problem I have. That's the reason like I don't like men playing female, because either they're gonna make it a caricature and it's annoying, or they're gonna just make a man with tits, and that's also annoying to me, right? Just like them being woman doesn't bring it, like, doesn't mean anything for the character.
But there's still a range of different female archetypes characters you can role play, like the wallflower, the tomboy, the what's the one?
Slut?
No, more like the betrayer, like noir movies, the femme fatale.
Femme
That's what
fatale.
I mean. Yeah. So you can role play.
Setting.
Right, you could role play a range of different female characters. They're not all the same, Mr. Max. I'm just saying.
Well, you give your best shot.
Yeah.
That's all you can do at the end of the day, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but it's like that's a big thing for me. Like, I'm interested in how people think. I'm interested in what make people make people stick, right? And that's one way, like role playing is one way that I get to explore that, right? What if I was somebody that was pleasant, right? What if I was somebody that was easygoing? What if I was somebody that was like, I don't know, respectful, right? All those kind of things that I don't get to experience in real life. It's interesting.
Yeah, like role playing as a man that's basically a cog in the machine. Your middle manager of the regional franchises of McDonald's. So you're like control over 12 McDonald's that you're middle managing. It's like the most boring type of male character possible. Try to role play that. It's like, I think there's still cool things that can happen, but you're still like a pretty like dumbed down man.
What a Jewish skeptic says there, like your paradigm will always subconsciously affect your character and how you play. Even if I play a bad character, my underlying ethics and metaphysics is Christian and inform my playing and reservation. And I think that's true to some extent, but also I think you can push yourself to go beyond that, right? You could try to say like, I have those beliefs in life, right? I'm Christian myself and stuff like that. But, obviously that's something I put aside when I play corn pop, right? Like, what would be like somebody that has none of that vision, none of that like Christian charity and stuff like that, right? What would be somebody that has none of this respect for others' life, none of this super ego limiting your pulsion, right? Your animalistic pulsion. And can I get it 100% right? Probably not. But I'm trying to explore it as honestly as I can.
Yeah.
Earnestness.
Honest and reactive dialogue. It's hard.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Like LSG Dean, like player and characters are fused on a fundamental level. That said, you can explore part of yourself you otherwise would not. Yeah. And RPG shadow work. That's interesting to say. Yeah, you can explore your darkest part. Yeah. If you're the actor.
And it's a role-playing game. Nobody's gonna die if the character dies, guys. This is the ultimate safe space.
Well, I think if you die in roleplay and you're really immersed, you might die in life.
Yeah. Your heart is beating so hard you could have
Yeah. If you truly immerse, that's how you know.
Without thoroughly looting the bodies for treasure, gear, or anything remotely interesting. To you, every encounter is an opportunity to find something new, whether it's a rare weapon, a handful of gold, or a clue to some deeper secret. You're the player who lives for a good lore dump. When the DM starts describing the ancient history of a forgotten temple or the intricate carvings on a mysterious obelisk, you're hanging on every word. No detail is too small to matter, and you're excited to dive into every unique area or bit of backstory. Explorer types have a lot of crossover with problem solver types. Dungeon masters who run games for explorers need to keep their random loot tables close at hand and be wary of accidentally over-describing any unimportant details, unless they're ready for that one suspicious curtain to spawn multiple investigation checks. Up next is the fighter, but wait, hold your action. We can't roll initiative until we hear from today's sponsor.
Is it like I'm gonna skip the sponsor, obviously.
Okay.
Should we watch the sponsor? Maybe we should watch the sponsor. She do something.
Is it herself?
It's a
It's under
skit.
herself.
She did a skit and she was wearing a pink shirt. Should we watch the sponsor?
No.
If it were herself, I would say we
I
should
kind of
watch.
want to stay on topic because it's getting late.
Yeah. Oh man, I've passed the 7-hour mark.
Yeah.
I guess the trick if I want to do those long is like to start drinking a few hours in.
Yeah. But there was a point about like, oh yeah, the explorer he loves when the game master describes the lore dump. It's well, if you frame it differently, what if the explorer interacts with the world to learn about the ruins? Like he succeeds his role. That's what we did when you guys looked at the sword that's magical in nature. And I allowed for several roles because in my head, the different character has a different angle of what they can learn about the sword. And it allows me to fill in the gaps, make it more evocative what's going on with the sword. Which makes
if
they care at all, which the corn pop does not. Doesn't give a shit. I'm an X guy. X's are great. So
I use swords, but I don't care about the fancy stuff.
It was the length of it.
Yeah. So it doesn't have to be a lore dump. You can describe stuff that makes sense. And if the game allows for, D&D allows roll a history check. I don't know. If it's 10, I tell you about the sword. If it's 15, I tell you about the history of the sword. Then I am conscious of trying to keep the verisimilitude of, well, can this character even know? What do I know about the character? Because if he does, and I just lore dump all of the information, it breaks the verisimilitude of what he wanted his character to be. Like Nicholas looks at the sword and thinks, what, red bastards would have no idea about fucking Dwarven heritage history.
That's interesting because you kind of did that at the first session of the Lich's Dredge with the mark saying Mord was here that like Corn Pop can recognize, right?
Yeah.
But Corn Pop cannot read. Right?
Oh, really? I forgot about that. Yeah.
Well, you didn't know then. But yeah, that's something I decided for my character, right? I started for my character. Corn Pop cannot read at all.
Gotcha. Yeah, I must have missed that too. Then
I didn't tell you. I didn't tell you because I didn't think I needed to tell you. Something I decided for myself, right? And it came up at some point, right? At some point, like I think even when Arden, like I said his name, Arden Greenhorn.
Yeah.
When I have a nickname for everybody, right? When Greenhorn came on and said like, "Oh, you wrote like," and I told him like, "Man, I wrote something. I can't fucking write. I don't know how to write. I don't know how to read." It's like, that's my defense, right? Corn Pop is completely illiterate, but you didn't know that as a GM, and you can recognize it says that, and I just say, well, you know what? No, I don't recognize it. So when somebody poke me on it, I just say, I don't know, man. I can fucking read. You give me the information as a GM.
Just refuse the reality GM has given it to you.
Yeah,
I mean,
just ignore it.
Yeah, I think you talked about this in a previous video as well. Of sometimes you want to describe what is happening, but then the player decides if their character like recognizes this. Okay, the words that says on the tree stump. Now, everybody that reads Orcish can read that, but your character does not, so you will react accordingly.
Yeah.
Red bastard, what does it say here? Like, I can't read shit.
Yeah, exactly. You just say like, well, it is written in Orcish this. You can just say that, and then I can decide if my character is looking at it, can read it, can understand it, right? Like there's a lot of like layer there, right? I might just like decide like, there's some scribbling on the. I don't fucking care. I'm not looking at it, right?
Yeah.
You just said there was scribbling on the trees that says that, and I can decide, looking at it, I can decide if my character can read it, will read it, will understand it, right? It's like it's oh, there you go. LSG Dean say for $10. Thank you very much. Say I have a beer on me for putting on with my wall of text. You're welcome. You didn't do the wall of text.
Yeah.
But you're welcome, right? It's like I'll have a beer on you or on I'll have another beer for sure. Yeah. After the stream, I'm probably gonna go back to cider. I have still some left in the fridge upstairs. Just like
you don't need to drink it all today, man. You can like leave some for tomorrow too, you know.
Well, I can also buy more tomorrow.
Now he's thinking like an orc.
What do you mean with thinking?
Live in the moment, man. Yeah.
Regret your decisions tomorrow.
I don't suffer from hangover. I have that going on for me. You want a trick? Okay, I'll tell you the trick, guys. Train in the morning, drink in the afternoon, sober up in the evening. Then you'll be golden. That's the way for a good life.
Very good.
Talk about this later, sweet pea. It's almost time for dancing on the head of a dandelion, and I cannot keep canceling that. Welcome back. It's time for the
We should have listened to the sponsor. Like, you know, it was cute.
fighter, the adrenaline junkie, the party's resident action hero. Fighters are just.
Well, you're not sure, Nicholas?
Like the green or GTMP, like I could get behind, but the fairy thing, it's too much.
Yeah. All right.
It's too innocent. I can't get into it, you know. It's wrong.
Just waiting for their DM to whisper those 3 sweet little words in their ear. Roll for initiative. They picked out those damage dealing abilities on their character sheet on purpose, and they are damn sure going to use them. Why sneak, negotiate, or investigate when you have a big ol' sword that can do the job more efficiently? What, you were expecting a "that's why I always carry a sword" joke right there? You insult me. That's so obvious. It's going to be way more unexpected than that. If you relate to any of these things, you might be a fighter. You love combat, and you're here for the high of rolling big damage, scoring crits, and landing that killer final blow. You don't just want to hear your DM say you hit. You want them to make you feel like Legolas skateboarding down the stairs on a shield while he mows down a half-dozen orcs. In your ideal game, no.
This Legolas skateboarding down a shield is the reason why I didn't watch the third movie of Lord of the Ring until like 2019, 2020, something like that.
Yeah, but yes, that is egregious, especially if you read a book. But my point's not that. I want to focus on you want the GM to make you feel like,
yeah,
you know, like a baby, like GM, feed me roleplay, you know. Like you should do that yourself, man. I know it's D&D and the dice will not let you play your character, but like, you should still try.
Yeah. No, you're right on that. You're making a good point when I'm just like trash talking. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
But
We're gonna
she's
put
also
like
like
little angel and the little devil on your shoulder.
That's also gonna be like I think the premise of video a lot is like, oh, those 7 type of D&D player, but in the end it's the role of the GM to facilitate play for those type of player, right? Isn't that what she's gonna say? Put it as just give they say drunk Max is terrifying. Yeah. How about a warrior who doesn't love combat? How about one who is aware of the cost of violence? One who is a life of regret? That would put you in the actor category, because now you're thinking about what your player, your character feel and what he thinks about and his internal monologue and stuff like that. That would put you in the actor. You're no longer a fighter.
Yeah. She did say, to be fair, she did preemptively excuse herself, saying that everybody is a little mix of more than one. So I guess we cannot put that against her.
Yeah,
it's weird because I just think this is a power gamer or a war gamer, if anything. Like, oh, cool, combat happens. I love wargaming. Let me figure out how to win this combat encounter with my stats and what abilities I have, what magical items are at my disposal.
I think I talk a lot about that. Like, you know, like for me, like yes, the board gamer. I talk a lot about that when the GM wants to tell a story, and the player are just like they're waiting for him to say roll for initiative so they can play the game they signed up for.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
I think that's what we got there.
No session ends without at least one solid fight. You enjoy the thrill of encounters where there's no question about the enemy's intentions. Undead, monstrosities, creatures that obviously can't be talked down. There's something deeply satisfying to you about facing a clear-cut, beat the crap out of them kind of opponent. You get a little restless when other players exchange verbal jabs with a villain that you're gonna end up fighting anyway. Sometimes you feel the urge to just attack mid-monologue and save everyone the hassle. You might, on occasion, indulge in a little
I respect the attack mid monologue, to be honest.
Yeah. I get what she's saying.
Yeah.
Do you sacrifice like a good scene for, well, my character would not listen, so I'm just gonna attack him?
Oh, yes, 100%.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Like the fucking villain monologue, that's just a GM trying to show off again, right? No, I fucking throw a dagger in his throat. Enough talking.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of D&D players don't have internal monologue. Yeah, I think that's true.
I'm not sure if he's talking about what their characters are thinking and saying that, or the players, that the players are not thinking.
About the creature behind the sheet. Yeah.
The players don't
the
have
monster
any
at the table.
I saw like there was a study that said like 80% of people are incapable of critical thinking.
I heard that, but I don't. That cannot be true, man. I don't want to believe in that. I don't want to believe that to be true.
I think that's too low, to be honest.
Yeah. Like, what do you mean? Like, you don't have internal monologue?
No, critical thinking.
That does not. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good internal monologue, I think, was like 50% or 60%, something like that.
Which is still like, how, you know? How do you not
Strange, right?
think to yourself, man? Like, are you even alive? Do you have a soul?
Well, it's like, yeah. What's happening?
Is that the Patrick? Yeah, the Patrick meme. My mind is an enigma, and it's a carton of milk falling over.
Like, unjokingly, like, how do you function if you don't think to yourself?
Guys, if this is you, please leave a comment. I would love to figure out what happens.
And
yeah,
see how you work, because
like it's so strange for me, because like when I'm not like, you know, when you're not letting like fucking content beam down your eyeball, right, in your ear, right? It's like, what's happening in your fucking head, right? It's like when I'm like, if you're sitting in a room by yourself in silence, what's happening in your head, right? Like, I'm talking to myself, I'm thinking about stuff, and like, you know, it's like, you know, I have like this monologue going on all the time, right? It's all those ideas that I'm bouncing around in my head.
But you could, what you said about having content beamed on it, that might be a lead cause of it. People don't leave room for thoughts to, you know, to ferment,
to manifest, to show up. It's very well, fuck. We are doing so many Christian.
You go to bed at night, you know, like you got. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, I won't derail it any longer.
Okay, I'm going to. That's fine. It's. I mean, it's pretty much what I've learned at church. Hey, if you pray, you stay in silence and allow the answer to come to you. You know, give room for silence to appear, so the thoughts can occur, and that's how you can gain a lot of insight. And it might be the voice of God. It might also just be hey, now that you finally shutting up for a few minutes and let the thoughts come out, you can like ruminate on it, go through the motions, and come up with a solution.
Yeah, and you're bringing something to you're bringing on something, you bring it to your like frontal cortex, activate your neuron about this thing. Yeah, and then you're gonna figure out solution.
Yeah.
Are they like divinely inspired or not? Right? That's a matter of fate. I believe they are. But it doesn't matter either way. You still got your solution. You still got your, or at least your path to go through. So you should pray.
It's still it's a great practice. It's helpful.
Yeah. And even if when you do like I'm Catholic, so we pray the rosary, right? I'm derating, which is out of those like repetitive prayer, right? You do like 10 Ave Maria, and then you do like the Pater Noster, and then 10 Ave Maria, and you do that a few times, right? Just like, but that's great for meditation purpose, right? It clears your mind, and then after that, you can just like stay there in silence, and you get stuff coming to you. It's a good practice. I'll play now.
Little eye rolling if the druid tries to use speak with animals on the direwolves when you're already in initiative order. Fighters often have a lot of overlap with instigators and optimizers. They're all about making things happen and doing it with maximum impact. But there can be a little tension when fighters share a table with players who prefer a more diplomatic approach. And running a satisfying game for both types of players can be a balancing act for the dungeon master.
You see what I'm talking about? Like, it's always like on the dungeon master, right? It's always like the BS things. Go ahead and do another.
Yeah, the players have to solve that, right? Like, okay, the diplomat is upset that the fighter is attacking. So the diplomat should confront the fighter, talk about it. I mean, after combat, most likely.
Yeah.
And the fighter can role play of like, I'm not gonna give this evil man that's been a pain in our ass for 20 sessions a chance to talk. We have like, now is the time for action. And none of this have to be an actor archetype or anything. You can just resolve this through roleplay. Because both points are valid. It's weird. I don't like these archetypes at all.
Because they're extreme by nature. Right? It's just it's a stereotype, you know?
Yeah.
So they are very exaggerated by nature. I'm trying to engage with good faith, though.
Yeah, it's like you have the 7 archetype attributes on your character sheet, and some players like actor 7, and the other guy has the fighter at actor 7, fighter 2, explorer 4, and that makes up his character sheet of the player. Something like that.
Spectrogram is a spectrum, you know? You have this.
Yeah. But what if we role play?
Still going at it.
So does this? Guess what? While Miss Max is gone for a hot second, do these 7 archetypes actually answer the question of what the players actually want from a role-playing game? Because I find these more confusing and obstructive than helpful so far.
Well, broad strokes, right? Oh, the actor wants to be to do things in character. The explorer wants to see things, you know, the fighter wants to just roll dice and fight things, in a way.
But to like overcome
but it is
the
a
challenge
good question.
to
Like,
beat the enemy.
it is a good question, though. You should want, like, what do you want from a game? And is everybody at your table online? Do you have the same goal? Like, yeah, we all want to focus on roleplay.
Thank you for holding the fort while I was pissing. I think it is a good question, and I think like it is worth like asking, like, what do you want from roleplay? I don't think that the archetype she's putting out forward, like she's putting forward, answer that question in a sense, right? Because like, oh, you're the actor. What you want is talking, like, but why? Like, why you're looking, like, why do you want to talk in character? Why do you want to be, like, you know? From the archetype she expressed so far, the actor is obviously the one that I'm closest to. But why? Like I can say it's because like I want to experiment this mindset of somebody else. I want to feel this emotion from somebody else. I want to feel like I was there, right? That's what I'm looking for in role playing. I'm not like the depicting a character and talking in character and stuff like that. That's a mean to an end. It's not the end in itself. If you're in the fighter type, or is it what you want is like doing those fight? That's probably not what you like. That's also again probably just a mean to an end. What you want is to engage in the game on this tactical side, right? And have this you know, like there's something else going on, right? Like saying like, oh, what I want in the game is a lot of fight. There's again about why to that, right? That's not an end to it. That's not an end in itself. Why do you want those fight? Because I like the mechanics. I like interacting with mechanics. I like the puzzle that it presents. I like the challenge of like the tactical aspect of it, right? Like there's something else there. And I think that's what those archetypes fails to miss. The explorer. What do you get? What do you get from playing this explorer and just getting this loot in this fictional game that doesn't matter?
It's like the explorer wanting to, right, explore a different world that's not mundane, that's not here. Like getting pulled into this fantasy or science fiction that they can like delve into. Like, oh, I'm checking his pockets. I just want to see. It's not about the money most of the
You don't
time.
think it
It's
is?
about fun. Yeah, I think this would be different from like I'm just playing a thief, so I always frisk all the bodies for loot. It's more like I'm checking if there's something interesting here. I want to know about the lore because I want to hear something interesting about this world. So it sounds to me that especially the explorer wants the story to unfold, and they engage with it in that aspect of going out into the world to see it happen.
Yeah, that could be it. But I think like this going. I think she's not going deep enough in those.
Yeah.
What you actually want from roleplay, right? I think that's a deeper level than just like, oh, this, like what she's talking about, like, is how do you engage with role-playing game?
Yeah.
With D&D. It's not what you actually want from D&D.
Maybe she's bringing it together at the end after she done all the archetypes.
I get the question. I'll play. Is it muted?
Yes.
Some of you are too young for that reference. Players share a table with players who prefer a more diplomatic approach. And running a satisfying game for both types of players can be a balancing act for the Dungeon Master. Our next type is the instigator, the party's chaos engine, your very own Leroy Jenkins. Some of you are too young for that reference, but it's going to kill with the 30 to 40 demographic, trust me. Instigators aren't just here to sit back and observe a story. They're here to stir things up, and they want to see the effects of that on the world. Instigators thrive on action, even if it means taking risks that could land the whole party in hot water. So how do you know if you're an instigator? Here are a few telltale signs. For you, being bold and taking risks isn't just acceptable, it's essential. Planning and caution are for real life. At the game table, you're here to be a bold hero, taking big swings and seeing what happens. If you wanted to play it safe, your character wouldn't be dungeon crawling. They'd be working a stable desk job and making regular contributions to their 401k. You don't mind facing negative consequences. In fact, the game isn't nearly as fun for you without real stakes. Taking big risks means things could either go really well or really wrong, but that's what makes it exciting. The payoff, or even the failure, is...
You see, that's again something I would call more like a type of character than type of player. I think that's also something in this video so far that I find like there's a lot of confusion between the two of them, right? We can talk about more about that when she's done with the video. How we would say like the different type of player.
I will say I like playing characters that are more like an instigator, because to like some tables I played at, I realized, okay, if I'm not holding the torch to push forward, some players get lost in asking 1,000 questions before they make a decision.
Yeah.
So I ended up playing characters that are easygoing, relaxed with life, and going hard in the paint and pushing forward. Like, they're thinking too long. Let me come up with the first idea, and let me come up with an idea and put it into practice and see what happens. Just to like have some agency in the game.
Like those are the type of character that can be very useful in the game.
Yeah.
What do you think, Nicholas?
I was thinking that about some people who say, "Oh, I've been playing like I play the same character in every game."
Yeah.
You know, like I always play an elf, a rogue elf, or something like that, and because you said, "Oh, this is more of a player thing than a character thing," and I think that applies because most of the time we're playing a character who is a person, so you know you have people. You're gonna end up having a character who fits into that, but even though she's mostly talking about a person or not a character itself. And my point with that was, I never mind. My mind got derailed, and I don't remember why I started talking about that.
Oh, good.
I don't remember why I started talking. I'm a little sleepy, so it couldn't be that.
Right, it's gonna come back to you when we play more.
Yeah.
All right, let's listen to how many. What type are we on now? Is it 3 or 4?
The instigator. Number 4
is what keeps things dramatic and unpredictable. It's crucial that your choices and actions matter in the world. You don't want to be a fly on the wall in an epic fantasy story. You want to be a main character driving the plot. If you just wanted to watch things happen, you'd be at the movie theater, not the game table. Instigators often have overlap with fighters, and sometimes
that I agree so much. If you just want to be an audience member, go to the movie theater, not the game table.
Right? For games. Like and subscribe.
Yeah. For some people, they would get be as much, you know, as playing themselves. Yeah.
Sometimes with explorers. Problem solvers who love to plan and strategize can be tough table mates for instigators, who may feel impatient when planning gets in the way of playing. Meanwhile, problem solvers can feel like the instigator is rushing in or derailing the game. Dungeon masters with instigators in the party need to be ready for anything. If you describe a hornet's nest, you'd better have the stat block for swarm of wasps on hand, because your instigator is definitely going to poke it. Next on the list is the optimizer, otherwise known as the min-max.
What are you saying, Nick?
You need to be neurotic, you know, like try to plan every revenue possible. That's what she said, basically.
Yeah, or make stuff up on the stuff. The optimizer, that's gonna be like the min-maxer. That should go, otherwise known as the min-maxer.
This is the player who knows the rulebook better than the dungeon master. This is the type of player that scares me. Seriously, they're so scary. Please don't make me DM for them. Optimizers love to fine-tune every aspect of their character for peak efficiency. They're gonna stack the perfect combination.
She's joking. I say, like, those are the kind of player that scares me. Oh, don't make me they're scary. Don't make me DM for them. She's touching on something. Like, she's making it as a joke, right? But like the min-maxer, they're just fucking annoying player to DM for.
Yeah.
They're just like, because
they want to beat the GM.
Yeah.
It's like they play the game to beat the system. Like, how do I break the system as much as possible?
Yeah, they're the one that really don't get what we're trying to do here, right? Like, man, we're trying to have this cool narrative coming up, right? To play, right? We're trying to figure out what's happening. You're not. You're doing something else. You're trying to show off how good you are, like understanding the system is, right? Just like, yeah, that's fine. Good on you. You're good at D&D. You can make the character that make the most damage per round. Nobody cares, right? We're trying here to have something cool happening, like a cool, like immersive something a character, and you're all derailing that, and you want, and oftentimes they're gonna be mixed with rule lowering.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. You fucking nerd.
It's like, right? I guess you answered this question, right? Like, who wants to play with the optimizer at their table because they end up like twisting the rules so much that only their character can beat the enemy opponents because the game master has to scale up the difficulty to keep up with this optimizer.
I'm sure that if everybody's an optimizer, they'll like have fun.
Yeah.
I guess.
Because like
you end up with like a Pack Tactics game, right? And you're like Pack Tactics channel with the Cobalt thing, right? Oh, we had this 27-time deadly encounter, and we did this, and we managed to beat it because we used those tactics, right? And it's like, yeah, you have people that enjoy the game for that.
It's so weird. We watched a game of them fighting 18 fire giants or something silly like that, which that can happen in a game. But then you literally have a wall between two rooms, and they are fire giants. Why do they not bust down the wall? I guess it's not in the rule set. Like, nobody's thinking about that. But they're so engaged in the combat simulation aspect.
It's a video game by game.
Yeah, video game by
that,
And this is what I'm thinking about. Like when I see like those kind of players, I say like, isn't there like other hobbies that would suit your needs better?
They used to be Diablo 2 multiplayer gamers, right? Let me hack my character to be the most powerful possible, and you end up like having those Son Goku against Vegeta fights of two ultra powerful Diablo 2 characters beating the shit out of each other that never die. Stuff like that.
Just skeptics say, like, to be fair, there are people in the real world who try to be an optimizer. That's true. Like the biohacker people. The problem is like the optimizer. Sorry. The problem is that an optimizer in a TTRPG is they make it explicit that they are in a game with OOC knowledge, and they don't try to roleplay it. Yeah. If they were optimizer, but they were also like good role player, it wouldn't bother me as much because it would be like transparent, right?
Shannon used to say, right? Oh, I mean, Max are great. That means you know the game. You know that you always say that.
Yeah.
Like as long as you role play, I'll be with you on this one.
If this is you, play World of Warcraft and do mythic raids. Mythic raids is where you have to optimize to even get in the foot in the door, and you have a billion spells and abilities. You have to learn macros. You have to learn add-ons to optimize as much as possible. You don't even just learn the fights. You download add-ons to tell you exactly what's gonna happen, and you listen to the cues and you act on them. This is basically what they are asking for. So play that game. You don't have to play D&D.
Joey Skeptic also said, like, also in real life, your optimization can be undermined by an unknown factor or an unforeseen event. And that's also the thing, right? Like, optimizing in RPGs, like, even though RPGs are complex system as game-wise go, right? As games go, they are infinitely simpler system than real life. Like, if you try to optimize your life in real life, go for it. I'm all for it, right? Try to fix your diet, exercise, find some kind of philosophy that makes you a better human being. But that's a complex way. It's complex to figure out the right thing because everybody has an opinion, right? Oh, you should eat more meat. You should eat less meat. You should eat like only vegetable. You should eat like only meat. You know, like everybody has an opinion that goes against everybody else, right? So it's complex to do. But when you're in a game, you have those objective mechanics that you can play with and conquer, right, in a sense. And I think that's what those people are about. when you say like what you're actually looking for in RPG, sorry, or in D&D, the optimizer, what they're looking for is kind of a system they can control in an easy way, in a sense, right? They're feeling something like that. It's much easier than real life.
And I would I would add that this is exactly why a lot of D&D players switched over to Pathfinder, because they looked at Pathfinder and realized, oh, there's so many feats. I can optimize in so many different ways now. And they play that instead.
Yeah. Let's listen more.
Of feats and abilities, and prove that encounter balancing tools are no match for somebody with a hyperfixation and a Reddit account. This is one of the most commonly discussed player types in D&D, so you probably already know if you're an optimizer. But just in case, here are some signs. You've perfected your character build, making sure every ability score, feat, and spell choice works in absolute harmony. You probably know what choices you'll be making for the next few levels too. Whether it's combat, exploration, or ensuring that you will never fail another dexterity save in your life, you're making sure your character is the very best at something. You love it when your character gets...
Are you saying, Nicholas?
Your roleplay is not even like slightly brushed over, during that optimizer.
No, not at all.
Doesn't exist.
Absent.
Show off their abilities. That might be dealing crazy damage numbers, or it might be the pure joy of telling your DM that you rolled a 38 stealth. You live for those moments when your careful planning pays off. Magic items aren't just cool loot for you, they're tools with very specific purposes. One particular weapon or ring might be an important puzzle piece in your build, and having the opportunity to track it down and get a hold of it sounds like a fun and engaging quest for you. Optimizers can have overlap with fighters, but don't get it twisted, they are not the same thing. Where a fighter might love a cinematic description of their heroic moves, the optimizer might be perfectly happy with you deal X points of damage as long as number go up. And of course, you can optimize for things other than combat. They might build a social power.
Those are the people at conventions that brag how they once did 125 damage at level 4 with their character.
Yeah.
That's the peak of their gaming career.
Cool story, bro. Nobody cared.
For a head.
Yeah. It's like it's missing the human element, right? It's like obviously.
Is she gonna? Okay, it's not going to happen, but there should be a gambler archetype listed in here.
Oh.
The player that shows up just to roll dice and gamble if he wins or loses.
Cannot read this one because of the camera.
Storyteller.
Socializer.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be a horrible one too.
They're all gonna be.
Powerhouse and max out charisma. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're interested in acting out their intimidation or persuasion, though. They may feel like the dice already have that covered.
Ce soir, allez.
She needs some cereal. That's the ad. Look at that, Fruit Loops.
We don't have Fruit Loops here.
Really?
Yeah, not the one with the toucan. Not specifically the toucan one. We have like different brands,
Yeah.
I find it funny. Yes, I too wear my suit when I eat Fruit Loops, guys.
Fruit Loop male mindset.
Yeah, you have to respect the cereal. It's mostly sugar, but.
Next up, we have the problem solver, the player who treats every D&D session like a murder mystery dinner party but with dice. These players are excited to think their way out of every situation, whether that's guessing which innocent-seeming NPC is secretly the big bad, or devising a foolproof 14-step plan to avoid combat entirely. For a problem solver, D&D is a fantasy-flavored strategy game. Here are a few clues that you might be a problem solver. You love solving puzzles. You don't mind sitting there at the table, working out a letter substitution code code or piecing together a cryptic riddle in real time. You've probably got a New York Times game subscription, and your 325-day Wordle streak has prepared you for anything. When talking to NPCs, you're the first one to call for an insight check. It doesn't matter if you're chatting with a suspicious guardsman or a little girl looking for her lost puppy. If something is off, you're going to find out about it. For you, every conversation...
You're going to be the first one to ask for an insight check? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Can I roll an insight check? Sorry, I'm a problem solver kind of player GM, so can I ask for like...
Can I roll a die that
opportunity
will
to
solve
learn.
the problem for me? You know,
What?
I like solving problems, but let me roll the thing that will do the work for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But hey, man, I had the idea of asking for the role. Can I get some credit here?
Yeah.
Learn something new, or connect some more dots. Whether it's combat or negotiation, you want a solid plan in place before anybody rolls a single die. You don't mind if half the session is spent strategizing, especially if it leads to using Qual's feather token to completely derail the encounter in the most legendary way possible.
I have a question that is not related to the content of the video. Would you call Ginny D's hair blue or green?
I would say it's mostly green, but like this is like a, I don't know how you pronounce it, teal.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's
aquamarine.
Yeah.
I call it blue. You're wrong, Nicholas, and I will fight you.
It's kind of on the line, right? It's like, yeah, is it blue? Is it green?
Yeah, it's that tone, is that one, you know.
Yeah.
It's a nice color. I like this color, to be honest.
I don't like this hair color. I don't have nothing against the color per se, but not on people's hair.
It depends on the face who's sporting it.
I guess
really?
it always reminds me.
No.
Yeah. It just reminds me of like a mindset of I want to stand out.
Yeah.
So I'm going to change my hair color to make myself unique. You know?
Yeah, no, you're right. Like it is what it is.
There is a little bit of that.
And there might be something deeper happening, but that's all I see because I see your hair color. So
it could still it can still be like aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah.
You know, if you do the
I don't like dyed hair. Even like women that get older and they dye their hair like their natural color. I don't like that. Just like, just grow old with dignity, right? And let you have white hair. That's all right. Right? Just like, it's fine. You're getting older. You assume the
What
white hair.
What about men with male pattern baldness? Should they also just like keep the tufts of the hair and carry it with dignity?
Well,
or should they shave?
Should
Should they actually be like?
I don't.
No, don't do that. Just shave it.
I don't support the hair transplant. Shaving is all right, but also I'm a big supporter of like just shrug the crown, just shrug the crown of hair and assume baldness. I don't fucking care, right? There's something dignified about it.
Do a cool thing with it, you know.
The Hulk Hogan
I like
thing, like long hair with the
exactly.
Yeah,
I like it. Mr. Max's thing.
Very American. Looks like the body either way.
Yeah, just like play the hand you're dealt, right? Just don't try to fucking cheat it. Right?
That's what I was talking about with the mustache, you know.
Yeah.
Just what you have, go with it.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a bit of a distraction. Sorry.
Problem solvers have a lot of crossover with explorers, but they can clash with instigators, who tend to get bored when plans take too long to form, and with fighters, who might struggle when a problem solver does their very best to avoid rolling initiative at all. Problem solvers who love picking apart NPC motivations will often mesh well with actors and storytellers. And before you say it, no, I'm not going to make a joke about my sword being my favorite problem solver. Stop trying to predict it, just let me cook. It's time to talk about the storyteller, the player who isn't here for some low-stakes monster of the week stuff, but for the long-form, award-winning drama of a Game of Thrones style epic. They want plot twists, character arcs, emotional stakes, the kind of game they'll swear they're gonna turn into a novel someday. Seriously, they're gonna start writing it any day now. Here are 3 signs that you might be a storyteller.
hold on.
You're motivated less by loot and experience.
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like calling out 28mm RPG, calling you out, Rick, who read Numenera for me and Nicholas, and oh boy, would you guess it? In the last session, the NPCs we traveled with betrayed us, and it was like the big twist for what's happening to the characters, which I found is okay, but I also think like, oh, this is kind of predictable though. I didn't need the big epic twist to happen. It was cool, but I don't need it.
It's predictable bad, like because like this thing that we talk about, like thing needed to be like telegraphed, right? Things shouldn't feel like they're coming out of nowhere, being random. So
yes,
something being telegraphed, which is usually seen as satisfying, right? A good thing, but it, in a sense, means it's predictable, right? Like you could predict it. Because I gave you sign, right?
Exactly.
That this guy was shitty. So was that? Or was it just like...
I don't know if I agree with Zolar. I don't think I agree with you, man.
Oh.
I'm jamming some fun because I played a character that is going to appeal more to the humanity. I believe more like human are good until they prove to be bad, you know? They're innocent until proven guilty. That was leaning more in that direction, being social instead of what's the other word? Pessimistic or closed off, paranoid,
antisocial. Is that the...
Yeah. So when it happened, I as a player was like, yeah, that sounds very much like from what I've seen and what Rick talks about. That makes sense.
I thought it was just cool. Yeah. I don't. It didn't felt weird or did not take me out of character when it happened.
Yes, it did not break the verisimilitude of the world. But I'm still calling out Rick because I saw this one coming a mile away.
Maybe you're just too smart, man. That's not on Rick.
Now you made it a compliment, Nicholas. How are you this good?
It's a compliment and an attack at this. It's washed.
I can't fight this.
Do what you want with it.
This which is on the storyteller. I recognize myself a bit in that as well, what you're saying, because like motivated less by experience point and loot, and you want the emotional connection and stuff like that. Yeah, obviously that speak to me as well. Does this speak to me more than the actor wanted to depict what like those kind of link, right? Just like
they are very linked, I would say. Like I literally said that that's how I measure the quality of my games, right? Like I try to recall the game and I have like these scenes imprinted, but I don't start the game trying to make a cool scene. While I'm playing the game, I'm just trying to be the character because I know that I will get that through character roleplay.
Yes,
because I'm not missing the mark, you know, as you try to reach your goal, your destination.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Let's finish that up. That's probably going to be the last video tonight because I've been at it for almost 8 hours now, as I realize.
Points and more by narrative impact. If given the choice between slaying a dragon to get a hoard of treasure or slaying a dragon to save the innocent townsfolk it's threatening, you'll choose going down in history as the savior of the kingdom every time. You love it when pieces of your character's backstory turn up in the plot. It makes you feel like your character isn't just another interchangeable adventurer, but a core part of the story. The moment the DM hints that your long-lost sibling or ancient enemy is involved, you are...
I hate that shit. Like oh man, the GM is using part of my backstory in the plot. Like that's so fucking tacky, to be honest, right? Just like
I get what you mean. It's like a little cupcake, like a little treat, you know?
Yeah, I'm not like completely opposed to it, but it's so overdone. And people think it's so clever, right? It's like, man, thing happening in the game should be meaningful, right? Just like
You
it's kind of a
see, sometimes it's with good intent, but I also think that sometimes it's the GM who likes to control everything. It's like, not even your backstory is safe from me, you know? It's I will use your backstory and I will mold into my view of what the game should be. Sometimes there is a little bit of that.
Yeah, Kid will say I hate when the GM fist my backstory into the plot, and I agree with that. And oftentimes it does feel like I'm fisted, and also like I like when character got less backstory, and that's something I talk a lot about. Like when you have like a GM that is kind of a control freak and want to tell a story and gonna take over your character and take away your player agency. Yes, you will want to make a backstory because you make this character. And the backstory is your one chance to tell a story with this character.
Yeah. Before
you hand out the character to the GM for him to tell a story with your character. Look at Space Roadies, they get out of those sims. Yeah, just because we're looking
it's most at the max though. It's most the max.
and I made a character with this premise before, playing a purple knight that's like, a part of the order of a different kingdom. Like he's a knight, he travels around, and his wife was kidnapped. And that's what I told my game master. The wife is gone, and I'm out there adventuring, trying to find what happened and to get her back. So it's an obvious hook. But now I play these sessions like, yeah, we can do whatever we want, because this is why I'm out there to keep exploring and doing random quests. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck's going on with my wife and getting her back. So for that, I have to travel around. And they can use that hook. But if then the GM turns around and your children are gone too, I'm gonna leave the table. Like, come on, guy. Stop it already. I already gave you my wife. Why do you have to take my children as well?
Okay, also I'm against it. It stretches out credulity that every character's relation miraculously get caught in the web of the plot. I want my relation to be part of my story, not the GM's. Yeah. But that's also like if you can trust your GM that is gonna let you play your character and give you player agency, right? You don't have to put the interesting part of your character story in the backstory, because you can trust that you'll be able to control your character, and that the interesting part of his story are gonna come forward, right? Are gonna come in the future.
But what if Kolpop had a brother and he's actually part of the other orcish political faction that believes in ancestry and honor instead of might makes right and necromancy is awesome?
Well, I can deal with that.
This stream will like suddenly black out and go out of line, We'll never hear from you again.
I'm like, I trust you as a GM, like that I can explore what the interesting part of my character, right? Like I have control. I feel like I'm in control of my character. The interesting thing happening to this character, I feel happening in play, right?
Yeah.
If something from the backstory comes up, I'm okay with that because I can and I feel I have the freedom to interact with that, but also have the freedom to not interact with it and interact with something else instead, right? Just like if I want to deal with that, say, yeah, man, I don't talk with this asshole anymore. I don't have nothing to do with him. I'm just gonna reject it, right? Just like,
yeah,
I trust you. I'm not gonna push on that,
Do you feel? I assume you feel the same about co-creating relatives, like an NPC walking up, or maybe even another player walking up. Hey, Kolpop, when was the last time you've seen your brother? You know, it's like, okay, now he invented a brother for me. But maybe you never thought about, where do I have relatives? So,
yeah,
you did come up with a cousin for him, right?
I did come up with a cousin from him.
Oh, was it?
yes.
Yeah, I see. Like, I'm gonna go see my cousin Zoltar.
Yeah.
Is that his name?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
He has one name.
That's what I said. But then a lot of what this guy was about was defined by Znolar, right? Like I said, I have a cousin, that's his name, whatever, I'm gonna see him. But then Znolar, am I losing my voice? But then Znolar, like,
you are, man. You're like hard.
sorry, but then Znolar filling the rest of this character.
Yeah. Filled in the gaps. It's like, okay, this is not a player character. I try to respect what Mr. Max tells me about him, but I have to come up with the character on the spot as he like walks over there to talk to him. So I can't read his mind. I don't even know if we should like stop the game and just ask you, like, tell me a bit more about the.
No,
Right.
you shouldn't. And you know, like, and I said, like, I have this cousin living in the outskirts of town, and then we go there, and then you add some detail to this character, and then like I also add detail to the character when I refer to like past thing that he did, right? Just like, and at some point this character get fleshed out from both ends, and that's interesting. That's back and forth there, right? I think that's a good way to do it.
Yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
Okay, they'll all say like, Mr. Max, your voice sound like your cement truck full of churning. Yeah. I don't know, like maybe I need to drink more.
It's a dwarf roleplay, guys.
Yeah.
It's been past the
8 hours is no joke, man.
Yeah, let's finish that video.
Are 100% in. You knew writing that 3-page backstory would pay off someday. You have trouble getting invested in encounters that feel random or disconnected from the plot. You're all about battles that have real stakes for the story, where you know exactly what's on the line and how it ties into the larger narrative. If the fight doesn't push the story forward, it's hard for you to care much about the outcome. This type of player might have some tension at the table with instigators, who they might see as playing fast and loose with the larger narrative arc. Storytellers often have a lot in common with actors, but where actors are focused on embodying their character in the moment, storytellers are thinking about the bigger picture. There are players who are both actors and storytellers, but it's also totally possible to be one without being the other. Okay, those were all the player types listed in the 2014 Dungeon Master's Guide, but the 2024 version has given us one more option, the socializer.
What?
Oh, the player can be one or the other, or both, in different directions. So these words are meaningless to me. None of this helps me to figure out what the players actually want from a D&D game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's not going deep. Like I said, like I want to talk about it at the end of the video, like what actually people want from the D&D game, right? Because I think like those things are just like they're not going deep enough. They're just like superficial way to get what you actually want from D&D. I think there's a deeper level you can go, and you should
absolutely.
Like, being a storyteller, being an actor, you're doing that to get something from role-playing game that you're not necessarily getting if you're playing in a table full of fighter and optimizer, to use your word, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, if you're watching a video like this on a channel like mine, you're probably not in this category. Socializers come...
Socializer is going to be the 1D player, basically.
Yeah. I can smell it.
Oh, it's the 1D player. Got it.
Yeah, the 1D player. Yeah. Yeah, was it hard to understand? Space Really say D&D drones are so funny.
That, man.
You want to read it for me?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's kind of like watching an elderly person trying to do something like, okay.
Let us help you across the road, Mr. Max.
Is it that bad?
Yes.
It sounds. I don't know how it feels for you. But...
From the get-go, I have trouble reading, right? Reading in English, right? So it's
yeah.
pronouncing those words.
None of us speak English as a modern language, so it's fine. D&D Space Roadie says D&D drones are so funny. Why don't players care about resource draining fights with no chance of death that takes a long time? Yeah,
because it's boring. That's why it's boring. Nothing matters.
It's slop.
Yeah, there's no exactly. There's no connection. There's no like, oh, we're gonna drain those resources. That don't mean shit. That we can replenish at any moment notice. Before going to the next fight, that's gonna drain the same resource. That are gonna replenish again before going to the next fight. You know, at some point, like, it just become meaningless. Yeah.
What is the word? The gameplay loop, right? As they say in the video game industry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want no gameplay loops in my roleplay game.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, oh, I get to use Smite for the 12th time in a row in this fight. Riveting. Exactly. Like
amazing.
Like sitting there turn after turn doing the same thing. Right? Yeah.
Come to the table primarily to hang out with their friends and enjoy the social aspect of game night. They're not super invested in the rules, the story, or the characters, even their own. Basically, they're just happy to be here. As long as they're not being disruptive to the rest of the group, that's fine. Not every player needs to be passionate about the game. But if a socializer is distracting other players or...
I can suffer all the rest, but not this one.
How is a socializer not constantly disrupting the game? That's like saying, oh, I'm invited my wife to the table, except she's not playing. She's just sitting there looking pretty, casting healing word with her cleric character.
If she's casting healing word, at least she's doing kind of something, right? But she's presenting that like, oh, he's just want to hang out with his friend. He's just sitting there, not doing much, stuff like that. Like, man, yes, it is like
something else.
He's presenting it in the most positive light possible. Like, yeah, he's just want to hang out, right? Just he's not gonna do any harm. But the thing is, like, when his turn is gonna come, it's gonna take forever because he doesn't know what he's doing and doesn't really care, right? So then that's gonna slow the game down for everybody. And also, let's be real, he probably just doesn't want to hang out there with his friend. He probably want to make those fucking jokes, out of character jokes, right? And that's gonna derail the game.
He wants to hang out with friends. He just doesn't want to play D&D. He, deals with D&D happening while he hangs out with friends.
Yeah.
And they're having fun without me, you know.
Yeah. Just try to not to be a disruption to me. Exactly. Right? If you just spinner. That, like, what about those people like that? They're gonna be in the D&D session online, but they're gonna play WoW on the side in the same time.
No, that's
just
disrespectful.
Yeah, or at the table, and they're gonna play a mobile game on their phone at the same time, right? Just like that's disrupting. That's like, but like I never saw that myself. But you hear about those stories, and for me they're hard to believe. Like, how can somebody be that disrespectful? I guess it must happen if those stories keep coming up, right?
That's just with life too, man. If you're talking to someone, the minimum you can do is like look, at least pretend to look in their eyes if like you're that autistic. Because I know that some people autistic cannot look in their eye. Like look in the middle of forehead, but like
I have to look at the mouth.
Engage, engage, it's very disrespectful.
Yeah, I try, even if it's like a topic I don't want to talk about, it's too much. I don't care. I try to pick out one thing I care about and talk about that. It's like, okay, I have something to add to this. And if I don't, then I will say, I don't really have anything to add to that. So if you want, we could talk about something else, but it's going in one ear and out the other. Let them know. It's like, you can keep talking, but it's not going to mean anything to me. Be honest about it.
In that case, like when they probably wait, so what do you think, Zon, about that? Oh, I don't know much about it. It's very interesting. hearing you talk about it. That's the part I was saying. I don't fucking care about that.
But people respect that, you know, being direct.
What? What do you say, Nick?
No, I said people respect that, like you're open, like that shows that you treat them as a person, you know. Even if they're a stranger, you're engaging with them as someone from that you trust, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, right. We're almost at the end there. Let's wrap it up so we can talk about it, like do a proper conclusion.
Or pulling focus from the game, or if their casual approach makes other players feel self-conscious about being emotional or getting immersed, then it's possible that they're not the best fit for this particular group. In my experience, actors, storytellers, and optimizers are the most likely to be put off by having a socializer hanging around. I mean, that's why I always carry a sword, for those filthy casuals. You know, for a long time...
Yeah, she made the joke, like she
I guess it's an inside
a few
joke.
time. What?
I guess it's an inside joke of her channel, like a recurring joke.
From every video I've seen of her, which is not that many to be fair, she make that joke. Oh, that's why I always carry a joke. And now in that video, she telegraphed it a few times. And then now she's making it, right? I think although like she need a better sword. Let me look at that.
I mean, that's why I always carry...
It's a rough one, man.
Yeah, it's a very shitty sword. It's a very low grade sword.
She needs a bastard sword.
You need the bastard swords. Yeah.
Well, man, I was like shilling your game here, and you spin it around.
Yeah, I'm that kind of guy. I'm gonna turn like shitting my game into something just like a dirty joke. Yeah.
I should have been wiser. I should
What
have
did we
been
say?
wiser, I said.
It's all right. But yeah, nowadays like there's a lot of option for like pretty decent sword for a cheap price. The build profile is horrible. Yes, it is. Yeah, and it's pretty blunt, but you should probably use it for cosplay and shit.
carry a sword. For those filthy casuals. You know, for a long time, I was one of those people who described myself as enjoying a mix of combat and role-playing, but I kept having these experiences where everyone at the table would agree about that, and then once we started playing, the disconnect between us would just become so obvious. Reading this section of the Dungeon Master's Guide really helped me understand why that was happening. Not because I'm a Gemini and
Yeah.
She's wrong, even if she thinks she's right. I say it's wrong. This is not helping whatsoever describing who is what type of player at your table. Oh, like this is pseudoscience. Like, what do you want out of the D&D game? If you want like super cool combat, you can do that in video games. Why are we rolling dice at the table with a group of people? If not for what makes a role-playing game special to all other sorts of games out there in the world. This is what makes it so frustrating. It validates all these other styles of games. Well, of course, I mean, people will say, well, that is what makes you an elitist. But I'm also trying to protect this style of gameplay I want to preserve at the table.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Like just keeps getting in there. Like where you're separating combat and RP. Exactly. RP should happen in combat. But do you think she could be saved? Do you think we could fix her?
I feel like it's.
I'm feeling hopeful today. I would say there's always a little bit of it.
It's like, oh, now I have a way to categorize the different types of players that play this hobby. Yes, I know people play D&D for different reasons. I just don't respect some of the reasons as being worthwhile to hold up or put on the same pedestal as role-playing in a role-playing game.
It's because like some of those reasons, like you would be better served doing something else than roleplay than a TTRPG, right? Like you would like if you want to be like optimizers, like there's some video game that would serve you better. That's what's weird about all it, right? Like the actor and storyteller, if you're kind of mix those two, right? I guess like maybe then yeah, role playing is the best way you can find those, scratch that itch if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm losing my voice.
Yeah,
but
to add to your go ahead.
No, go ahead.
To add to your points, like if you want to be an optimizer, min-maxer, I mean, previously people did Diablo 2, just hacked their character, went all out, which is totally fine. They can do that. Like, I don't have to play with them. Nowadays, you can play World of Warcraft, Mythic, go in a Mythic raid. All you do is optimize. That's the whole shtick. That's also why I never did Mythic. I just did Heroic, because I have to learn my class and get to be immersed with the rule set, but I don't have to optimize. I don't have to sacrifice like my fun of the game to become the absolute best, like top 1%. So
what's your sanity?
Yeah. But some people like that.
When I play like some World of Warcraft, right? I would make my character, and I would, you gain some level, you can pick some skill, right? And I would just pick the skill that felt appealing to me, felt fun in the moment.
Yeah.
But then you join like a dungeon from the dungeon queuing tools, right? And then people look at your skill and they kick you out because you didn't make an optimized character, because you took like skills that don't mesh well together, right? I just picked those skills because they look fun. They look fun to use,
cool.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
They fit the fantasy that I want to tell with this character.
Let me ask you guys a question about this is mostly about video games, but have you felt any change on how you engage in I'll put RPGs, or I mean any game where you have a level of freedom to explore? Have you noticed any change in how you engage with the games since you've been 14?
I
noticed that in myself this week.
Yeah. With what game? Which game?
I just bought Divinity Original Sin 2. It was,
it was on deal. I almost bought it. It wasn't special.
So I'm playing with a friend, and I was impressed because the game is very big.
But
I can't because like he keeps flaking on me. So
flake on you too, Nicholas.
Come on, man.
I'm very busy.
I'm avoiding playing single player because I want to. Anyhow, I was very impressed with how big the map is and how many NPCs. Like everyone is named, and you can do a thing. And like I was a bit like, what's that German word for when you like cannot choose something because you have too many choices? You suffer from choices.
Well, the English words like analysis paralysis. I cannot think of German words on the spot.
Yeah, that sounds cool. So I had the analysis paralysis, and I'm like, okay, I cannot do everything in one playthrough, so I'm just gonna go through whatever is cool in the moment. Because back then, before I would roleplay in role-playing games, I will do everything. No, I cannot leave one box unopened. I have to talk with every character because I have to experience the game in full. But now I see myself just going with the flow. Like, you know what? I don't want to spend 30 minutes trying to solve the puzzle when I can just kill the guy. So just kill the guy. So I'm engaging the game on a totally different level from what I used to. And I think it's because I already get my fix from playing RPGs. So I can engage with Divinity on more mechanical level. Just enjoy the flow of the game, you know what I mean?
That's very interesting because like I dislike narrative role-playing game. Narrative video game, sorry. I hate those, right? Because I get my fix through RPG. If I want to do like a narrative thing, I'm gonna go play RPG with my friend, and then I can get to be a character. Yeah, and I like playing The Witcher and being told the story, and it's a canned story, right? And I'm just like sitting through making like more or less meaningless choice, right? Just like they're not super meaningful choice. I can influence a bit but in the end, it's gonna be the same thing. And then you have this thing that is like nonsensical, like, oh, quick, I need to find Siri where she is. But I'm gonna do fucking like 1,000 fucking side quests.
Exactly. I want to do my own thing, right?
Doing there's this clash there, right? So I
because
really like those games. Like I like video game to be mechanically meaningful, right?
I mean,
it's
I
weird
still enjoy the
because
story. I want to run through it.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I just one final thought about that. Because the game is an RPG, so you have a lot of dialogue, right? They do have voice dialogues, but it gets to a point where, okay, I got a message. I just want to do the thing you want me to do.
Oh man, I fucking
because I feel like in an RPG game, it's that this little moment of conversation, it happens at least in our games. I would say it's very fast, and we convey the message. We can get things going. I'm more engaged than just sitting and listening to the NPC talk while I look at his portrait. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I still enjoy having options to flavor my character and role play my character. I'm just not going all in role play because it's a video game. You know what I mean?
When I play like those narrative game, I'm always gonna have the subtitle on and skip the dialogue, the voice acted dialogue as soon as I read, right? Just like I don't fucking care. I don't care about the prestation of the actor. Sorry, it's not all. You had something to say.
Yeah, it's very much a video game it's forced to give you an illusion of choice because it's limited by having manpower and coding and all of that. And if it's not an illusion, then they can give you forked choices. Like, it's a crossroads. You can go left or you can go right, because we doubled our production value to give you two different directions to go with. And some games, they pride themselves like, we have 8 directions, legendary amounts of choices you can make in our game, right? But at a role-playing game, you're not limited. You can just do what you want to do. And it's up to the game master to give you this unlimited amount of choice, which is why I'm always so upset when game masters say, like, it's totally fine to use the Quantum Ogre. It's totally fine to, like, give them a tunic, like, give them a choice every 30 minutes once. Like, what, do A or B? It's like, you are bastardizing this whole hobby and ruining the thing that makes it special from a video game.
Yeah. Like, I like to play, like, Mountain Blade Warband a lot, right? If I want to go back to a video game, that's usually what I'm going to do. And oftentimes, like, if I try not to, because if I start playing Warband again, I'll do nothing else for like a week. So
you get the grade,
yeah. I get dragged in, but in this game, right? Like I often say, it's the best video game RPG there is, but it's very sandboxy. You arrive there on this continent, Galardia, and that's it. That's the whole that's the whole story you got. You know,
there's no goal. There's no win state. You choose what you want to achieve with your character.
Yeah, there's like different kingdom that gets in a war with each other and stuff like that, right? With some randomness to it, right? But
you
choose what you want to do with your character. Yeah. Do you want to become a vassal to this kingdom? You try to become a bandit? Do you want to do your own kingdom? Do you want to be a trader? Do you want to be like, do you want to be a bad guy that is going to raid caravan and stuff like that? Do you want to be a good guy that's going to uphold some kind of like, it's all up to you to decide. It's going to impact on the game, and different characters, NPCs are going to treat you differently. And there's a bunch of NPCs, right? All those lords you can interact with. But it's not trying to tell you a story. You tell your story. Right, and I like that. That's why I always keep coming. Like the game's like what, 14-year-old now, something like that. I keep coming back to it because you know what? I never did a run of this type, so I go back to it and I try this run. Right, I'm gonna do like a bad guy run. I'm gonna do like there's still stuff I haven't done in all those years. Played thousands of hours, but yeah. Anyway, that's Max sound like one of those experimental Tom Waits album. Misery is the river of the world.
Mercury was on rollerblades, but because we had very different goals for the game and didn't even know it. In reality, I like acting, problem solving, and storytelling. And to be honest, I can be a little bit of an instigator sometimes. I don't have beef with optimizers, very different goals for the game and didn't even know it. In reality, I like acting, problem solving, and storytelling. And to be
acting, problem solving, and storytelling. All right.
honest, I can be a little bit of an instigator sometimes. I don't have beef with optimizers, but we don't complement each other very well in combat. And in the past, it's been a little frustrating to me to share a table with socializers. Although, to be fair, I'm sure taking 1d10 slashing damage isn't a walk in the park for them either. As a player, learning all this about myself has helped me understand why some groups haven't been as fun for me as I'd hoped. And as a dungeon master, this is exactly the kind of information that would help me not just run a great game, but put together the right group in the first place. This has quickly become an essential part of my Session Zero. Also, speaking of Session Zero, it's never too late to have one, and they can save your group.
What? You want me to stop like a second from the end?
Yeah, just finish.
Yeah.
All kinds of conflicts that could end your campaign. So make sure to check out this video next to learn more.
There you go. All right, we're done now. Shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up.
I've got to say, I hate the soft language. It's it never used to bother me because I'm a guy that wants to get along with everybody I talk to in general. Yeah. Like I can have strong opinions, but I want people to like me first. So when I hear stuff like, and I realized I don't have as much fun when I play with socializers. Just say, I hate playing with people who don't care about the game at the table.
Yeah.
It's the soft language, like couching everything in in minced words, right? To obviously achieve 700,000 subscribers on YouTube. That rubs me so. It's way too couched. It's way too politically correct, and I hate it. Say what you mean.
She gets partner with Wizards of the Coast, and I don't think there's any other way to get so without being overly PC, you know.
Don't allow companies to red tape your mouth.
I agree. I guess I know the hair color is a lost cause in this situation.
Yeah, and I guess to bring my train of thought to the loop, to close the loop. The problem is not that she wants to be nice and people to like her, because that's okay. You don't want to. Generally, people don't want to offend people. I'm okay with that. The problem is it's a point of honesty. I don't want you to bend and twist the way you talk, so you don't offend some minority of people, fictional or otherwise, over the internet. Because I can't control who watches, but I know what I'm about. You know what you're about. Try to stay honest to that, even through the video formats you do. And I guess that makes me unpopular and her popular, but I still can't stand it. So, what do you think about this, Nicholas?
I think that everything that you just said is 100% factual. Nobody should think about it. They should just take at face value what you said and take it as
Yeah.
I gotta say,
jokes aside, I agree. I that's one of the things I have that I cannot watch GDD, because it feels too clean. It feels too sanitized, very sterile. It's not. I've joked before, like when I eat, I want salmonella. You know, I want to feel the food. Like I want real food. You know what I mean?
It's very Brazilian of you.
It's overly it's overly processed.
I want to taste the mold. Yeah, I want to taste the mold in the bread. Okay, give me real food.
Call like whatever, you know, comes from mold.
Yeah, sometimes you want something like you don't want everything to be pasteurized. Like sometimes you want a blue cheese, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
At least you're like LSGD and say at least you're honest. Imagine living a life concerning yourself with everyone else's expectation of you. Like there's always going to be people who are going to be upset with you. So why do you concern yourself with that, right? be happy with who you are. Even though you might not be perfect and you still have room for improvement. I know I do, right?
Yeah.
Just obviously. But, I don't think I'm a bad guy in general. And I care about the opinion, like what Christ would think of me. But I have my standard I'm trying to achieve too. But like people, what would I care about what people think of me?
Yeah, exactly.
The lion doesn't worry about the opinion of the sheep.
Like,
that being said, I think what?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I think Ginny could be saved, to be honest. Like some people say, like, oh, she cannot, she has no hope with the blueware and shit like that. Like, I think she could find agreement or enjoyment in our style of roleplay. Probably not with me or with us. Certainly not with me. Probably not with us, because there would be like too much friction between like her personality and ours, right? Or her belief in ours, right? But I think this being in character play, if she tried it, she might, with a good table, she might enjoy it.
There's this thing about like you're trying to get a group together of, I believe we could invite Jenny D, like reach out and try if she wants to have a one-shot 40 roleplay session. Like, try out like a collaboration, play the game our way, see how it goes. Let's have a talk about it. Make cool YouTube content about it. But it would probably get shut down simply because we don't have the production quality to end up on her YouTube channel. But I can see her, like her personality, how she is. She might be okay with that if she wasn't 800,000 YouTube streamer, a YouTuber. But the problem, like I think you tell me if I'm correct, she probably wouldn't do a show with Mr. Max and us. It's probably more like, I don't want to change how I talk and approach people because it might make her uncomfortable. I would much rather get her more comfortable in her own skin to not feel, threatened or anxious around me. And I would be completely open and honest, like talking about it. But people, these people, blue-haired people, liberals, I don't know, whatever you want to call them, if they feel anxious and subconscious, what's the not subconscious, conscious about it, scared about it, they don't want to confront about it. It's like, okay, that's fine. I guess we will not play together, but I'm an open door to communicate with. Don't let like a fictional idea that, oh, these are a bunch of bigot, misogynist, racists, like be a trap in your own mind. You can just reach out. The Discord is open. It's not a cult. You can reach out and we can play a game.
Yeah, and I might be all those bad things that you would call me. I'm still a human being.
It's 50% of all those things. He is the main, demographic. He covers that for.
Yeah,
all those I think the thing that
you have, they're because of me.
I think that it gets to a point where some of these channels they stop being like the guy and they become the brand of the guy.
Yeah.
So it's a bit harder, I guess, for them to do this shift. Which when I think GD is the case, I think she's a brand.
Yeah, I think you're right on that.
It's still a person at the end of the day, so it would be cool if she, even in secret, what if she's watching this right now and she's like, you know what, I'm gonna try this. It could be cool, but
this is the reason.
Better chances with some other people.
Army Ginger came on my channel to have a talk in secret. She didn't tell her audience. Like, it was public on my channel, but she didn't tell her fucking crowd that she would talk to Mr. Max.
And in a way that exactly showcases like what kind of audience are you nurturing. the kind of audience that is open and honest and allows conversation to happen between different parties of different beliefs, or the audience that wants to stay insular and just like echo chamber repeat the mantra to each other, and like any outsiders are like met with aggression and having purity spirals and all that bullshit.
Before leaving, I want to talk about this this idea of like the type of D&D player and what they actually look for in the game. I don't think there's actually 7, to be honest. I think there's less than that. I think there's the player that want this immersion and the role play and feeling like they're in their character and having this emotional alignment. I think that'd be one type, right? That'd be the type that we have. I think socializer. Am I going back to the 40 fucking model? A little further than 40. I think the socializer are one type, people that just use the game as a pretext to get together and have some fun. So I think that's one type. I think that's fair to call them that. I think there's people that try to win the game. They want to show us, like people that want to show how smart they are. Those come in 2 types. People that want to show mastery of the mechanics and show they win the game, and they want to feel like they want to have this feeling of dominance over something, right? Control of the setting of a system. I mean, I think that's one thing that people actually look for in role-playing game. And then there's the people that want to show how smart they are, but it's dominance toward other people. Those are the GM that want to impress their player on how smart they are in one way or the other. I think that's another type, right? So role player, people that want to express dominance over a system, people that want to express dominance over other people. What else would it be? Socializer would be one.
Yeah, I guess in my head, I'm not even considering the socializer as an archetype for role-playing. They're just a guy, like not related to the game. You have them at every type of activity where people do something as a group. He shows up because his friend is there and he wants to hang out.
Yeah. Some activities that type of attitude will not impact. If you're just literally just hanging out, like, yeah, all you need to do is be present. Yeah. But that's not the case with RPGs. I've shared that before, but to me, it is an event. It is a thing I schedule. Like, I'll be prepared. I'll take a shower. I'll eat something before because I want to be fully there. Like it's a big thing. You don't flake on that out of nowhere. If you need to flake, you gotta warn. You gotta have a good reason, to not come. So take it with responsibility, and it's an event. It's an event. You dress your best shirt for the day.
Or at least a shirt.
Yeah, right.
Maybe it's the summer, man.
You set expectations. If you don't, you show up at a role-playing table and get disappointed that the table is not meeting your expectations. You have like a sour feeling that you're trying to suppress because it was generally fine, but this socializer at my table like kept making stupid jokes.
It's like a story every time.
Yeah, this optimizer over there was bragging about how he did 120 damage again in this one turn. And if you don't set expectations, it will detract from your enjoyment of the game. So if you're fine with socializers, set that as an expectation so the other players can make a conscious decision. They can check out, or they can make a conscious decision. I'm showing up in my PJs, my pajamas, and I'm bringing muffins because that's the type of game we're playing tonight.
I'm gonna drink during this game, guys.
Yes, I'm gonna drink.
Yeah.
I'm gonna flirt with the game master, with the female game master
What?
during this game. That's for
Okay.
sure.
Yeah. If Ginny, you want to run from me, that's what you expect. I'm kidding, obviously.
He's not kidding.
No, she's married, and also, to be fair, she's not my type, but like physically. But
you like the big, I understand.
I was about to make a very mean comment. I won't.
Yeah, let's be respectful.
Restraint. Very good, man.
Some restraint. Yeah, I can still show some restraint. Now I'm 7 deep. But and I think a lot of the player type that she described, for me, a lot of those like should be character type, right? Like I think there's like this confusion there as well. So I think there's actually less player type than what she said, and some of them should be moved to character type. But for what people look for in RPGs, I don't think it's that broad. I think she made it wider, but not deep enough. She made it too wide and not deep enough.
The each goes unscratched.
Yeah.
Exactly. She uses the Dungeon Master's Guide definition and talk about it in a video, but the definitions are not helpful. It's, for me, this is pseudoscience. Pseudoscience used to describe something, and it's not helping. Also, no mention of role play in any of these descriptions.
Wow.
A distinct avoidance of saying role
maybe
play.
in the actor. Maybe
Yeah,
in the actor.
the first one, man. She opened the video with it. Let's not be that harsh.
Yeah, and I think in the actor she mentioned role play.
Okay, then I hate the idea that 7 other categories do not include roleplay in the role-playing game.
And also, like, she go with the description of the Dungeon Master Guide, right? But like I always say, you have to remember that WotC got an incentive of telling you to play, of teaching you to play those games wrong.
And everybody's welcome to buy the book and play our games.
And if they teach you to play wrong, then they can keep selling you solution to the problem your games have. If they gave you the solution like we do here on this channel and on your guys' channel, right? If we give you the solution how to actually fix your game, right? How to actually get something out of this hobby, the role-playing hobby, then you don't need too much to buy nearly as much shit, right? Sometimes you're gonna want to try a new game, a new setting and stuff like that. That's fine. But a new system, right? That's fine. But you can do so much with so little. That's not commercially very viable. There you go. Like Space Roadie is giving this quotation, this quote that has been like attributed to Gygax. Some people say it's a fake quote, but like the secret we must never let the game master know is they don't need any rules. They certainly don't need all those supplements that the big company, the big corporation want to sell you. They don't need those. You don't need those service like Describe or all those like sponsor. Oh, let me tell you about the sponsor of this video, right? Here's a service you can pay for that might help you fix your game. But if you were actually like role playing, you wouldn't need that. Right? Just like it's all like superfluous.
Yeah. Absolutely. There's this we have to validate all these ways of playing the game so that they have a reason to keep buying up books. Because if we validate it, then we can justify releasing a product for them to buy. If otherwise, why? What are we doing in this commercial with this commercial product? Like as a company.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just superfluous. We don't need you to roleplay. Companies, this hobby will continue after the crash of after market crash and nobody has money anymore. Like nobody can afford anything. People can still hang around the campfire and tell a story and do collaborative storytelling, immersive role play, just throwing a couple of bones to get a result for the randomness.
No, it's just keep just consume.
Yeah.
Just consume the new product, get excited for the next product, and at some point, the immersion will come. Right, at some point, you're gonna get what you're looking from this what you're actually looking from this hobby. Right, just like that's what it is. And also, if you cater to the optimizer, if you cater to people that are just like about mechanics and stuff like that, you can sell them a shit ton of books, right? Because now, like, oh, look, this book got new option you can play with. They got new mechanics that you can try to break, right? Don't you want to buy it?
Yeah.
Right. There's also that thing. Any final thought, Nicholas, before I'm wrapping this up?
More toys for you to break. I don't know if I have much to add, honestly. The goal is role playing. The goal is role playing, like you said. Yeah, man. I just amen to whatever you guys said today. That's why I don't show up as often, man. I usually agree, so I don't have much to
add. Yeah, selling wisdom is not commercially viable. That's why you can't buy it.
Yeah. That's why, I'm still a tiny little channel in the bigger scope of thing, right? Just I'm not gonna give you shit. I'm gonna sell you shit. I'm gonna give you thing that you I have to come back weeks after weeks. I think tonight or today we did see some good content and some bad one, but from all the 5 marathon I did, this might have been the most hopeful one, to tell you the truth.
Yes.
Yeah. Again, I'm gonna tag the people that I react to in the description after I'm done and rested, I guess. And they're all welcome if they want to come talk to me and share some idea and shoot the shit and try to figure stuff out. Right? I'm always interested in that. In the meantime, I'm gonna say thank you for Zonolar and Nicholas for joining me. It's always appreciated, and it helps me a lot to have people join too during the stream. Especially when I'm drinking, I can go take a piss once in a while. It helps. Oh, Joe Skeptic sent $2. Say, God bless you guys. Stay well. Thank you very much. God bless you as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you everybody that joined in the chat to watch live, and thanks to the super chatter, right? My ear trumpet has been struck by lightning, and John Tate, Jewish Skeptic have been quite generous tonight, and LSG Dean as well. So thank you all, guys. Yes. I often say super chat are appreciated. They're not needed, obviously. I'm not doing that for money. I'm doing that for the hobby, right? I'm trying to save this hobby and fulfill the promise of role play.
The craft.
I'm doing it for the love of the craft. And thank you also for anybody that's gonna watch on the replay and now this almost 9-hour stream, right? If you make it to the end, if you make it to this part, you're a madman,
6 somehow.
right? Yeah, that's because sometimes I say those long streams, something you can play when you're at work, and you just started playing in the morning, and you don't have to think about it. You don't have to think about changing video. You just let it play in the background while you work. But now that's more than a day's work. So if you're listening to this whole thing, you're a madman. But I appreciate it. My kind of people. I'll do another one of those next month. That's kind of the rhythm I've been to, right? Yeah, that's what's gonna happen, right? I'm trying to do one of those once a month, right? So I'll wrap this one up now. It's almost a shame not to go 9 hour,
but maybe next time.
Well, we can. I can keep going, but you don't sound like you can. You don't.
No,
you don't sound like you should.
I'm tired, and I need to take care of my dogs. My dog, and my voice is gone. Yeah. Maybe next time. I thought this week. I thought this month would be a short one. To be honest, I thought, you know what, 5 hours, I'll be done. Look at that, right? Anyway, take care, guys. I'm wrapping it up now. Bye. See you next time. Oh, do you guys want to shill anything?
Yeah, of course. But I'm not. I'm shilling.
I'll leave a comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Nicholas.
I'll leave a comment after the video is over.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a channel. We also play games. I'll be mostly focusing on Portuguese. So if it happens to be anyone who speaks Portuguese watching, there's anyone for the Portuguese content, you can check my channel.
Yeah, I'll put your when I go back to put the channel that people are reacted to in the comment, I'll also put your guys' channel in. But that might only be tomorrow. I might just have to step off the computer now. Search my link. All right.
Yeah,
take care,
absolutely.
guys.